Hello everyone, this is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Symbiote Reborn, the new host is Black Widow. Part 1. San Francisco, USA. Life Foundation Laboratory. Beneath the experimental vessel in the furthest corner, a worm-like black line slowly crawled, pressing against the corner, trying its best to blend into the shadows. After finishing, the black line let out a human-like sigh of relief, cursing madly in its heart. After such a huge explosion, why hasn't anyone come to investigate yet? The true identity of the black line was a symbiote, or more accurately, a symbiote with the soul of a transmigrator. Half a month ago, Charlotte transmigrated to this world, but he was unfortunate. Not only did he not get a powerful cheat, but his soul also entered a symbiote's body. This symbiote was very famous, its name was Venom. However, before he could adapt to the symbiote's traits, the people from the Life Foundation directly subjected him to experimental procedures. Burning, freezing, and the sonic waves that the symbiote race feared most. Charlotte was tortured beyond words. Unable to bear it, he used a scheme, feigning death to trick the researchers into entering the vessel to check, then took the opportunity to enter a researcher's body, forcibly achieving a symbiotic relationship. With a host, a symbiote's combat power was extraordinary. However, Charlotte only wanted to escape, and combined with not having eaten for a long time and being unable to bring himself to eat human brains, he was driven back repeatedly by the laboratory's armed security team. Finally, he unknowingly triggered some device, causing a terrible explosion that killed the host on the spot. And he, having absorbed the phenethylamine from the host's body, was blown apart until only this tiny bit of essence remained. Now, the remaining nutrients could probably last another half-month. If the movie's protagonist, Eddie Brock, hasn't arrived by then, he could only make one last desperate gamble. Charlotte wanted to cry but had no tears. This must be the most miserable transmigrator in history, right? Sigh. Amidst silent sighs, time trickled away. The sunset faded, and night fell. Charlotte waited until 2 or 3 in the morning, but the empty laboratory remained silent. To conserve energy, he considered whether to hibernate for a while. Peesh. With a pneumatic sound, the side door of the laboratory opened, and a dark shadow crept in along the wall. Quote exclamation mark quote. They're here. Finally here. Hearing the sound, Charlotte jerked and wiggled his body to quickly climb up the vessel. Something seems wrong. This curvaceous figure is clearly a woman, not Eddie Brock. As the intruder slowly approached and Charlotte saw their face clearly, he was stunned. Black Widow. It's actually Shield's Black Widow. Isn't this the standalone movie world of Venom, Let There Be Carnage? How can Black Widow be here? Could it be an MCU cinematic hybrid universe? Without a cheat, Charlotte really couldn't figure out the worldview, but given the current situation, there was no time to worry about that. First, escape this terrible place. Charlotte lay in wait like a hunter, quietly waiting for Black Widow to approach. I've infiltrated the lab, Fury. Just as you expected, this so-called Life Foundation isn't that simple. Natasha pressed the communicator at her ear, contacting SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury's voice came from the other end, understood. Collect some evidence first, don't act rashly. According to reliable intel, the Life Foundation has hired a heavily armed mercenary group. Copy that. Natasha turned off the communication and crept forward bit by bit, taking out a small camera from her suit to take photos one by one. When she approached the experimental vessel in the corner, a black line shot out from the shadows, landing accurately on one side of Natasha's rounded buttocks. Clinging to the leather suit, Charlotte showed a successful grin and immediately utilized the symbiote's traits, passing through the leather to merge with Natasha's body. Achieving symbiosis without a sound. Natasha suddenly felt a chill throughout her body, followed by an inexplicable sense of relief. It was very comfortable. Comfortable as it was a bit eerie in this environment. What's going on? Natasha frowned and looked behind her, but found nothing except an empty vessel. Years of high-risk experiences as a top agent gave her a strong sense of crisis. Better leave this hellhole quickly. Natasha quickened her pace. And Charlotte, hiding inside her body, didn't quite dare to speak. He didn't know how to communicate with Black Widow, and he was afraid of jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. After all, SHIELD wasn't exactly a bunch of pushovers. In a short while, Natasha arrived at the volunteer ward, where the symbiotic subjects were held. She looked at the door plate. Symbiote A02 current status, stable. Days of integration, 4. Temperature, 191. Symbiote. Natasha looked inside through the glass door, puzzled. Just as she looked up, a black man with blood-red eyes inside rushed out, slamming heavily against the door. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Natasha instinctively drew the gun at her waist. The black man seemed to be in great pain, frantically slamming his head against the glass door, shouting, "Save me! Please save me!" Charlotte looked at the black man inside, feeling helpless. The reason this black man was like this was because the symbiote residing in his body hadn't received energy supplements for a long time and could only feed on the host's brain. The Evil Life Foundation. When there's a chance in the future, I will definitely come back here for revenge. On the other side, as an agent, Black Widow had a clear head. It was impossible for her to save someone without knowing anything. After a moment of daze, she lowered her gun, took a photo of the black man, and turned to leave. Perhaps seeing Natasha leave and losing hope of escape, the black man slammed even more frantically. Once, twice. The force he exerted gradually increased, and the bulletproof strength glass door was actually cracked by his head. Alarm! Alarm! Security breach in Laboratory Area 3. As the alarm sounded, anesthetic mist and special sonic waves were projected into the room. The black man and the symbiote inside him were affected simultaneously. His already weak body could no longer hold on, and he fainted with his eyes rolling back. Natasha cursed. Of course, she wasn't cursing the dead black man. Because of the alarm, a large number of Life Foundation guards and mercenaries were already rushing here. Surrounded by so many armed personnel, it was impossible to leave as easily as she had come. At this time, Black Widow didn't have the gear from the mid to late Avengers era, only a small handgun and a bulletproof vest. She quickened her pace to leave. Charlotte was considering whether to help Black Widow, and looking back, he found that his tissues, which had been collapsed by the explosion, were rapidly recovering. The super soldier cells in Black Widow's body were far stronger than those of an ordinary person, complementing his tissues. Wait a bit longer. At this rate, he could recover 1/10 of his past strength in about 5 minutes. Natasha quickly ran out of the lab and was met by 3 large guards. Intruder spotted. Perhaps seeing that the intruder was a beautiful woman, the guards didn't use their guns and rushed forward with batons. How could the guards' martial prowess compare to a level 8 shield? Agent. Natasha dodged the first guard's swinging baton and turned around with a flying side kick. Thud. The guard who was kicked fell unconscious on the spot. And his flying body crashed into the 2 companions behind him, the powerful impact knocking both guards out cold. What? Natasha looked at the 3 guards lying on the ground. Is it an illusion? How does she feel like her strength has increased a lot? No time to think more, other guards were coming. Natasha put on a mask to cover her face and quickly rushed forward. Being a top agent, she quickly adapted to the all-attribute enhancement provided by the symbiote. She fought her way out of the lab's side door and ran toward the primordial forest outside. A 4 to 5 meter high iron fence blocked her path. In the past, she would have climbed over at a time like this, and this time was the same, but just as Natasha was about to jump, Charlotte suddenly controlled her body and crashed into the iron fence. The seemingly sturdy iron fence was smashed through like paper, and then she dashed towards the depths of the forest at high speed. My body is moving on its own. Black Widow was completely stunned. A look of adorable confusion appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. It's about time. Charlotte took a deep breath and said, "Sorry, I thought this would be faster." Who? Black Widow's confusion turned into vigilance. Who's speaking? My name is. Just as he was about to introduce himself, Charlotte paused. Given his current situation, should he use his real name or go by Venom? Forget it, I'll use my real name. I have cast aside the original name of this body. Now, just call me Charlotte. I am a symbiote, which to you humans means I'm an alien. I just took the opportunity during the chaos to enter your body and establish a symbiotic relationship. As for the specifics, we'll talk once we're safe. Bullets flew from behind from time to time. Natasha knew now was not the time for this. She scanned the surroundings and said, "Please return my body to me. Your escape technique is too poor. Just running like this, you'll be caught sooner or later." Is that so? Charlotte gave a confident smile, climbed a large tree at an unimaginable speed, and hugged the trunk tightly. The Life Foundation guards and mercenaries chased to the base of the tree, looking around in frustration. Where is she? Where did she go? That woman got away. Her physical fitness is excessively strong, she must have taken a symbiote with her. Sigh, this month's bonus is gone. Hurry up and report to the boss. Determining that Natasha had escaped, the armed forces left soon after. Charlotte didn't go down immediately. To be cautious, he first used his powerful perception to scan the surroundings. After confirming no one was there, he let go of the trunk, grabbed a branch to jump down, and finally returned control of the body to Natasha. How was that? Charlotte asked with some pride. Not bad. Natasha was somewhat amused by Charlotte's playfulness, shrugged, and ran towards the pre-arranged extraction point. As she ran, she said, "Now can you tell me exactly what's going on?" "Sure, it's like this." Charlotte recounted everything that happened in the lab. Then he spoke of the origin of the symbiotes and some plot points from the movies. As for his identity as a transmigrator, that could be ignored. Drake wants to bring millions of symbiotes to Earth. Yes, and the most crucial part is, human brains are the best food for symbiotes. Once a million symbiotes arrive on Earth, you can imagine the fate of humanity. Drake is a madman. Natasha reached for the communicator by her ear, preparing to report the situation to Fury. But then she seemed to think of something and for some reason lowered her hand. "Charlotte, you're a symbiote too, so why are you telling me this? Doesn't this mean you're betraying your own species?" To this question, Charlotte didn't know what to say. A symbiote's body, a human soul. Sigh. Charlotte sighed deeply, putting on an act. This beautiful planet shouldn't turn into a hell, right? This tone made it seem as if he had fallen in love with Earth and humanity. Natasha was stunned for a moment, her heart moved. "You're great, unimaginably great, but even so, once this matter is settled, you must leave my body. I don't want to eat anyone's brain." "Charlotte, this heartless woman. Please, I've sacrificed so much, what's wrong with staying in your body? Is that too much to ask? Your kind specifically eats human brains. How is that not too much? That can be replaced with chocolate. Also, let me state for the record that since I arrived on Earth, I've been experimented on and have never eaten a human brain." "Is that so?" Natasha was quite surprised. A symbiote who had been studied and tortured by humans for so long still fell in love with Earth and humanity. It was incredibly great, almost unbelievable. Could it be that this symbiote had some kind of masochistic tendency? "Thank you for your sacrifice for humanity, but you still can't stay in my body. Your voice sounds male, and as a woman, I can't accept such a thing. Fine, although I'm great, sometimes I should be a bit selfish. Let me be clear, if you want me to leave, there's no way." Charlotte started playing the rogue. This was Black Widow, after all. She had a great figure, great looks, and the enhancement of the super soldier serum. You couldn't find a second host as perfect as her in the world. Even death cannot part us, because we have the most perfect symbiotic relationship. We live together, and we die together. Accept your fate, Miss Natasha. Ding. Detected that the master has identified SHIELD. Level 7 Agent Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff is the symbiotic host. Symbiosis system successfully activated. Opening data list. Master, Charlotte Venom. Status, weak. Special items, none. Special skills, symbiote traits. Symbiotic partner, Natasha Romanoff. Subordinate branches, none. First stage, please establish a synchronization and deepen the bond with the symbiotic host. For every 5% synchronization gained, an immediate reward will be granted. Current synchronization, 2%. Ding. Obtained a newbie gift pack. Automatically opened for you. Ding. Congratulations Master for obtaining 1. Sonic and fire resistance. 2. Modified feeding method. Gain energy immediately upon killing any target. 3. Quadruple self-healing enhancement for both symbiote and host. Ding. Please increase the synchronization to 50% within 1 year. If the time limit is exceeded without reaching it, the system will automatically unbind and disappear. Ding. When the synchronization reaches 20% or above, the system will unlock daily sign-in rewards. Quote ? Quote. Sigh. System. Hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Charlotte quickly checked. Sure enough, he saw a data list on his conscious level. It's finally here. First he found the most suitable host, then the system activated. Today couldn't be any happier. 50% synchronization within a year. As long as there's a chance to stay on Black Widow, it shouldn't be too difficult. Sonic resistance, perfect. It compensated for the symbiote's biggest weakness. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about being forced out of the host's body by ultrasonic waves. Charlotte's roguishness left Natasha speechless for a moment. Her understanding of symbiotes was limited to Charlotte's oral account, and she didn't know how to respond. She could only return to the helicarrier first to check her body, hoping the doctors and researchers on the carrier could find a way to separate the symbiote. I never believe in fate. Just you wait, there will definitely be a way to get you out. Black Widow was quite confident about this. After running for over 10 minutes, they emerged from the forest and came to a small cabin by the road. Natasha pushed out a silver-white motorcycle with a peculiar design. Dodge Tomahawk. Charlotte was shocked. As expected of Black Widow, even her escape tools for missions were so wild. Driving this thing might be more dangerous than the missions she executed. Equipped with a Dodge Viper 500 horsepower V10 engine, featuring 10 cylinders and a displacement of 8,277 milliliters, it was equivalent to 5 Honda Goldwing large touring bikes. It utilized a 2-valve per cylinder, OHV pushrod structure, which, combined with an independent sequential electronic fuel injection system, could produce a maximum power of 372 kilowatts, at 5,600 revolutions per minute, and a torque of up to 712 Nm at 4,200 revolutions per minute, with a torque-to-weight ratio of 1.047 Nm per kilogram. Theoretically, it only took 2.5 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour, with a top speed of 676 km per hour, around Mach 0.55. Huh, you're an alien and you know about this too. Black Widow put on her helmet and started the engine. After 2 distinctive roars of the motorcycle, she turned into a silver lightning bolt in the next second and sped away. Tisk, this speed is simply a man's romance. Charlotte's full attention was captured by the Dodge Tomahawk, and he didn't hear Black Widow's words, couldn't help but exclaim. The corners of Black Widow's mouth curled up. Not just for men, it's my romance too. Ding. Synchronization increased by 1%. Riding the Tomahawk, she sped for nearly an hour. Black Widow received a message and slowed down. Soon, a Quinjet appeared ahead and lowered its boarding ramp. Black Widow drove the bike straight inside and came to a steady stop. Cool. Charlotte praised. By now, Black Widow had no mind to deal with him. She parked the Dodge Tomahawk and said urgently to the receiving agents, Level 1 emergency protocol, return to headquarters at maximum speed. The 2 receiving agents had wanted to chat with her, but upon hearing this, they wiped the smiles off their faces and became extremely serious. Yes, ma'am. They piloted the Quinjet, entered stealth mode, and flew straight into the sky. Once back at the helicarrier hovering over New York, Natasha headed straight for Director Nick Fury's office. Inside the office, former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director and current World Security Council Minister, Alexander Pierce, sat before Nick Fury with a grim expression. Why did you send Black Widow to investigate the Life Foundation? You should know that the World Security Council is behind it. You have no reason or authority to do that. Nick Fury sat behind his desk, hands clasped together, elbows on the table, his expression quite calm. I know, but I believe Drake is unstable. It's necessary to confirm the specifics of their research. You, Director. Natasha pushed the door open and entered. There's an emergency that I need to report to you in person. Nick Fury looked at Natasha, his expression unchanging. Natasha, as a high-level agent, you should know to knock before entering your officer's office. I couldn't help it, the situation is urgent. I was afraid that if I were any later, Earth would turn into hell. Natasha saw Pierce, and her solemn expression suddenly turned flippant. Fury had mentioned that S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't as harmonious internally as it appeared on the surface. Before this mission, he had specifically instructed her to report back only to him. Nick Fury's gaze sharpened for a moment before quickly returning to a calm state. Wait until I finish talking with Secretary Pierce before you report on the mission. You may leave for now. What? Director Fury, as the former director, am I no longer worthy of your trust? Pierce's face looked grim. He slammed the table and barked, I order you, in my capacity as a secretary of the World Security Council, to report on the mission right now. I want to hear exactly what Drake has done that is serious enough to turn Earth into hell. His shout made the atmosphere increasingly tense. Nick Fury pondered for a moment. He didn't want to fall out with Pierce at this time, so he nodded to Natasha. Black Widow understood his signal. She took out a camera, imported the data into a computer, and then projected the photos using a projector. It's like this. Alexander Pierce. Isn't this old man a Hydra mole? Why does this guy care so much about the Life Foundation? Could it be that Hydra is behind Drake? Charlotte stared at Alexander Pierce, a string of question marks running through his head. This is definitely not a good thing. Drake must have reported the situation to the Hydra High Command. If that bunch of lunatics finds out he's inside Black Widow, who knows what terrifying things they'll do. In short, that's the situation. Black Widow reported everything Charlotte had told her to Nick Fury. Millions of symbiotes invading Earth, feeding on human brains. After listening, both Nick Fury and Pierce looked ashen. This incident was far more serious than they had imagined. How do you know all this? Pierce asked, looking at Black Widow suspiciously. Don't tell him about my existence. Just as Black Widow was about to answer, Charlotte quickly stopped her. This old man smells foul, he doesn't seem like a good person. Hearing this, Natasha rolled her eyes internally. She obviously wouldn't tell the truth. Her level 7 agent badge wasn't bought, she didn't need an amateur's reminder. Ignoring Charlotte, she explained directly, I overheard a conversation between Drake and his assistant. As for how credible it is, he needs a spaceship to bring the symbiotes back. Wouldn't it be easy to just check their spaceship launch registration records? Then I'll check. Pierce frowned, pulled out his phone, and quickly made a call. Check the Life Foundation's recent launch registrations. What? Just registered. Launching tomorrow. Fine, I understand. Hanging up the phone, Pierce's face turned a deep shade of purple. That Drake had actually betrayed Hydra. Claiming S.H.I.E.L.D. took a symbiote was definitely meant to have Natasha draw everyone's attention while he took the opportunity to launch the ship and bring the symbiotes to Earth. Director Fury, the mission to stop Drake is in your hands. I'll have people assist you. After saying that, Pierce stood up and left. Nick Fury didn't even think about seeing him out. Sitting there as steady as a mountain, he said, forget the help. I'm afraid your people will only make things worse. Better save yourselves the trouble. HMPH. Pierce snorted coldly. Full of rage, he had no mood for bickering and stormed out the door. All right, now it's our turn. Nick Fury picked up an emergency communicator and issued orders to all agents on the helicarrier. All agents, level 1 combat readiness. Helicarrier is heading to San Francisco. I will release the mission details in 3 minutes. After speaking, he stepped out from behind his desk. Just as he was about to lead Natasha to the hall, he noticed her complexion didn't look healthy. Natasha, you look exhausted. You're not fit for such a high-intensity mission. Go back and rest first. Okay. Black Widow also felt the fatigue. Executing a mission in this state would only make her a burden to everyone. She nodded in agreement. Then I'll go back and rest. Remember to send me a copy of the mission logs. 2 or 3 hours of sleep should be enough for me to make it for the climax. That's not necessary. Nick Fury walked past her. Get some good rest. I don't want to lose a level 7 agent over something like this. Black Widow shrugged and leaned against the table for support. Once Nick Fury disappeared from her sight, her expression became somewhat pained. Charlotte, what did you do to me? Sorry, this isn't something I can control. My previous injuries were too severe, and I need to absorb your stamina to recover. Charlotte was also helpless, saying pitifully, I suggest you eat some chocolate and get a good night's sleep. Once I've recovered, you'll see what a wonderful thing it is to have me inside your body. Fortunately, Black Widow's constitution was strong enough, an ordinary person would have fallen into a coma long ago. Wonderful. Ha! Black Widow rolled her beautiful eyes, grabbed a box of chocolates, and headed back to her room while eating. To her surprise, after eating a few pieces, her condition really did improve a lot. After sitting and relaxing for a while, Black Widow's gaze slowly shifted toward the bathroom. Holy crap! Charlotte noticed Black Widow's gaze and felt a jolt. If he had a face, he would likely be wearing a mysterious smile. It's coming. The real highlight. Are you excited? Black Widow sensed a bit of Charlotte's emotion. Excited? Why would you be excited? Is it because I'm going to take a shower? Do you aliens have the same aesthetics as Earthlings, and an understanding of romance? Charlotte hurriedly suppressed his mood, composed himself, and said solemnly, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you're saying. You might have misunderstood. That was just the sensation of my injuries healing, not excitement. Definitely not. Then why did that feeling disappear just now? Black Widow asked. Charlotte. Facing her questioning, Charlotte held his ground. After thinking quickly, he replied unhurriedly, it's because I saw how hard you were working and felt bad for you, so I deliberately suppressed the recovery speed. This will help you recover your state faster. Is that so? Black Widow didn't quite believe him, a smile suddenly appearing on her pretty face. You actually care about people. It's really not that you want to see. Hey. Charlotte got anxious on the spot. How could this woman slander someone's innocence out of thin air? I'm a proper symbiote, how could I possibly be interested in a human body? I'm right inside you, what do you think I could want to see that I can't already see? Ding. Synchronization increased by 1%. Even that can increase synchronization. Charlotte suddenly felt a bit guilty. He didn't expect Black Widow to actually believe his nonsense. Oh. Black Widow smiled and walked toward the bathroom. Then I'll believe you. She took off her clothes as she walked. As the bodysuit came off, she removed everything that shouldn't be there for a bath. Charlotte completely lost his composure. His excited mood gave the symbiotic Black Widow a strong feedback. It even started to make her excited as well, her heart thumping incessantly. Hee hee. Instead of getting angry, Black Widow felt a bit smug. Is this it? An alien? Charlotte, do you know what the most painful thing in the world is? Charlotte felt very happy right now and had no idea what pain meant. What is it? The smile on Black Widow's face flashed with a hint of mischief. To be able to see it and touch it, but not have the ability to do anything. After Natasha finished her shower and dried her hair, she put on a thin white nightgown and got into bed comfortably. Even now, her heart was still thumping wildly. Hey, are you done yet? Natasha snapped. If her heart wouldn't calm down, how could she sleep? He said he wasn't interested in the human body, but what was the result? This excitement clearly contained human-specific emotions. If he didn't settle down, she would be influenced to the point of not being able to hold back either. Sorry. Having exposed certain parts of his nature, Charlotte was extremely embarrassed. I just suddenly remembered something from a long time ago. Let me adjust my state. What did he remember? The plot of a tentacle-themed manga. Symbiote, tentacles. After 2 or 3 minutes, Natasha's heartbeat gradually stabilized. She let out a long breath and finally relaxed her crossed legs. The two were silent for a while. Charlotte saw that Natasha hadn't closed her eyes for a long time, staring blankly, wondering what she was thinking about. To increase synchronization, he decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with Black Widow. As a man who wasn't very good at small talk, he didn't know what to say, so he decided to start with Black Widow's past. The Black Widow in the MCU movies was very young, calculating based on the current time frame, she was probably under 30. Compared to the complexity of the comic book Black Widow, the movie version was much simpler. A solo movie directly shattered all those disgusting labels like bus. Coupled with her sacrifice in Avengers Endgame, calling her a true goddess wasn't an exaggeration. As a woman, you seem incomplete. Charlotte suddenly said. This statement could be called precise etiquette. What? Black Widow frowned, having a bad premonition. Charlotte continued, I can feel that you have gone through a painful experience. The part of you that is incomplete is also because. Enough. Black Widow sat up angrily, having had her defense completely broken. Now. Immediately. Get out of my body. You fool who spies on people's memories. Was this chatting? This was clearly verbal assault mixed with digging up old wounds. And it was digging at the deepest, most painful scar in her soul. Charlotte knew Black Widow would be angry. Don't rush, listen to me finish. I didn't read your memory, I could tell. To use human terms, I am a master psychologist, a master hypnotist. In a sense, Charlotte could indeed tell. After all, he watched the movies. Didn't you hear me? Get out of. I meant that as long as I am here, you can become whole again. The healing power I provide can allow it to regrow. Charlotte quickly explained. Get out. Huh. Black Widow froze, an expression of extreme confusion on her beautiful face. It can grow back. Yes. Charlotte felt a bit wronged by her harshness and said slowly, your inherent healing ability is already stronger than an ordinary person's. I can probably enhance your self-healing power sixfold. Combined with the symbiote's special ability to repair host damage, of course, it can let you regrow a uterus. After all, that is an organ you should normally have, it was just removed by external force. I am just helping you return to your best state. What is best? Not having any deficiencies is best. The removal of the uterus was the graduation ceremony for the Red Room, in cultivating killing machines, designed to turn young girls into true Black Widows. The time spent being trained by the Red Room was the darkest memory of Black Widow's life. If Charlotte could help her break through this darkness, the future days would basically be secure. Grow back, grow back. Black Widow clutched her lower abdomen, staring blankly ahead. She repeated the phrase, her mouth twitching slightly, curving up as if she were smiling. There seemed to be tears in her eyes, and this appearance made people feel extremely heartbroken and sad. Ding. Rapport value increased by 2%. Ding. Rapport value increased by 4%. Ding. Rapport value. A string of system notifications sounded, and the rapport value finally settled at 17%. An unexpected gain. Charlotte had only intended to demonstrate his importance, but he unexpectedly broke through Black Widow's defenses. Ding. Received 3 random rewards. Ding. Congratulations host for receiving 1. Host's overall attributes increased by 40%. 2. Advanced Pirate World Martial Arts Package, 3 types of hockey plus 6 powers of the Navy plus giant race martial arts. 3. Analysis, mimicry. Analyze a weapon, and it can be mimicked using symbiote tissue. He felt great. He didn't need to mention the attribute enhancement. The martial arts from the pirate world could play a significant role even in the movie universe. The last item was a god-tier ability. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking weapons at all. Continue. Strike while the iron is hot. Can we talk about that past? I told you all the secrets of the symbiote, so it wouldn't be fair if you didn't tell me about yourself, right? Charlotte said. If Black Widow talked, there was a chance for the rapport value to break through further. If not, well, he could just go to sleep. Black Widow's emotions calmed down. After a long pause, her gaze turned deep. If you dare to speak of this matter in the future, I will definitely kill you. Don't worry, I absolutely won't. My mouth is tight, just like our life and death relationship. That day was the beginning of my nightmare. Black Widow recounted her past in the Red Room, the content being basically the same as in the solo movie. After listening, Charlotte felt deeply moved and sighed. It's truly astonishing that you didn't twist yourself in such an environment. I can feel that you possess numerous beautiful virtues. You have the quality to become a god. PFF'd. Charlotte successfully made Black Widow laugh. That's enough of that. No matter how many nice things you say, I won't let you stay inside my body. The earlier parts were acceptable, but becoming a god is too far-fetched. I have to say, you have a great sense of humor. No. This is the truth. I can smell the scent emanating from humans' hearts. Your scent is very fragrant and sweet. Charlotte's tone was very serious. In a certain comic book universe, Black Widow once picked up Mjolnir and became the goddess of thunder. In the movie, Avengers, Age of Ultron, everyone tried Mjolnir except Black Widow, which was also a metaphor. Save it. Go to sleep, sleep. Black Widow rolled her eyes, lay back down, and closed her eyes with a joyful mood. I have a tough fight waiting for me tomorrow. Don't disturb my rest. Charlotte didn't intend to say anything more. He quietly looked at Black Widow's face, feeling inexplicably calm in his heart. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Charlotte couldn't help it. Why aren't you asleep yet? Tisk. Black Widow clicked her tongue impatiently, eyes still closed. How can I fall asleep right away when there's a strange thing suddenly inside my body? Want to try hypnosis? Charlotte suggested. You know how. Didn't I just say? At least master level. Then let's try it. As Black Widow wished, Charlotte used Venom's hypnotic ability. Before long, Black Widow's body went limp, and she fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, she returned to the Red Room, but this time, just as she was about to sink into the mire, a man named Charlotte pulled her out. She slept with a peace she had never known before. A faint smile played on her lips. The Helicourier, under the command of Nick Fury, flew directly above the Life Foundation headquarters in San Francisco. Perhaps Hydra didn't want this incident to attract too much attention, so they didn't mobilize troops. The combat forces deployed, besides S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, were only the private armed forces of the World Security Council, which was Hydra. It was unclear whether Hydra was too confident in itself or underestimated the symbiote's power. With the forces they dispatched, without using weapons of mass destruction, it wasn't even enough to fill the gap between Riot's teeth. 1 hour before the aerial transport ship launched, they initiated an attack on the Life Foundation. The Life Foundation was already prepared. Riot and Drake guarded the center, sending out 3 symbiotes from the lab and a top-tier armed force to meet the challenge. To prevent S.H.I.E.L.D. from using weapons of mass destruction, they had kidnapped over 1,000 children and held them inside the spaceship. A direct frontal assault couldn't break through, yet they couldn't directly destroy the ship. The situation was not optimistic. Helicarrier, rest area. A series of urgent alarms startled Natasha awake from her sleep. This is the highest alert. Natasha opened her eyes, had no time to wash up, quickly changed into her tight leather suit, checked the mission report while contacting Fury, and sprinted outward. Fury, what's going on? The power of those symbiotes is stronger than we anticipated. There are only 10 minutes left until the ship takes off. Nick Fury gasped for breath. Gunshots could occasionally be heard over the comms. As the director, he was also participating in the fight, which showed how severe the situation was. Can we destroy the ship? No. There are over 1,000 children kidnapped by Drake inside the ship. He has been live broadcasting the situation inside the ship to the outside world. Under these circumstances, once we destroy the ship, you should know the consequences. What? The children were the bottom line. Hearing this, Natasha's anger reached its peak. That fooled. I'm going over there now. She cut off the communication and sped up. Charlotte, your symbiote power is very strong, right? How about you? Me. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, looking troubled. I am very strong, but I don't want to join the fight. Why? Natasha didn't doubt Charlotte's words. He had already displayed great power when they escaped the Life Foundation lab. This is. Charlotte made a gesture of scratching his head in his mind. I'm afraid you'll be disgusted when you see what I look like. Huh. Black Widow tilted her head, sporting a confused emoji expression. Of course, if you see what I look like and still agree to let me stay inside you, then I'll join the fight. Was he really afraid of being disgusted? No, Charlotte was just setting a trap here. Of course, what kind of person was Black Widow? A top agent, how could she not see through Charlotte's little scheme? She couldn't help but laugh wryly. This alien was simply too cute. Ding. Rapport value increased by 1%. Fine. I promise you. Okay. Then watch this. Charlotte had recovered over 80%. The recovery slowed down the later it went, but with the boost from that batch of rewards, it was enough to deal with Riot and the others. It's up to you. Black Widow swiped her ID card and ran all the way to the helicarrier hangar. She glanced at the Quinjet, and just as she was about to board, Charlotte called out to her. My dear host, do you trust me? What are you trying to say? Natasha stopped and asked. Charlotte said seriously, if you want to reach the battlefield as fast as possible, then jump straight down from here. Jump down. Black Widow was stunned for a moment, but she quickly made a decision. Abandoning the jet, she opened the cabin door and ran straight outside. I trust you. Then here we go. Charlotte smiled, controlling his own tissue to surge out from within Natasha's body. Chunks of black, slime-like substance passed through her clothes, rapidly merging outside Natasha's body into a hideous black monster with a mouthful of sharp teeth and a lolling tongue. This was Venom's true form. In the form of the male Venom, Charlotte sprinted across the deck of the helicarrier in an instant, leapt up, and dove toward the ground. Ah! Natasha finally saw Charlotte's full appearance and couldn't help but say with disgust, sorry, but honestly, you're really ugly. Charlotte. The ground battlefield. Nick Fury was leading the agents in a clash with 3 symbiotes. As time passed, they could clearly feel that the symbiotes' strength and speed were declining. Continuing to wear them down with firepower might lead to a win, but time wouldn't allow it. Hawkeye Clint Barton stood guard beside Nick Fury and fired an explosive arrow at a gray symbiote in the distance. Director, cover me. Let me try to see if I can break inside. No, there's an even stronger one inside. Our strength can't compete with theirs. I've already contacted Iron Man, he's coming to support us. Iron Man? Which playboy? There's no other way besides him. We can't let those people blow up the spaceship, can we? There are over 1,000 children on board. Watch out. It seemed the explosive arrow Hawkeye fired had provoked the gray symbiote's wrath. Ignoring the suppressing fire, the blasted gray symbiote charged toward Nick Fury and Hawkeye like a madman. Hawkeye and Nick Fury retreated while firing. When the distance closed to just 10 meters, the gray symbiote pounced out like a cannonball at a speed that was hard to react to. Just as Nick Fury was about to be tackled, a black figure descended rapidly from the sky, stomping on the gray symbiote while it was midair. The powerful downward force crushed the gray symbiote into the ground. Boom! With a massive impact sound, a deep crater was smashed into the reinforced concrete ground. Hawkeye and Nick Fury stopped in their tracks, bewildered. They glanced at each other, and Nick Fury asked, Iron Man. Thump! Thump! Accompanied by heavy footsteps, Charlotte Venom walked out of the deep crater and came before Nick Fury and the other man. It wasn't Iron Man. This terrifying face, a symbiote. Nick Fury raised his gun while Hawkeye drew his bow and notched an arrow. Don't be so nervous, Fury, Clint. Natasha's voice rang out. Venom's face opened up, revealing Natasha's face. Black Widow smiled triumphantly, looking at her superior and her best friend. We've come to support you. Natasha. How do you have this thing? Nick Fury asked warily. Natasha shrugged. It attached itself to me while I was investigating. He feels pretty good to me. Oh right, there were others around before so I couldn't tell you, but he's actually the one who told me the intelligence about the symbiotes. He's on our side, the side of humanity. Is it reliable? Nick Fury asked again. It wasn't that he was overly suspicious, but as the saying goes, if they are not of our race, their hearts must be different. Add to that the fact that he was a fellow who had betrayed his own species, and the suspiciousness was dialed to the max. In my judgment, he's trustworthy. And, Natasha smiled, he's not a thing, his name is Charlotte. Charlotte. It was a good thing that the host was introducing him to outsiders, but the way she said it, why did it feel like something was slightly off? Looking at Charlotte's Venom massive frame, Nick Fury fell into deep thought for a moment. Now was not the time for suspicion. To protect the safety of those children, he had to be decisive. He immediately made a decision. As my most outstanding top agent, I trust your judgment. Leave the two outside to us, we'll count on you for the inside. You must rescue those imprisoned children. Yes, sir. Natasha gave Nick Fury a playful salute, then the symbiote tissue spread over her, transforming back into Venom's image. Charlotte Venom didn't move, he stared straight at Nick Fury. He couldn't help but ask, has anyone ever told you that your head looks a lot like a braised egg? Nick Fury. Hawkeye. PFF'd. Black Widow. PFF'd. Without giving the egghead a chance to speak, Charlotte Venom turned and leapt away. With a light hop, he landed 100 meters away. This gentleman who chose to help us has quite a sense of humor, Hawkeye joked. Egghead's face turned livid as he shot a fierce glance at Clint. Get moving and support the others already. Yes, my lord director, Hawkeye laughed as he ran off. These idiots. Nick Fury took a frustrated deep breath and glanced around. Seeing no one, he touched his own head. Does it really look like one? Inside the Life Foundation. Charlotte Venom soon reached the spaceship launch site. A figure blocked his path. Venom. Riot's hand transformed into a shimmering silver long blade. You betrayed us. Oh. Looking at the blade in Riot's hand and his powerful pressure, Natasha immediately felt uneasy. Do you have any weapons? Hurry up and bring them out. I haven't had time to acquire any, but don't worry. With you as my host, you're enough for me to handle him, Charlotte said somewhat ambiguously. Hey. Black Widow clearly didn't quite believe him. I hope so. I don't want to take a beating from him. Watch this. Charlotte wasn't the real Venom and had no interest in wasting words with Riot. He raised a fist. Then, a peculiar black mist emanated from his entire arm. This was the manifestation of using armament hockey. Quickly coating it with a layer of high-level armament hockey, Charlotte Venom crouched slightly. Soru. Marine 6 Styles, Soru. It was a technique that uses explosive reaction force generated by stomping the ground dozens of times in an instant to move at high speed. Boom. With Venom's super explosive power combined with Soru, from the 6 Styles, sonic booms erupted around Charlotte. Like a bolt of black lightning, he instantly charged in front of Riot. A fist imbued with armament hockey swung out. Pow! Like hitting a baseball, the fist smashed into Riot's face. With his head as the center of gravity, Riot flew backward uncontrollably. He crashed through several steel pillars in a row, finally stopping only after slamming into a reinforced concrete wall. Wow! Seeing such a fierce attack, Black Widow's eyes lit up. You're actually this strong. Huh, you didn't think I was weak, did you? Charlotte looked bewildered. Not weak, but not this strong either. Otherwise, how did you get injured before? Black Widow countered smartly. Charlotte was speechless, but he immediately thought of another angle. The host determines the strength of the symbiote. The fact that I am so powerful now only proves one thing. As a host, you are outstanding enough. PFF'd. Black Widow couldn't help but laugh. Alright, stop flattering me. Let's end this disaster quickly, don't give the opponent a chance to cause more damage. Understood. Charlotte Venom activated Isuru, again, instantly appearing before Riot, who was embedded in the wall. A symbiote's resilience was very high. Despite taking such a heavy punch, Riot wasn't badly hurt and quickly recovered his state. He stared blankly at Charlotte Venom, unable to believe that this loser had obtained power even greater than his own. Could it be because of the host? As the king of the symbiotes, Riot would not allow such a thing to happen. Venom, it seems you have a good host, but she will be mine soon. You're dreaming. Charlotte Venom was enraged. What he hated most in his life was NTR. A host was equivalent to a wife, how could he let someone else covet her? With both fists coated in armament hockey, he raised two middle fingers and unleashed a merciless barrage of strikes on Riot. This move is called Shigen. How is it? Feels good, right? Roar. Roar. Riot screamed in agony. Having strong resistance to blows doesn't mean one won't get injured. Recovering from injuries consumes the host's stamina. Without stamina to consume, what gets consumed next is life force. This consumption is bidirectional. If the host loses life force, the symbiote will also die. Under the continuous heavy blows, the thick concrete wall crumbled. Riot quickly retreated, finally escaping Charlotte's Venom attack. I will make you die in the most painful way, Venom. You traitor. Riot swung out two pitch-black longswords. These were top-tier weapons only the king of the symbiotes could wield, possessing a certain degree of suppression over fellow symbiotes. I was never loyal to you, so where does the betrayal come from? Charlotte Venom grabbed the longsword Riot swung down with a hand clad in armament hockey. 6 spider leg-like spikes sprouted from his back, reinforced with armament hockey for hardness, and stabbed toward Riot's chest. Roar. Riot's chest was completely impaled. He threw his head back and roared in pain, then, unwilling to be outdone, mimicked Charlotte's Venom move. However, what appeared behind him was a series of weapons. Seeing this, Charlotte Venom released the longsword he was holding and quickly retreated, not giving Riot a chance to trade injury for injury. I have a question. Seeing the symbiote's brutal fighting style, Black Widow felt a chill in her heart and asked, with that kind of piercing attack, what happens to the host inside? Won't they get stabbed to death? No. The host's life form has already merged with the symbiote, but it will hurt a lot. Charlotte Venom flipped backward, using the momentum of the backflip to kick out a crescent-shaped air blade 2 meters long. This was one of the Marine 6 powers, Rankyaku. I don't want you to take a hit like that either. Are you protecting me? Black Widow blinked, feeling a surge of warmth in her heart. She was starting to grow fond of this little symbiote with its warm-hearted, considerate traits. Ding. Compatibility increased by 1%. The wind blade formed by Rankyaku, like a slash from a master swordsman, rushed toward Riot with an ear-splitting sonic boom. Facing this move that existed outside the worldview of a symbiote, Riot couldn't react in time. He raised his 2 black swords to block in front of himself. Boom. The wind blade pushed Riot back 20 to 30 meters. As its subsequent force gradually diminished, he finally got a chance to shatter the wind blade with a swing of his sword. This isn't a symbiote's fighting style. Venom, what kind of human is your host? Riot roared. You don't need to know. Charlotte Venom lowered his posture, using both hands and feet to charge at Riot again like a beast. By the time the two symbiotes were locked in combat once more, there wasn't much time left to stop the spaceship's launch. No time. There are over 1,000 children on that ship. We need to finish him quickly. Black Widow said urgently, this isn't working. Don't you symbiotes have any weaknesses? Afraid of high-temperature flames and high-powered sonic waves, Charlotte Venom replied while pummeling Riot. Black Widow thought for a moment. No good. There's no time to find that equipment now. This is a spaceship launch base. There should be some facilities nearby we can use. No need. There's another way for a symbiote to die, though it's rather cruel. As he spoke, Charlotte's Venom attacks grew increasingly fierce, completely overwhelming Riot. What kind of death? Black Widow asked curiously. Beaten to death. After saying that, Charlotte's Venom eyes turned blood red, his emotions entering a frenzied state. He grabbed the tongue Riot had stuck out, spun it 720 degrees at high speed, then let go, sending Riot flying over 100 meters away to crash heavily on the ground. Charlotte Venom pressed his advantage, leaping into the air and landing on Riot's back with a move called the Crow Takes Flight, slamming down with both feet. Then, raising his fists clad in armament hockey over his head, like the Hulk smashing a car, he brought them down hard. Boom. Boom. Punch after punch, then another punch. Because the force used was so great, the ground trembled. No one knew how many punches were thrown. Riot grew weaker and weaker, his recovery rate slowing down more and more. To withstand the attacks, he was rapidly consuming his host's life force. Now the host's life force was almost gone, and he wasn't far from death either. With the final dozen or so heavy blows, Riot could no longer fight back. Charlotte, Venom, stepped back, reached out, grabbed the scruff of Riot's neck, and lifted him completely into the air. His other hand plunged violently into Riot's chest, forcibly yanking out the host, Drake. Losing its host, Riot rapidly shrank, becoming a powerless blob of sludge. Don't kill me. Riot pleaded weakly, I'm willing to proclaim you the new king of the symbiotes, don't kill me. Venom. I have no interest in being a king. Charlotte, Venom grabbed the sludge-like Riot, clenched his fist, and crushed it with force. Venom. No. You can't, no. Riot's screams of agony quickly diminished under the crushing force. Until its tissue completely disintegrated and its life force completely faded, the world finally regained its peace. Charlotte, Venom, opened his claws. In his palm lay a strange black sphere. This was the armory belonging to the king of the symbiotes. However, this object was not ordinary. Charlotte, Venom, withdrew his hand, held it in front of him for a closer look, then extended a portion of his tissue to invade it. The moment the tissue entered, a scene suddenly appeared in Charlotte's mind. A man with a ferocious face held a hammer, striking forcefully at a black longsword stained with bloody flames. Charlotte recognized this person at a glance. He was Null. In the comics, his existence predated the universe itself. When the universe was a void of nothingness, Null slept in endless darkness. The light generated by the Celestials, creation of everything, awakened him from the darkness. Null rejected the Celestials, creation, drew a dark sword from the void, and killed a Celestial on the spot. But facing the numerous Celestials, he was still defeated and cast back into the dark void. Unwilling to accept defeat, Null used the Celestial's hammer and the bloody flames to reforge his weapon. This weapon was the progenitor of all symbiotes, the all-black Necrozword. During the forging process, the high temperatures from smelting and the ultrasonic waves generated from hammering evolved into the symbiote's greatest weaknesses. Charlotte's consciousness returned to reality. He stood dazed for a moment, then stowed the sphere away into his system space. He never expected this to be a fragment of the all-black Necrozword. Although this thing wasn't exactly good, keeping it wouldn't do any harm. Mr. Charlotte. Seeing Charlotte finish off his opponent and suddenly stand there dazed, Black Widow urged, you can admire your spoils later. Let's go save people first. Saving people and all that, I'm not cut out for it. The rest is up to you, Charlotte said, not wanting to be a hero. Please. Not now. The fight isn't completely over. I still need your strength. With Charlotte as her big ace in the hole, Black Widow definitely didn't want to face the armed forces guarding the spaceship by herself. She was an agent, skilled in assassination and intelligence gathering, definitely not in head-on confrontations with mercenary forces. Charlotte, Venom, handed over control of the body to Black Widow. The physical characteristics also shifted from a muscular man to a tall, curvaceous, and alluring woman. This will do. This is. Black Widow raised a hand, looked at herself, then felt the surging power of this body. The feeling of seeing and using was worlds apart. She couldn't help but sigh, a sense of fulfillment I've never had before. After sighing, she turned and began to act. She cleared out all the mercenaries guarding the spaceship at the fastest speed, then went to the spaceship launch control room to abort the launch sequence. Finally, she ran to the spaceship boarding platform and tore open the main hatch of the spaceship with her bare hands. Seeing the large group of children inside safe and sound, Black Widow breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't reveal her identity, so she had to maintain Venom's appearance. Worried the children might be scared, she quickly explained, don't be afraid, children. I'm an agent here to rescue you. Afraid. The children's eyes were practically sparkling with admiration as they looked at Black Widow. Venom, not a trace of fear in sight. We know. A boy stepped forward, pointing to a corner of the spaceship where a projection displayed the feed from outside. We saw everything. You're so cool. Those bad guys were no match for you at all. Can you tell us your name? Huh. Are kids these days all so bold? Black Widow, Venom, was a bit thrown off by these children. She lifted her head, warily scanning the interior of the spaceship to confirm there were no mercenary forces inside. Charlotte, tell me, how should I answer this? Is it okay to use your name? Black Widow asked, unable to decide. Let me think. Charlotte pondered briefly. You are a top agent. How about this? Use my predecessor's name combined with your profession. From now on, we'll be called Venom Agent. As for why not call it Black Widow Venom, first, it didn't sound good, and second, Charlotte wanted Natasha to shed the unpleasant codename, Black Widow. Venom. Agent. Black Widow. Venom's lips curved upward. Sounds pretty good. Let's go with that name. With the name decided, Black Widow. Venom crouched down, deliberately meeting the children at eye level. I am Venom Agent. Wow. Such a cool name. Venom Agent. So awesome. I want to be an agent when I grow up too. Venom Agent, are you a boy or a girl? You looked so fierce before, but now you look a lot more romantic. One had to admit, American children matured early. At such a young age, they already knew about romantic. Agent Natasha. Fury's voice came through the communicator. What's your status over there? Black Widow. Venom stood up, habitually raising a hand to her ear. It's handled. Send people to take the children home. How about you? Need backup? No need. These disgusting creatures seem to have died off on their own. Come back first. The World Security Council has taken over the aftermath, Nick Fury said. That's what happens when you force combat without a compatible host. Okay. Hearing an unpleasant term, Black Widow felt somewhat displeased. She changed her tone. That, Fury. What is it, Agent Natasha? Through personal experience, I can tell you, symbiotes aren't disgusting. What's disgusting are just a few individuals. Egghead fell silent. Charlotte, however, felt very comfortable. Black Widow speaking up for him meant she had completely accepted his existence. Happy days were coming. He just didn't know when he could realize Tentacle's tragedy. When we get back to the helicarrier, I'd like to have a good chat with the Mr. Symbiote attached to you. For now, come back first. The communication ended. Black Widow. Venom looked at the children, speaking as she backed away. Stay right here and don't move. The police will be here soon to take you away. Bye. With a playful wave, Black Widow. Venom turned and jumped off the boarding platform, disappearing in the blink of an eye. With that, the symbiote incident was brought to a close. However, the World Security Council and the scum of Hydra had taken over the mess that was the Life Foundation, clearly not intending to give up on researching symbiotes. Quinjet, cabin. Hawkeye and Nick Fury sat in a row, with Natasha sitting across from them. Natasha, suddenly having an extra person inside you. Doesn't it feel strange? Hawkeye Clint couldn't help but ask. Regarding this question, Black Widow's expression was very calm. At first, yes. Now I'm used to it. Honestly, having him there feels pretty good. As long as it doesn't harm your body. What was his name again? Charlotte, right. Hawkeye's eyes shone with intense curiosity. That name sounds a bit Eastern. His original name was Venom. Since he's going to live on Earth from now on, he gave himself a human name, Black Widow replied with a smile. Is that so? Then this symbiote brother is kind of cute, ha ha ha. The joking conversation between the two old comrades in arms lightened the atmosphere in the cabin a bit, not at all like right after a major battle. What stood out as incongruous was Egghead, who had maintained a rigid, sour expression the entire time. Can you let him come out for a meeting? Nick Fury said expressionlessly. That depends on him. Black Widow respected Charlotte's wishes, asking as if talking to herself, what do you think, Charlotte? As soon as the words were spoken, a black, alien-like head extended from behind Natasha. Egghead, you looking for me? PFF'd. Opening with a critical hit, Hawkeye immediately burst out laughing, then promptly received Nick Fury's icy sidelong glare. Sorry. Hawkeye reined himself in, raising his hands, stifling his laughter. You guys continue, don't mind me. Nick Fury withdrew his gaze, refocusing on Charlotte. Mr. Charlotte, why exactly are you helping us humans? I wanted to, and then I did it. Is there a problem? Charlotte's reply was extremely perfunctory. No choice. Couldn't exactly tell the truth, right? Even if he did, the other party wouldn't believe it. Nick Fury had his own thoughts about this perfunctory answer. He looked at Charlotte seriously, not dwelling on the issue further. You need to eat human brains to replenish energy. That, we cannot provide for you. I don't like eating human brains. Too disgusting. Eating chocolate has a similar effect. Besides, I'm a rather special type of symbiote. To set Egghead's mind at ease, Charlotte didn't mind revealing a secret. I only need to kill a living being to gain energy, I don't need to deliberately eat. And, the energy gained from killing Riot is enough for me for a month. As for the future, Don't agents have a lot of dangerous missions? I can help my dear host eliminate dangers, and feed incidentally during the process. Oh. Nick Fury's eye gleamed. From what you're saying, you intend to stay with Natasha permanently. She is the perfect host. Without her, I would die, Charlotte told another small lie. But seriously, it wasn't entirely a lie. Leaving Natasha would mean losing his cheat ability. In such a dangerous world, not having a cheat ability would greatly increase the probability of death. Nick Fury nodded thoughtfully, shifting his gaze to Black Widow. Agent Natasha, I'll ask you one more time. Do you believe Mr. Charlotte can be trusted? Absolutely, Black Widow's tone was resolute. Good. Then, Nick Fury extended his hand toward Charlotte. Mr. Charlotte, welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. Charlotte. Following Nick Fury's personal invitation, Charlotte joined S.H.I.E.L.D., forming the Venom agent duo with Natasha. Time moved to the next day. The Helicourier. After the battle at the Life Foundation, aside from the Fallen, dozens of agents were injured to varying degrees, temporarily staying on the Helicourier to recuperate. Training room. Natasha, in her female Venom form, was testing various data metrics in the female Venom combat suit mode. Preliminary strength estimate is over 150 tons. Speed breaks the sound barrier. Defensive capability can withstand heavy tank shelling. Wow. That's amazing. Makes me want to get a symbiote to wear too. Hawkeye Clint was helping record the data. Behind him stood Director Nick Fury, Commander Maria Hill, and some agents with minor injuries. After watching Natasha and Charlotte's performance, who among them wouldn't want to get a symbiote attached to themselves? Such formidable power made them think of another monster with terrifying destructive capability, the Hulk. And the true God among men, Superman. This isn't the full extent of Venom Agent's power. Natasha stopped, facing everyone, and raised a hand. Charlotte, what were those skill-like moves you used in battle? The high-speed movement that instantly created multiple sonic booms, and kicking out shockwaves with your feet. Charlotte replied, that's a unique form of martial arts. Should I demonstrate for you? Black Widow nodded. Then, Venom Agent shifted into a male form. The change in appearance signified a transfer of bodily control. First, Renkyaku. Charlotte Venom performed a backflip and casually kicked out a blade of air, diagonally slicing through a steel block over 2 meters thick in the firing range. The smooth cut reflected the light from the ceiling. My God. What the hell is that? Hawkeye shouted in disbelief. 20 meters away, slicing a 2-meter thick steel block in half with a kick from a distance. And you're telling us this is martial arts? Nick Fury, Maria Hill, and the group of agents behind them were all stunned. No need to be too surprised. Not all symbiotes can use moves like this. Only I am special. Charlotte Venom was quite satisfied with their reaction. Next, Soru. As the words fell, his legs suddenly exerted force. Boom. The activation of Soru directly created a sonic boom, staggering the surrounding group of agents, making them sway backward. Then they saw Charlotte Venom moving at incredible speed across the training field like a streak of light. In their field of vision, they could only see a black blur. The speed has reached supersonic. Hawkeye, holding the data display, couldn't help but swear. Whoosh. Charlotte Venom returned to the front of the group. He swept his gaze over the agents present. One more move. This one can't be shown directly. My dear host, you tell them what this move really is. As Kanbunshoku Haki activated, enveloping the entire Helicourier in perception, Black Widow froze, unable to believe it was real. OMG. What is this? I can see every corner of the Helicourier, hear conversations in the halls, and the sky outside the carrier. That's enough. Charlotte Venom turned off the external projection of Kanbunshoku Haki. This is Kanbunshoku Haki. Fully activated, it can roughly cover half a city. I generally use this to prevent enemy ambushes. Did they really think Charlotte was just showing off? No. He was deterring them. Displaying his abilities to make those annoying Hydra scum behave, not cause trouble for no reason. Even if they wanted to make a move against him, they'd have to weigh whether they had the capability. Alright, let me rest for a bit. Charlotte Venom looked toward Maria Hill. That pretty lady over there, could you help get a few chocolate bars? Suddenly being addressed like that, Maria Hill was a bit stunned. She pointed at herself in surprise. Are you calling me? Yes. Charlotte Venom nodded. Although he looked fierce, the way he asked for chocolate was somehow adorably clueless. The corner of Maria Hill's mouth lifted slightly. Being complimented on her appearance by an alien was a nice thing. Alright, I'll make a trip for you then, Maria Hill said in high spirits, walking away from the crowd of agents. This scene stunned all the agents. Hawkeye even immediately gave Charlotte, Venom, a thumbs up. Impressive, man. Officer Hill is famously a cold beauty. You actually dared to ask her to get something for you, and most importantly, she actually went. Charlotte, Venom, shrugged, the biomass retracting back into Natasha's body, lying down comfortably inside Black Widow. Charlotte, is Hill very pretty? Black Widow suddenly asked via mental communication. Oh, asking like that, could she be jealous? Or was it a girl's innate competitive spirit regarding looks? Very pretty. She's my type. But compared to you, she falls short. You are the most perfect. Charlotte told the truth. It wasn't flattery, not bootlicking, not simping. This was the truth. After all, his host, Charlotte's host, was absolutely perfect. Is that so? A smile bloomed on Black Widow's pretty face as she refocused on the present. So, director my lord, how's our duo? Not bad, right? Very good. It would be even more perfect if Mr. Charlotte could conscientiously follow my orders in the future, Nick Fury said seriously. I'll handle that, Black Widow said with a smile. Nick Fury still didn't fully trust Charlotte, but he trusted Black Widow. He turned around, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the show's over. Those who need to rest, rest. Those who need to work, work. Everyone back to your posts. After saying that, he led the others away. I'm off too. There's a new mission waiting for me. See you next time, Natasha, and Charlotte. Hawkeye said goodbye with a smile. Goodbye. Black Widow waved. Behind her, Venom also extended a piece of biomass, forming a hand, waving politely. After everyone left, Maria Hill walked over carrying a box of chocolates, meeting Black Widow who was coming out. Maria Hill handed over the box. Here are the chocolates Mr. Charlotte wanted. Thank you. Black Widow smiled and reached out to take them, but Charlotte behind her took them first. Charlotte revealed a small alien-like head, winked at Maria Hill, and politely whispered his thanks. Thank you. You're welcome, Maria Hill said with a smile. Black Widow. Black Widow pursed her lips, inexplicably annoyed, and quickly walked to the lounge. Mr. Charlotte, you seem a bit of a playboy. Playboy? I don't think so. Charlotte said seriously, I'm looking for love, and of course, if I can get it from my host, that would be for the best. No way, another mission so soon. Did all the high-level agents in the massive shield die out? Are they just constantly exploiting Black Widow? What's going on? Didn't we say you'd get a vacation? Charlotte said, displeased. No choice. Receiving the mission notification, Natasha had to end her chat and speed up her eating. 2 hot dogs down, she quickly got up and headed to the director's office. She was naturally a restless person, walking with a slight breeze. A proud smile played on her lips. Some things, only I can handle. After all, the more capable, the more work, right? Director's office. Natasha knocked and entered, walking to the desk. Nick Fury handed her a holographic tablet. Information was displayed on it. Iron Man Tony Stark. Charlotte had been a bit resentful, but seeing this, his resentment turned into interest. This was the plot of Iron Man 2. A chance to make big money had come knocking. I originally planned for you to rest for a while longer, but the situation with Tony Stark is quite serious. Nick Fury clicked on Tony Stark's health information panel, palladium poisoning. The reactor in his chest saved him in the past, but now it's killing him. He didn't make it to the Battle of Old Jinshan, probably because of this. Agent Natasha, I need you to infiltrate Stark Industries, get as close to him as possible, and assess whether he has the qualifications to become an Avenger. Also, thoroughly investigate his physical condition. Natasha scrolled through Tony Stark's information, noting down each important detail. Nick Fury had hinted at this mission before the Life Foundation investigation. She hadn't expected it to come so soon. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Natasha asked. Egghead Nick Fury replied expressionlessly. I've prepared an initial plan for you to get into the upper echelons of Stark Industries. You're also aware of this playboy's personality and preferences. Go take a set of photos first, when he sees you. I refuse. Interrupted, Nick Fury was startled for a moment, raising his head in confusion. Natasha also had a strange expression. It wasn't Natasha who interrupted him, but Charlotte. Charlotte quickly poked a small head out from Natasha's shoulder, staring coldly at Nick Fury's egghead. An undercover mission is acceptable, but taking photos, absolutely not. I will not allow Natasha to receive missions that require her to sell her body in the future. That's my bottom line. Venom agent going for a honey trap. Do you believe I'd bite Tony Stark's head off? Most importantly, he and Black Widow were inseparable. How could he tolerate his host selling her body? If she's selling, it's only to him. Natasha. Nick Fury. Charlotte's sudden outburst left Nick Fury somewhat bewildered. Natasha, on the other hand, felt a little warmth in her heart. He was defending her. Although she carried the title of Black Widow, if she could, who would want to do that kind of work? Nick Fury was not in a hurry, looking directly at Charlotte and asking, "You care about this?" For him, the more Charlotte cared about Natasha, the better. SHIELD currently needed this powerful aid. The moment Venom agent was born, he thought of having this duo join the Avengers. However, he didn't trust Charlotte and needed a period of observation to observe how deep Charlotte's relationship with Natasha was. It seemed now that it was more than just deep. Very much so. If this is a mandatory mission, then someone will definitely get hurt today. Charlotte said in a threatening tone. The little fry in SHIELD right now weren't enough for him to chew on alone. If they want to play tough, then let's play tough. Who's afraid of whom? Charlotte, getting hurt is going too far, isn't it? Natasha said with a smile. She was incredibly happy. Charlotte turned back to look at that exquisite face. Not too far. I told you, that's my bottom line. Thank you, my lovely Mr. Symbiote. Natasha raised her hand and rubbed the symbiote tissue on her shoulder. Ding. Synchronization increased by 2. This scene fell into the egghead's eyes. On the surface, he remained expressionless, but inwardly, he was quite pleased. Threatening him, the director, for Natasha's sake, excellent, even better than expected. Alright, I'll give you face. This mission will be handled by. No. This mission will still be taken by Natasha. Charlotte turned back and interrupted again. Moreover, there's no need to sell her body, she can still get close to this man, Tony Stark. Oh. Nick Fury became interested, clasping his hands together on the desk. Tell me. Charlotte didn't intend to reveal his plan to the egghead, just give the mission to Natasha. I'll plan the rest, and I guarantee we can get close to Tony Stark without resorting to violence. This. Nick Fury fell silent. Could he possibly believe Charlotte's words? Of course not. So, this was also an opportunity for a test. Nick Fury's gaze shifted to Natasha, asking, Agent Natasha, what do you think? I believe Charlotte, and as for this mission. Black Widow shrugged, it doesn't matter whether I take it or not. Alright. Nick Fury acted decisively, slamming his hand on the table and standing up. Agent Natasha, oh no, Venom agent, this mission is entirely under your command. If you need anything during the mission, just contact headquarters. With the mission set, Natasha went back to prepare. On the way, Natasha asked strangely, Charlotte, you said you had a way. What do you plan to do? First, cure his palladium poisoning, and then, strike a deal. Saying this, Charlotte took out a full-screen smartphone from his system space and handed it to Natasha with a hand made of symbiote tissue. I've noticed that your technology level isn't high, and your civilian tech devices are terribly bad. This thing should bring a revolution to your civilian communication devices. This was a 2020 smartphone. It was a product of yesterday's check-in. Through checking in, he got more than just this one phone. He also received related manufacturing data, as well as various app software development data from his previous life. What did Charlotte want to do? He wanted to take advantage of this era where smartphones weren't widespread to make Black Widow a mobile phone magnate. And then become the root of all evil in the US. A capitalist. Achieving this goal required an opportunity to connect with a top-tier and reliable mega-capitalist. So, this was why he denied the mission at first, then let Black Widow accept it again. During this period, Stark Industries had just transitioned from military manufacturing to energy, making it suitable for exploring new industries. Based on the Iron Man 2 plot, the current period is equivalent to 2008 in his previous life, the era when smartphones were just starting. Launching a 2020 smartphone to the public at this time would cause an unimaginable stir, needless to say. Last night, when Charlotte first received the check in reward, his mind hadn't fully grasped it, and he seriously completed the mission, thinking what good were some useless data and a phone. Later, the more he thought about it, the more something felt off, until he saw Black Widow's button phone on the table. A bold idea sprang from his heart. Isn't the US a capitalist nation? Good. Then let Black Widow become a big capitalist through the mobile phone industry. What shield? Agent, what Avengers member, these identities, in the face of wretched capital and politicians, are just dogs pulled out when needed and discarded when not. Even though she was unwilling to believe it, the world was just that real. This is. Natasha took the full-screen smartphone handed over by Charlotte and looked at it up and down twice. A mobile phone. Yes, this is a smartphone with an independent operating system, independent running space, a device that allows users to install third-party services like software, games, and navigation themselves, and can achieve wireless network access through a mobile communication network. Charlotte directly recited the introduction to the smartphone provided by the system. Then he continued, press and hold the button on the side of the phone to power it on. There is a system loading prompt inside. Natasha nodded. She did as Charlotte instructed and powered it on. Harmony OS began to install. After the system was installed, she followed Charlotte's guidance to browse the various functions. As he explained, Natasha's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Especially the ultra-clear photography and beauty features, which were practically a killer weapon against girls. Watching Natasha's growing astonishment, Charlotte learned from Venom, stuck out his tongue, and asked with a slightly seductive tone, "My dear host, how much money do you think we can sell this little thing for, per unit?" 1,000 US dollars. No. If the Bureau allows its purchase, even if it sells for 1,500 US dollars, I absolutely wouldn't hesitate to buy one. Natasha replied firmly. Very good. Charlotte quickly took back the original model from Black Widow's hand, where she was preparing to take a selfie, and asked again, if we cooperate with Tony Stark to sell this, how much money can we make? Quote exclamation mark quote. Hearing this, Natasha paused, her lips slightly parted, stunned in place. As SHIELD's ace agent, no. This amount of profit, even an idiot could see it. Piles of white banknotes seemed to be beckoning to her. I have a question. Natasha looked at Charlotte doubtfully. I know what you want to ask. Charlotte met Natasha's gaze and replied, you want to ask where this thing came from, right? That question is hard for me to answer. In short, this thing will only cause a capital storm and will not harm this world. And it certainly won't involve any mind-controlling symbiote technology. If you don't believe me, we can let Tony Stark oversee the development aspect. If you still don't believe it, then forget it, it doesn't matter. After listening to Charlotte, Natasha blinked her eyes and couldn't help but smile. You're overthinking it, that's not it. What I want to ask is, how are you so familiar with this human system? An alien actually having the idea to make money on Earth is quite magical. There's no other way. Who told your country that capital reigns supreme? Charlotte retracted the symbiote organization and retreated into Natasha's body, communicating the rest through mental connection. This shield is not a good place either. Sooner or later, it will collapse from within. At that time, who knows what fate awaits us? Make money first. In a world where capital reigns, money is everything. With enough capital, even if those disgusting higher-ups have any bad ideas, they'll have to suppress them. Natasha. What he said sounded quite normal, a hidden rule that every normal American understood. But coming from a symbiote, it sounded a bit abnormal. That feeling of illusion grew stronger, she increasingly felt that Charlotte resembled a human. Natasha really wanted to ask, but she knew Charlotte wouldn't answer. Never mind, everyone has their own secrets, perhaps he would tell her later as time went on. As for the internal problems of S.H.I.E.L.D., she had sensed something was wrong a long time ago. The high-level management might have many spies from the World Security Council. Otherwise, Alexander Pierce couldn't have gotten the news so quickly about her investigation into the Life Foundation. If S.H.I.E.L.D. really collapsed from within as Charlotte said. Becoming a capitalist was indeed a better way out. Then let's try it. I'm also very curious what the experience of becoming a capitalist is like. But why must the partner be Tony Stark? That playboy doesn't seem very reliable. I think it would be better to cooperate with Bruce Wayne of Wayne Enterprises. No, listen to me, Tony. Huh. Charlotte froze, his mind struggling to process the information. Wait. Who did you just say? Bruce Wayne. Black Widow assumed Charlotte didn't know who Master Wayne was and explained, a tycoon on the same level as Tony Stark, but his personality is much more stable than Tony Stark's. This fool. Charlotte's composure shattered. Wasn't this supposed to be the Marvel world? How did characters from the 600th world get mixed in? Could this be a fusion world of MC plus DC? Good heavens, MC plus DC, the survival difficulty level is at least 2 tiers higher than a single world. Charlotte had thought he was viewing this world from a god's perspective. This sudden change caught him completely off guard. He absolutely had to understand this world in detail. Hopefully, it was only MC plus DC, and no other worlds intruded. Charlotte snapped back to reality and first answered Black Widow's question, no. Listen to me. Let's choose Tony Stark. I've seen his files, the technology he controls is of great help to our venture. He is the best candidate for cooperation. Black Widow, send an email to Tony Stark's inbox right now containing information on how to cure palladium poisoning. He will contact us soon after seeing it. Also, before we prepare to meet him, please provide me with detailed information about this world. As a Venom agent, I have the right to know some secrets that are more confidential to this world. He needed to understand this world quickly to adjust his future plans. Sigh. Thinking about the absurd enemies Superman faced in the 600th world. Charlotte sighed deeply. His current strength was truly insufficient against them. It was too difficult. New York. On the way to Stark Tower. Half an hour ago, Natasha had sent the email Charlotte mentioned to Tony Stark's private inbox. In less than 5 minutes, Tony Stark replied. With a simple phone call, the two agreed to meet on the top floor of Stark Tower. During the journey over, Charlotte was reading the hidden data and information about this world. As his understanding of this world grew, his heart became heavier and heavier. This world contained not only the DC movie universe characters he already knew but also the unexpected Vought International. That was the company that created Homelander. District 13, Commissioner James. Jackie Chan Adventures. China's Giant Gorge Ship, Super Seminary Project. Mutants, and so on. 2 words. Absurd. Charlotte previously thought his power level was mid-tier in this world. After reading just a few lines, he immediately dropped to the floor. How could a human possibly live in a world like this? Holy shit. Charlotte felt frustrated the entire way, but ultimately had to accept this reality. The more dangerous the world, the faster he needed to develop. He couldn't claim to protect the Earth, but at least he needed the strength to save himself and protect Black Widow. Charlotte, you seem to be troubled by something. That feeling hasn't stopped since we left. Natasha asked curiously. For this outing, Black Widow had specially paired an OL outfit with black silk stockings, exuding an aura of a strong career woman. Perhaps she was mindful of her symbiote's feelings. The area around her chest was completely covered. The tight OL suit in black silk perfectly outlined her figure. Even without exposing any skin, it added a layer of serious beauty. Charlotte suddenly felt that Black Widow shouldn't wear this outfit out, it was better suited for wearing to sleep at night. Symbiote version, Black Serpent entwining silk hand. Thinking this, his mood instantly lightened. Indeed, lewd thoughts were the best motivator. Natasha paused, she sensed Charlotte's mood shifting, and that strange feeling returned. So, he was troubled by that kind of thing. Because of this outfit. Black Widow didn't know whether to feel proud or annoyed, managing a wry smile before reprimanding, Charlotte, that's enough. Be serious. You don't want me making a fool of myself in front of that playboy, do you? Oh. Charlotte quickly restrained himself. Now really wasn't the time. He would wait until the sign in mission refreshed tonight. He wondered what new posture would be unlocked. They soon arrived in front of Stark Tower. Natasha dialed Tony Stark's number, and a moment later, his assistant, Pepper Potts, personally came out to greet them. You must be Miss Natasha, right? Pepper Potts walked over smiling and extended her hand to Black Widow. I am Tony's assistant, Pepper Potts. You can just call me Potts. Hello, Miss Potts. Black Widow returned the smile and shook her hand. Please follow me. Pepper Potts made a gesture inviting them in. After ensuring Black Widow entered first, she quickly walked ahead to lead the way. Miss Natasha, Tony rarely entertains guests like this. He seems to value you highly. Value the person. Or something else. If he were in a healthy state, the probability of him valuing Black Widow as a person would be 100%. Right now, Tony Stark values his own life more. That's understandable, considering we have a big deal to discuss. If it goes through, it might even involve a capital transformation. Natasha replied unhurriedly. You're really here to talk business. Hearing the words, capital transformation, Pepper Potts was taken aback, and her look towards Natasha changed considerably. Clearly, she had misunderstood Black Widow's purpose for being here. What do you mean by that? Natasha, of course, knew what Pepper was thinking and asked with feigned confusion, giving her a way out. Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. Feeling ashamed, Pepper Potts apologized twice while quickening her pace. Let's hurry up, we shouldn't waste your business discussion time. Natasha smiled, said nothing more, and quietly followed alongside her. Taking the private elevator, they quickly arrived at the top floor of Stark Tower, the chairman's office, like a garden in the sky. Inside the office, Tony Stark was restless, unable to sit or stand still, feeling extremely anxious. He glanced left and right at the two sets of Iron Man armor hidden behind the walls, and the portable armor in the suitcase under the desk. His agitated heart settled down quite a bit. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Tony Stark adjusted his demeanor in an instant, adopting an air of confidence, and sat back down in the chairman's seat. Come in. Pepper Potts pushed the door open and led Natasha inside. The person you wanted to see is here. Oh. Seeing Black Widow's appearance, Tony Stark's eyes lit up. He could tell from her voice she was a beauty, but he hadn't expected her to be this stunning in person. Of course, stunning as she was, he wasn't idle. He immediately had Jarvis investigate Natasha's information. Miss Natasha, please have a seat. Tony Stark pointed to the chair in front of the desk. Thank you. Natasha sat down without hesitation. I'll go out and attend to other matters. I hope your discussion goes well. Pepper Potts tactfully left. Once Pepper was out and the door closed, Tony Stark's expression immediately turned aggressive. Miss Natasha, how do you know the details of my physical condition so clearly? I'm very curious. Just what are you? Let me talk to him. Charlotte said to Black Widow via telepathic communication. That might not work. Seeing your form, he might very well attack immediately. Black Widow hesitated. It's fine. The next moment, consciousness shifted. Charlotte took control of Black Widow's body. This will do. Natasha suddenly found herself in the mental realm, viewing the world from the symbiote's perspective, which was quite astonishing. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Then I'll leave it to you. Charlotte Natasha looked at Tony Stark, the corner of her mouth lifting. With unimaginable speed, she suddenly moved, grabbing Tony Stark by the collar, pulling him over, and pinning him down on the desk. She differentiated a portion of symbiote tissue, which seeped from her back into Tony Stark's body. Tony Stark was scared half to death. He wanted to activate the armor, but he was pinned down too firmly, with no chance to initiate it. Just as he was about to start cursing, he suddenly felt a refreshing sensation wash over his entire body. His physical condition was rapidly improving at a perceptible rate. After Charlotte Natasha resolved Tony Stark's palladium poisoning issue, she abruptly turned him onto his back, and with one hand, ripped off the arc reactor on his chest. The symbiote tissue quickly cleared the shrapnel from Tony Stark's chest cavity, then repaired the missing flesh on his chest. After all this, the symbiote tissue was expelled from the body, falling to the floor lifeless. Tony Stark lay on the desk, staring blankly at the woman who had overpowered him so effortlessly. He was utterly confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Okay, done. After healing Tony Stark's injuries, Charlotte Natasha casually tossed the extracted arc reactor onto the desk, sat back in her seat, crossed her legs, and said nonchalantly, Mr. Stark, I suggest you go get a physical checkup first. Come back to talk after you've confirmed everything's fine. In fact, even if Charlotte Natasha hadn't said it, Tony Stark would have done so. Though the method was rough, he truly felt a long-lost sense of health. Tony Stark got up, glanced at Charlotte Natasha, said nothing, picked up the arc reactor from the desk, and walked behind a wall. Will Tony Stark appreciate your help after you treated him like that? Natasha asked. Charlotte nodded. He will. Don't be fooled by his playboy exterior, he's actually someone who places great importance on debts of gratitude and loyalty. As she nodded, her gaze suddenly noticed a stain on the front of her clothes. She raised a hand to wipe it. Still not quite clean, wiped a couple more times. Natasha. Are you trying to die, Charlotte? Natasha said darkly. Charlotte looked bewildered. What's wrong? Your clothes were dirty, I was just cleaning them for you. Is that not okay? Natasha snorted coldly. Do you think I'm an idiot? Put your hand down now. Have you no shame? Using her body and still trying to take advantage of her. Swish. Charlotte quickly lowered her hand. Of course, this wasn't because she was afraid of Black Widow, it was because Tony Stark had finished his checkup and returned. Wow. The Tony Stark who returned was practically a different person from the one who left. He looked refreshed, even his walk had regained its former flamboyant swagger. This is incredible. I can't even begin to describe it. I suppose I should say thank you, right? Of course, a simple thank you isn't enough to express my gratitude. How about this? Tony Stark walked all the way to Charlotte. Natasha sat sideways on the edge of the desk, and smiled. Come with me to my place for a detailed discussion. Charlotte. Black Widow. They really wanted to bite off or punch this idiot's head. Are you sure? Feeling playful, Charlotte cupped her chin with one hand, using Black Widow's face to make a seductive expression. Tony Stark nodded. Then, Charlotte Natasha suddenly stood up. Symbiote tissue surged from within her body, transforming back into the Venom entity right in front of Tony Stark. Staring up at the monster over 2 meters tall, with a ferocious face and a long, lolling tongue, Tony Stark was dumbfounded. He swallowed hard, his backside slipping off the edge of the desk with a thump, landing hard on his rear. What's wrong, little guy? Charlotte Venom grabbed Tony Stark with one hand, leaning her terrifying face forward, using the entity's rough voice to shout, weren't we going to your place to talk? Hurry up, I really like your type. Tony Stark's face twitched, nearly fainting on the spot. Mental realm. Black Widow almost died laughing watching Charlotte's antics. Honestly, it was utterly disgusting. After this experience, Tony Stark would probably be scared just seeing her in the future. No. Let go of me. We'll talk about whatever it is right here. Get your face away from me, I'm about to throw up. Tony Stark shouted urgently. Not interested anymore. How disappointing. Charlotte Venom released Tony Stark, retracted the symbiote tissue, and transformed back into Charlotte Natasha. Tony Stark stood on the floor, quickly backing away 2 meters, clutching his chest with lingering fear. What just happened was more intense than his first time in the Iron Man armor. His heart felt like it was about to leap out of his mouth. What the hell are you? Tony Stark looked at Charlotte Natasha with a complex expression, but showed no hostility. He wasn't a fool. If Charlotte Natasha wanted to kill him, she would have done so earlier. Besides, there was no need to save him just to attack him afterward. In this era where monsters roamed freely, not judging by appearance was basic common sense. Alien, mutant, or some mad scientist's experiment. Alien, a symbiotic life form. It parasitizes humans, coexists with them. Now it belongs to humanity. Charlotte Natasha didn't mind explaining in detail. She needed to establish a stable cooperative relationship with Tony Stark. Interacting with genuine identity was a prerequisite for building that relationship. Making things clear now would save a lot of trouble in the future if anything happened. Symbiote. Wait, I remember now. Tony Stark ran back behind his desk and used Jarvis to pull up the news reports from a few days ago concerning the Life Foundation. Through the news, he received feedback that Charlotte was a hero. She was already regarded as an idol by countless children. Another alien hero similar to Superman. But why does this one look so, What should I call you? Natasha is your host's name, what about you? Tony Stark asked. Charlotte Natasha replied, my name is Charlotte, that's the name I use on Earth. Well then, Mr. Charlotte, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to discuss business with me. Tell me about it, what kind of business? Since the matters needing resolution and those needing to be known were mostly settled, Tony Stark got straight to the point. Charlotte Natasha also didn't hesitate, took out a smartphone, placed it on the desk, and pushed it in front of Tony Stark. A civilian smartphone, Charlotte Natasha said. I'm too lazy to explain this part. Have your AI butler scan the data on this phone. I believe with your intelligence, you should understand what I mean once you get the results. Alright. Tony Stark picked up the phone, looked it over, and then handed it to Jarvis for scanning. He quickly got the results. He looked at the data Jarvis provided him, then looked at Charlotte Natasha with a strange expression and said, are you sure you want to sell this thing as a civilian phone? Sure. Charlotte Natasha replied decisively. Okay. Tony Stark put down the phone and asked seriously, then how do you want to cooperate? I provide the equipment R&D data, you provide the money and the equipment. We split it 6-4. Charlotte Natasha took out a crystal USB drive and tossed it to Tony Stark. Me 6, you 4. Tony Stark caught the USB drive and nodded. No problem, that's very reasonable. You're thinking too much. Me 6, you 4, Charlotte Natasha said expressionlessly. Fine. Tony Stark shrugged. Seeing as you saved my life, 6-4 it is then. There are a few software programs inside that look good. If used well, they could be more profitable than selling phones. However, let me be clear first, we can dominate the phone market. If other jealous parties try to muscle in, it won't be easy with Stark Industries involved. But that won't work for the software side. I have a suggestion for you, allocate a portion of the profits. Tie those people's interests to yours, and things will be much better in the future, both for business and your personal safety. Under the backdrop of multiple worlds merging, capital is very important, and capital forces are even more important. Those guys will do anything as long as the benefits are sufficient. Even if they commit monstrous evils worthy of 1,000 executions, they can still mobilize forces from all sides for protection. Of course, when dealing with those who dare to affect their profits, their methods are equally bottomless. This is the capitalist state. Tony Stark didn't need to elaborate, Charlotte had thought the same way before he spoke. Charlotte Natasha replied, I don't understand business matters. You handle it. We'll just wait to collect the money. Are you planning to be a hands-off boss? Tony Stark was somewhat speechless. He had been sick recently, handing over all company matters to Pepper and starting to indulge in the final moments of his life. He had just recovered from his illness, and now, good heavens, he was suddenly working for someone else. You arrange it. I trust that the great Tony Stark, the mighty Iron Man, wouldn't lie to an outsider like me. Charlotte Natasha narrowed her eyes, displaying a meaningful smile. Was that a threat? Tony Stark thought of Venom's terrifying face and instantly felt a chill. Alright, I'll call people to handle it. You just prepare to collect your money. Okay, thanks. Charlotte Natasha returned to a normal expression. Could you do me 2 more favors? What else do you want? Tony Stark asked helplessly. Charlotte Natasha smiled and said without politeness, first, give me some Stark Industries stock. Is that okay? Tony Stark, _ 2% at most. That's enough, thank you. Charlotte Natasha thanked him again. Stark Industries' transformation into the energy sector was showing results. The value of 2% of the stock was at least $2 to $3 billion US. Black Widow's net worth instantly soared to hundreds of millions. Black Widow equals him. Although money wasn't that important to the symbiote, the feeling of having money was definitely better than not having it. Feeling quite pleased. What's the other one? Tony Stark urged, eager to enjoy his healthy life. Charlotte Natasha glanced to the left and right. You're quite afraid of death. Just for self-preservation, you brought 3 suits of armor with you just for a meeting. Hearing this, Tony Stark paused and asked in surprise, how did you know? It was one thing to know about the suits hidden on his left and right sides. But knowing about the portable armor built beneath his feet not long ago was too unreasonable. Telling the truth, my perception can cover half a city. You could say, as long as I spread out my senses, half the city holds no secrets from me, Charlotte Natasha said with a faint smile. Tony Stark. Operator. Operator. Half a city. You aren't related to Superman, are you? Tony Stark asked dumbly. No relation. If there were a relation, I wouldn't be messing around with all this flashy stuff. Charlotte Natasha stood up, full of enthusiasm. Bring out a suit of armor and help me run a test. Tony Stark was genuinely startled by what happened before. Charlotte's movement to stand up made him instinctively take a step back. Okay, wait, Tony Stark quickly walked toward the wall hiding the armor. Mental domain. Seeing Tony Stark walk away, Black Widow said, about the Stark stock, I can't believe it. He actually agreed. Normal. He's actually just like me, Charlotte said with a smile. What do you mean? Black Widow asked curiously. Charlotte replied, he senses that a crisis is coming and needs to make some reliable friends. Crisis. Natasha paused. Charlotte couldn't tell Black Widow what would happen in the future. In short, having one more friend means one more way out. That's true. Natasha nodded in agreement, then asked, Charlotte, why are you interested in the Iron Man armor? That metal shell shouldn't be much for a monster like you, right? The monster Black Widow mentioned wasn't meant literally, it referred to someone powerful like a monster. I have an ability to analyze weapons. Once the analysis is successful, I can use symbiote cells to simulate it, Charlotte replied. So you want to? Natasha became interested. Her eyes shone with anticipation. She, who considered the Dodge Tomahawk romantic, how could she not have designs on the Iron Man armor? Venom plus Iron Man armor, just thinking about it was thrilling. As they spoke, Tony Stark walked up next to the desk wearing the modified Iron Man armor. The arc reactor in the chest had been removed. The armor's energy supply needed a complete overhaul, so it took some time to modify. Also, due to energy issues, the folding armor needed major reworking and currently looked like a pile of scrap metal. The armor opened, and Tony Stark emerged full of confidence. How is it? Not bad, right? If I had been wearing this suit just now, you wouldn't have been able to catch me. Is that so? Charlotte Natasha stood up and walked toward the Iron Man armor, whose model number was unknown. My base punching power is over 150 tons, and my speed exceeds the speed of sound. How many punches do you think this metal shell can withstand? Tony Stark. 011 plus 0. A 150-ton punch, how many hits can it take? Is that something a human would ask? Alien. I advise you to be merciful. Charlotte Natasha approached the Iron Man armor, raised one hand, covered it with symbiote tissue, and inserted it into the armor's interior. Analysis initiated. A progress bar appeared in her mind. Estimated completion time, 24 hours. Charlotte froze on the spot. This meant he had to stand there doing nothing for 24 hours. Would you like to try too, Mr. Charlotte? Seeing Charlotte's bewildered look, a hint of pride appeared on Tony Stark's face. Even an alien was interested in his Iron Man armor, which proved that his armor technology had merit even beyond Earth. I am utilizing my biological traits to analyze your armor's data and simulate it, understand? Charlotte Natasha said casually. Once the analysis is complete, I can turn into an Iron Man suit myself, and it will be a biologically evolving version. Tony Stark. Tony Stark's old face darkened, his pride hurt, and he became a bit angry. You are plagiarizing my armor technology without my permission like this. I'm going to sue you. Alright, we're already this familiar, why worry about so much? Charlotte Natasha waved her hand and added some bragging. With your intelligence, the technology in this suit will soon be obsolete. Letting me borrow it saves waste. Well, analyzing this suit takes 24 hours. I don't want you staying here with me for that long and causing any misunderstandings for my lovely host. Please step out for a moment. Tony Stark. The first part was quite pleasing, he did have the blueprint for a new type of armor in his mind. The latter half of the words. Tony Stark immediately had a black question mark face. Told to leave to avoid misunderstandings. Had he heard correctly? This was Stark Tower, he was the boss of Stark Industries, and he was being asked to leave. No. Fine, then I can only. Charlotte shrugged helplessly. As she spoke, the black symbiote tissue spread over Natasha's OL attire and black stockings, about to revert to its Venom form. Tony Stark, still feeling the lingering fear from what happened earlier, stared wide-eyed in horror as he saw Charlotte about to transform. Stop. Okay. I'm leaving, isn't that enough? Tony Stark raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, his expression extremely helpless. 24 hours, right? As he spoke, he moved closer to the desk, retrieved the portable armor hidden underneath, and quickly backed toward the door. During this time, if you need anything, just ask. I won't let anyone in here. Goodbye. Click. He turned, pushed the door open, and gave Jarvis the order to lock it. After doing this, Tony Stark took a deep breath, turned around, and saw Pepper Potts standing by the door. Tony, what are you, MMMPH? Before Pepper could finish her question, Tony Stark dropped the portable armor, rushed forward, and kissed her deeply. This was the second time he had faced life and death since the kidnapping incident. He had come to a realization. Even the most carefree playboy eventually needs a place to return to. The old playboy Tony Stark was gone, now there was only Iron Man Tony Stark. Pepper was surprised at first, but then she began to enjoy it. When the kiss ended, Tony Stark held Pepper and said, 2 things. First, be my girlfriend. Second, become the CEO of Stark Industries. Is that okay? Pepper's face flushed. The 2 things came too suddenly, leaving her unable to react. At that moment, Tony Stark embodied the domineering CEO persona, giving Pepper no chance to hesitate. As a gift for my rebirth, please say yes, okay. Pepper nodded gently. Tony Stark, filled with emotion, picked Pepper up and headed straight for the adjacent lounge area. Inside the office, Black Widow asked, are you sure you really want to stand here for 24 hours? Yes, this thing isn't an ordinary weapon, after all. It's normal for it to take longer, Charlotte replied. Alright, I thought you were tricking him. 24 hours. Black Widow playfully teased Charlotte, her expression turning meaningful. How do you plan to spend this time? This. Charlotte really wanted to say, just like what Tony Stark is doing right now. He silently turned off his Kanbunshoku haki. He replied, this is fine. As long as you're here, I won't feel lonely. Ah. Black Widow was taken aback. Can you be normal? Saying things like that, how am I supposed to continue? Charlotte was about to say something when Black Widow interrupted him. Never mind, let's talk about something else. I think I heard you call me Guiji. Does that mean Black Widow's sister? It has nothing to do with Black Widow. The name just rolls off the tongue easily. I like it, Charlotte explained. You know, Charlotte, Black Widow suddenly became serious, a hint of sadness emanating from within. I've never liked bearing the title of Black Widow. If you don't like it, I won't call you that anymore. What would you like me to call you? Charlotte asked. No, don't rush. Let me finish. Black Widow's sadness softened into tenderness. I don't like Black Widow, but for some reason, I seem to like it when you call me Guiji. Charlotte. Woman, I think you're flirting with me, and I have evidence. Gu. Guiji. Charlotte stammered. Black Widow smiled sweetly. What? Are you moved? No, I want to say, please, spare me your charms. As Charlotte had said, being with Black Widow didn't make him feel lonely. For the 24 hours, they chatted for the first half. In the latter half, Black Widow, bored out of her mind, grew drowsy and fell asleep. She slept for a full 12 hours. The dream continued from where it left off, but this time, the man in the dream inexplicably became even more intense. Even after waking up, her heart was still pounding wildly, and her face was flushed as if she'd been given an adrenaline shot. The symbiote tissue reluctantly retreated back inside Black Widow. While Black Widow slept, Charlotte maintained his true form, protecting and watching over her for a full half day. When the time was up, the progress bar in his mind reached 100%. Done. Charlotte Natasha withdrew her hand and called out, Jarvis, notify Tony we're ready. He can come back to continue our discussion. Certainly, ma'am, the AI Jarvis replied politely. Ma'am, Charlotte. This was quite disheartening. A good deal of the joy from the night's fun faded. When will I ever get a normal human male body? About 3 minutes later. Tony Stark pushed the door open, holding a stack of documents. He looked slightly pale, as if he'd overindulged. Tony Stark yawned and handed the documents to Charlotte Natasha. These are the share transfer papers, along with the plans and contracts I worked on all night. Take a look and sign if everything's okay. Worked on all night. Hey, Tui. Clearly, he had fun all night and rushed to prepare the documents afterward. Have some shame, will you? Don't you have any idea what you did last night? Charlotte Natasha didn't spare Tony Stark any face. She took the documents, barely glanced at them, quickly signed Black Widow's name with the attached pen, and tossed them back. There. Caught in his lie, Tony Stark froze for a moment. After catching the documents, he said firmly, how could I forget about that? I was careless. Charlotte had clearly said he could sense half the city. Tony had been having fun just a few walls away. What difference did it make from watching it live? With you around, I'm never doing that kind of thing again. What kind of thing? Charlotte Natasha feigned ignorance. Tony Stark shrugged, really wanting to hit someone. He'd never seen such a shameless alien. He decisively forced a change of topic. Let's not talk about other things. Come on. First, let me see the results of your night's work. I want to see how you've adapted my technology. What the fool? Tony Stark's words were cut short as what happened before his eyes made him curse loudly. The Venom armor mode was overall dark black, with patterns similar to Spider-Man's etched on its surface. It didn't have a strong mechanical feel. Instead, it closely resembled the nano armor from Avengers, Infinity War and Avengers, Endgame. The face retained Venom's pair of white eyes. Since the armor mode had no mouth, the terrifying set of teeth and tongue finally disappeared. Of course, after spending so much time, it couldn't have just copied the appearance. The palms had repulsor beams, the feet had rocket thrusters, and various weapons were loaded under the armor on the shoulders and arms. To be honest, Charlotte was a bit confused too. What powered the armor mode? If the repulsor beams and rocket thrusters consumed stamina, what about ammunition replenishment? He inexplicably thought of Bully Spider. Bully Spider didn't have web shooters. After being bitten by the mutated spider, he could shoot webs directly from his body. So some people had speculated that Bully Spider-Man shot Ew. Why did a sudden, intense sense of disgust wash over him? Tony Stark circled Charlotte Venom armor twice and praised, as expected of something evolved from my armor. Not bad, very cool. Tony Stark returned to the front and asked eagerly, how's the performance? Charlotte Venom armor activated the thrusters on his feet, which emitted flames, steadily lifting him into the air. Want to try this too? Charlotte Venom armor raised both hands, aiming his palms at Tony Stark, with light gathering at the repulsor ports. Panels on the sides of the legs, shoulders, and waist automatically opened, revealing weapons of various sizes. Seeing this, Tony Stark's eyes lit up as if he were looking at a peerless beauty, filled with admiration. Admiration was fine, but to outsiders, this kind of gaze seemed very strange. A total pervert. However, Charlotte could understand this feeling. He was a mecha fanatic too. If such a dark armor had been placed before him in his previous life, tisk tisk. Can you tell me what your power source is? Oh, and your weapon reserves, Tony Stark asked. Charlotte. I don't know. It's an innate ability, hard to describe. Probably consumes stamina, Charlotte answered truthfully. What? Tony Stark tilted his head in confusion. Consumes stamina. Stamina can maintain the armor. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Tony Stark examined the Venom armor again and asked incredulously, how do you replenish your stamina? Eat chocolate, Charlotte replied. What? Upon hearing the answer, Tony Stark's expression changed dramatically. Confusion, right pointing arrow, surprise, right pointing arrow, excitement, right pointing arrow, obsession. Bro, I can give you another 1% of the shares. Give me some of your cells to study, how about it? Tony Stark saw infinite possibilities for overcoming the limitations of armor in Charlotte. If he could decipher the symbiote's genes and use its biological properties to develop armor, the potential was unimaginable. The effect of a piece of chocolate far surpassed that of an arc reactor. This defied the laws of physics. Sorry, no way. Charlotte flatly refused. Let alone 1% of the shares, even 2% was impossible. He only had this body left, there was absolutely no way he would let anyone study it. 3%, plus $100 million in cash. Deal. Charlotte agreed without hesitation. It was just a few cells, selling them was fine. Let him research them however he wanted, without the system, he was nothing anyway. Great. Wait for me. Tony Stark bolted out like the wind, shouting something as he ran. Charlotte. Black Widow. 2 hours later. In front of Stark Tower. Everything was settled. Natasha walked out holding a bank card, looking stunned. 5% of Stark Industries plus $100 million. She had just become a billionaire. It felt like a dream. Seriously, Charlotte, I want to retire right now. Black Widow joked with a smile. In the past, with the money and the backing of Stark Industries, retiring would guarantee a peaceful life. Not now. She was Venom agent now, SHIELD wouldn't let her go, and those fools on the World Security Council wouldn't let her off either. Okay. First, let's buy a house to have a stable home, then buy a couple of farms, a few luxury cars, and whenever we're free, we can go on a world tour. Doesn't that sound like a perfect life? Charlotte cooperatively provided a perfect retirement plan. Hearing Charlotte's words, Natasha paused, seeming to fantasize about the life described, and the corner of her mouth curved slightly upward. It sounded good, but alas. Why think so much? We'll enjoy it when we have time. Charlotte sensed Black Widow's mood shifting from happy to lost and quickly interrupted, let's go. First, let's buy the house and the cars. Since we have the money, we'll get the absolute best ones. PFF'd. Black Widow was amused by his words. No way. This money was earned by selling myself. I need to be frugal with it. Frugality isn't necessary, just responsibility is enough. Charlotte said. With such a considerate and money-making Mr. Symbiote, what else was there to say? Natasha smiled. Fine, I'll be responsible. Let's go. I spotted a nice property on the edge of Manhattan a long time ago, let's go buy it now. Okay. Charlotte was already looking forward to the nightlife waiting for Black Widow after she fell asleep in the new villa. Natasha left Stark Industries with a cheerful gait. After only a few steps, her cell phone rang from her bag. Without thinking, at this time, if anyone called, it could only be Egghead Nick Fury. Black Widow also guessed that Nick Fury would call. She answered with composure, Director, is there something you need? Agent Natasha, I need an explanation. Nick Fury said listlessly. It's been a little over a day since the mission began, and how did you become a shareholder of Stark Industries? A 5% stake gives considerable voice in Stark Industries. How did you manage that? Nick Fury wasn't concerned about the 5% stake, he was worried that Charlotte would make a move against Tony Stark. Don't worry, Mr. Charlotte and that playboy are getting along very well. The shares were earned by him selling himself. Natasha replied with a smile. Selling himself. Nick Fury was stunned. Stop joking, Agent Natasha. Please report the mission seriously. Alright, here's how it went. Natasha explained in detail. Charlotte cured Tony Stark's poisoning, and then he performed a minor surgery on Tony Stark to remove the shrapnel from his body. From now on, he won't have to rely on the arc reactor to live. That 5% stake is the surgical fee given to Charlotte. Black Widow was smart and concealed the matter of the smartphone in her mission report. The mission was the mission, and the business was the business. Black Widow clearly understood Egghead's personality. If the smartphone deal were revealed, S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely get involved. She couldn't say it now. Once it was listed on the market and the matter was settled, it wouldn't be too late to mention it. S.H.I.E.L.D. owed her some favors. These favors, just as Charlotte told her, would be repaid in the future when she had the capital, by becoming the financial pillar behind S.H.I.E.L.D. Which was equivalent to covertly controlling S.H.I.E.L.D. After hearing Natasha's report, Nick Fury fell silent, pondering something. A moment later, he asked a question unrelated to the mission. How does Tony Stark feel about Charlotte? Very good. Except for being put off by Charlotte's appearance, they converse very openly in other aspects. Natasha replied. Also, Tony Stark brought out his Iron Man armor, and Charlotte used his abilities to replicate it, evolving into a symbiote armor mode. Nick Fury was startled, and his tone quickened significantly. What did you say? Symbiote armor. Charlotte has that kind of ability. Yes, it seems only he among the symbiote race has it. He often tells me he's special. Natasha replied. Can you return to the helicarrier? Nick Fury asked. Natasha refused. Not really. I still have official business to handle, plus some personal matters. I want to take this opportunity to buy a house on the edge of Manhattan. Quote. Nick Fury fell into thought again. Natasha grew impatient. Director, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up now, I'm in a hurry. You didn't expose your identity as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, did you? Nick Fury asked again. Of course. Natasha said as a matter of course. He thinks I'm a lucky woman possessed by an alien. He probably won't suspect anything in the short term. Fine. Then, considering I'm cutting your vacation short, I'll allow you to handle some personal affairs during the mission. This will also help you hide your identity. Nick Fury compromised. Before hanging up, he added a reminder, remember to make good use of your shareholder status and get as close to Tony Stark as possible. Got it. Hanging up. Natasha impatiently hung up the phone. When only the clamor of the street remained around them, Black Widow and Charlotte were both silent. 1 second they were thinking about retirement, and the next second the phone rang. This was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s data surveillance. So, escaping wasn't that easy. Let's go. Natasha took a deep breath, adjusted her state, and restored her previous smile. She hailed a cab on the roadside and left gracefully. In less than half a day, Black Widow bought the high-end villa she favored on the edge of Manhattan. She also bought over $300,000 worth of furniture. In the evening, looking at this warm and prosperous home, Natasha's mood soared. Along with it, the synchronization value rapidly increased, soon settling at 30%. Ding. Received 3 random rewards. 1. Starship, Heavenly Blade 7, upgraded version. Originating from the angel civilization of the super god world, a celestial-level starship. The upgraded version has doubled in volume, with defense, firepower, and computational power increased 5-fold. 2. Immortal Bean, upgraded version times 3. Originating from the Dragon Ball Super world. Ingestion instantly restores 1 to full status. The upgraded version can be used even when the soul state is compromised. Ingestion by the deceased results in direct resurrection. 3. 7-star pill, red. Originating from the Calabash Brothers world, a miraculous pill obtained by refining the strength gourd baby. Upon consumption, it can gradually unlock immense strength and the special ability to grow larger and larger. Initial pill stats, increases strength by 500 tons. Body size can freely increase up to 6 meters and shrink down to 1 meter. Holy crap. A celestial level starship. And its volume doubled. If this thing were deployed, wouldn't it be as big as an island? The upgraded immortal beans could resurrect the dead 3 times, which wasn't bad, it offered 3 chances for rebirth. Wait a minute. Dawa's ability. Charlotte ignored the strength attribute and focused entirely on that supernatural power. Growing big and small was a divine skill countless men yearned for. When he recovered his human form, hey, Charlotte suddenly saw a bright future. I feel like I'm having some inappropriate thoughts. Black Widow gave him a look of disdain and grumbled, it's just a new home, we don't even know when we can move in. What are you thinking about? Charlotte awkwardly stopped fantasizing and quickly made an excuse. You misunderstood. This is the symbiote's happy reaction. If you're happy, I'm happy. That's right, exactly like that. Black Widow. Too lazy to pay attention to Charlotte's nonsense, Black Widow beautifully rolled her eyes and began walking around the house. Looking here, looking there. Charlotte inexplicably felt that although the house was good, it was too quiet. He still preferred an environment with more people and excitement. After settling things with Black Widow, he had to develop a few more subplots when he got the chance. Keeping the house from being quiet was a man's responsibility. Arriving at the bedroom, Black Widow looked contentedly at the large bed. The bedding and sheets on the bed were worth $30,000. They were clean, the service staff had helped make the bed when they delivered them. Black Widow threw herself onto the bed and rolled around happily. Charlotte's consciousness followed her movements and rolled around too. How about we take a nap? Charlotte suggested. Natasha looked at the ceiling and thought for a moment. That sounds like a good idea. Charlotte asked expectantly, then shall I start the hypnosis? Natasha nodded. Wait, I'll start right now. Buzz. The hypnosis didn't have time to begin before the phone rang again. Natasha shrugged and got up helplessly to answer the call. She thought it was the service staff, but she looked at the caller ID. Nick Fury. Charlotte was furious. It's that dead egghead again. Hello, director, what is it now? Natasha asked weakly. Natasha, you're still in Manhattan, right? Hurry, a fight broke out in Harlem near you. Nick Fury said urgently. The targets are the Hulk and a monster similar to him. Innocent residents have already been affected. I think this is the moment for Venom Agent to strike. Charlotte. Black Widow. Mentioning the words, Venom Agent, made her feel a surge of excitement. Let's go. We're taking this mission. Charlotte took the initiative. Okay. Since Charlotte agreed, Black Widow had nothing more to say. Send me the address. I'll be at the battlefield within a minute. Hanging up the phone, Black Widow immediately sprang into action, sprinting toward the door. Just as she ran out the main entrance, her phone rang again. Nick Fury sent the address via text message. At the same moment, the symbiote began spreading across her body the instant she stepped out. Venom, symbiote armor mode activated. Soaring into the sky. Venom Agent, deploying. The Earth in the merged world was larger in volume than the normal Earth of the previous life, and the territories of several superpowers had undergone many changes. The Venom armor sped rapidly under the dim evening sky. It's strange, Charlotte. Do you like fighting? Why are you so enthusiastic about this kind of mission? Natasha asked curiously along the way. Charlotte replied, I don't particularly like fighting. First, it's to test the level of the armor mode, and second, it's to make a name for myself. About a year ago, Bot International launched a superhero popularity ranking for the world, which had a certain influence on ordinary names. Superman, Batman, Iron Man, and Wonder Woman occupied the top 4 spots. Superman was idolized by a generation of young people due to his immense strength and extreme kindness. Batman's main area of operation was Gotham City, which limited the growth of his popularity. As for Iron Man, the world's richest man plus Iron Man armor plus not being secretive like other superheroes, he was deeply loved by the majority. In just 6 months since his debut, he had shot up to the top 3 positions. Wonder Woman was originally ranked 3rd but was squeezed out by Iron Man a week ago. The reason she made the list, romantic, possessing immense strength, full of a sense of justice, and a girl who championed righteousness, who wouldn't love her. In the subsequent rankings, Cyclops, Wolverine, and others also had considerable popularity. One point was worth mentioning. Bot International created the superhero popularity list, but none of the 7 superheroes under the company made it into the top 10. Because of Superman's existence, Homelander was heavily criticized by netizens. Also because of Superman, Homelander had to restrain himself, striving to maintain a kind and benevolent image, daring not to make any reckless moves. Charlotte didn't care whether this list was inflated or if she could make the rankings. In any case, she needed to accumulate some grassroots popularity first. Possessing both capital and public opinion meant that one could basically move unimpeded in the ordinary world. As for keeping a low profile, being targeted by the World Security Council, which was controlled by Hydra, how could one keep a low profile? She would worry about that after wiping them out. You want us to be superheroes? Black Widow asked in surprise. Superheroes, this reminded her of the Avengers initiative formulated by Nick Fury. Charlotte nodded, answering vaguely, at least for now, we need this kind of identity setting. As for later, it's driven by interest, I suppose. Black Widow was stunned, finding Charlotte increasingly incomprehensible. Did she have the air of a conspirator? Harlem, the battlefield. Emil Bronsky, the hero soldier, resulting from the fusion of Banner's blood and the super soldier serum, had transformed into a green monster with exposed vertebrae, Abomination. Thirsting for ultimate power, he attacked the residents of Harlem and the U.S. soldiers who had rushed to pursue the Hulk in order to duel the Green Giant. His atrocities caused Banner, who had just eliminated the Hulk's influence, to develop a sense of responsibility for the birth of Abomination. He intended to use the Hulk's power to deal with this evil monster. Jumping down from the helicopter in a suicidal manner, he stimulated the receding radiation genes in his body, transforming back into the Hulk. The great battle between the two monsters thus commenced. With arm strength exceeding 100 tons and skin almost immune to heavy firepower, consequently, civilians and soldiers suffered greatly. Someone might ask, why didn't Superman dare to come and save people at this time? He wanted to come, but did they forget who facilitated all of this? The U.S. military. Superman had no right to interfere with the autonomous choices of humanity. At such a time, he could only do things that were within reason. Boom, boom, bang. The fight between Abomination and the Hulk was purely a contest of brute strength. They hammered each other back and forth, slamming each other into residential buildings, destroying half a city block in no time. Look, Iron Man. Iron Man is here to save us. The sharp-eyed populace saw the two flames flying in the sky and instinctively mistook them for the currently popular Iron Man. General Ross and a group of soldiers looked in the direction the crowd was watching, only to find that the two flames were descending toward his position. Natasha, Venom armor, landed in front of General Ross. Looking at the unfamiliar armor, General Ross was uncertain if the person inside was Tony Stark. Frowning, he asked with a tone of doubt, "Are you Tony Stark?" "No, don't misunderstand, General Ross." Natasha, Venom armor, presented her credentials. General Ross took the credentials with a strange expression. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Venom Agent. So, you're someone from the World Security Council. Recalling those disgusting politicians on the council, his tone turned unfriendly. Are you also planning to wade into this muddy water? No, don't misunderstand. I received orders to stop this disaster. Natasha, Venom Agent, took back her ID. If there are no issues, may I proceed? The surroundings had already turned into hell, and his daughter was trapped in the center of the battlefield. At this point, an extreme hawk like General Ross had nothing to say and sighed with gravity. I'm counting on you. My daughter is in there too. I hope you can save her. I will do my best. After completing the official procedure, Natasha activated the thrusters on the Venom armor's feet and instantly rushed into the battlefield. An iron fist slammed into Abomination, who was currently pummeling the Hulk, sending him flying back into the destroyed street. She raised her hand and fired 2 more repulsor blasts from her palms. First, she needed to contain Abomination within the already ruined area to prevent greater damage. Since the instruction received was to deal with Abomination first, Natasha ignored the Hulk behind her and continued attacking Abomination. But just as she was about to pursue, a huge fist from the Hulk whistled toward her from behind. Charlotte sensed the threat and rapidly differentiated symbiote material on her back, weaving it into a shield that blocked the Hulk's punch. The shield neutralized most of the force, but due to the sheer surprise, Natasha still staggered forward uncontrollably twice. "Uh-oh, this little green fatty seems to have gotten desperate from being hit," Charlotte commented with amusement while enduring the follow-up heavy blows from the Hulk. "Perfect. We can just lure him away then." Natasha controlled the Venom armor to fly rapidly toward the center of the ruins. The Hulk glared with eyes full of rage, roared, and leapt up, pouncing toward Natasha, Venom armor, in midair. The increased anger amplified his strength and speed. This pounce even managed to catch up to the Venom armor's speed. Just as the Hulk's massive body was about to crash into the Venom armor, a fist suddenly hammered out from behind the Venom armor, hitting him like a baseball. One punch sent him flying away. With Charlotte present, unless there was an absolute suppression across all attributes, any sneak attack in front of him was a joke. He was the strongest man on and behind Natasha. However, being hit twice in succession by the Hulk made Black Widow's mood very irritable. Why don't we just beat both of these idiots up together? Charlotte, with your strength, can you manage this task? Fighting two at once, could it be done? Definitely. In the original version, Venom fighting both the Hulk and Abomination simultaneously wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. In the current version, winning is absolutely not a problem. In terms of strength, they were on the same level. As for martial arts, there was no need to even mention it. With the martial arts skills from the One Piece series acting like superpowers supporting him, a full power battle meant victory was only a matter of time. As for the armor mode, the current technological level was too low. It was convenient for travel or firepower suppression, but it lacked flexibility, and many characteristics of the symbiote could not be utilized. In summary, it was suitable for war, but not for one-on-one combat, requiring further improvement. My dear host, please don't ask a man if he can do it. I will only answer, absolutely yes. Charlotte replied with conviction. You, a man. HMPH. Black Widow scornfully rolled her eyes and let out a soft snort, immediately refocusing her attention on Abomination. Forget it, if you say you're a man, then you are. Then, my little man, accompany me in educating these two fools. As she spoke, the Venom armor unleashed all its weapons, and countless missiles sprayed out from its shoulders, sides of the legs, and waist. Suppressing Abomination on the ground with heavy firepower forced him to use his arms to cover his head for protection. One miniature missile after another exploded on Abomination's body. The armor's cannon rounds were infinite, but at this moment, Charlotte also felt what was being consumed to refill the ammunition. Stamina plus mental energy. Fortunately, his physical fitness was strong enough to last a long time. With Black Widow's style of play, she could maintain full firepower for 3 or 4 hours without issue, just needing a chocolate bar in between to replenish. Enduring the relentless bombardment from the Venom armor, even a heavy tank would have collapsed, yet Abomination only sustained minor skin damage. That little bit of damage also healed quickly under his powerful regenerative ability. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Symbiote Reborn, the new host is Black Widow. Part 2. At this moment, Black Widow finally understood why Charlotte had said a crisis was about to descend upon this world. In less than a week, she had encountered monsters like this twice in a row. Earth was indeed becoming more and more chaotic. Natasha, in the Venom armor, stopped firing her thermal weapons. The moment she ceased fire, she charged at the Abomination, slamming a steel heavy fist into its abdomen. With that punch, the Abomination's back arched like a bow, and its arms, which had been guarding its head, involuntarily flew open. The thrusters at the feet of the Venom armor activated, delivering a powerful knee strike to the Abomination's chin. Boom! The tremendous impact shattered the Abomination's jaw, sending it crashing backward through a wall and into a house engulfed in roaring flames. Roar! On the other side, the Hulk attacked again, lunging from midair toward the back of the Venom armor. Charlotte wanted to step in to help, but Black Widow acted first, making a sharp turn. Let me handle this. She raised her arms, firing her palm repulsors wildly at the Hulk in midair. The Hulk was blasted back down, its rage meter skyrocketing once more. He was going to tear that black fool to shreds. Falling to the ground, he scrambled up quickly. With one hand blocking the suppression from the palm repulsors, he charged forward recklessly. Tempered by fury, the Hulk had returned to its peak state, its strength and speed surpassing even the Abomination's. In armor mode, she couldn't utilize her martial arts skills. Getting into close combat wouldn't be good. Charlotte, switch back to normal mode. Black Widow suggested. Charlotte agreed. Normal mode was flexible and versatile, perfect for one-on-one hand-to-hand combat. Switching to the female Venom form, Black Widow cracked her neck. Now it was time to showcase what she excelled at. Combat skills. The Hulk landed heavily in front of her, swinging its massive fist at Black Widow female Venom with brute, unrefined force. Its speed was impressive, but through the symbiote's senses, it looked no different from an ordinary person to Black Widow. She dodged the attacks with ease, found an opening, pushed the Hulk away, and punched that ferocious green face. One punch sent the Hulk stumbling back 2 steps, dazed. It shook its head to clear its mind. Black Widow female Venom took the initiative. Her hand morphed into a claw shape, swiftly raking across the Hulk's front, leaving 10 gashes on its green muscles. Then, she silently appeared behind the Hulk, wrapped her arms around its neck, and executed a back suplex. Crash! The Hulk slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. Black Widow female Venom looked at the Hulk, but before she could act again, the abomination, sticking to her like a stubborn plaster, closed in once more. It also launched a sneak attack from behind. Black Widow female Venom shrugged and spun around to deliver a kick. Thud. A sound of impact. Huh. Black Widow female Venom paused, looking at the abomination, which had blocked her shin with its arm. It actually blocked it. She almost forgot. According to the information Nick Fury provided, before becoming this monster, this guy was the Ace Special Forces operative in his unit. You have decent strength. I admire that. So, get torn to pieces along with the Hulk. The abomination reached out to grab Black Widow female Venom's leg. Ha ha. Black Widow female Venom let out 2 cold laughs, quickly retracted her leg, and launched a fist attack. Close quarters combat was what the abomination feared least. Before becoming a monster, he had once faced the Hulk relying solely on his martial skills. The two engaged in a fierce brawl, trading blows. Behind them, the Hulk got up and lunged at Black Widow female Venom's back like a rabid dog. Sensing it, Black Widow female Venom leapt high into the air. The Hulk crashed headfirst into the abomination's chest, sending both of them flying backward like cannonballs, smashing through wall after wall. Watching the fight reach this point, Charlotte felt his own hands itching. He asked, Black Widow, can I take care of the rest? Knowing she couldn't end the fight quickly, Black Widow said, all right, but you have to promise me one thing. To beat them into a pulp, right? Charlotte regained control of the body, transforming back into the brawny Venom. No. Black Widow said resolutely, teach me that incredible martial art. Without those skills, her combat effectiveness was cut by more than half. Natasha had thought it over. If she learned Charlotte's martial arts, dealing with these 2 idiots would be much easier. No problem, but, watch my performance first. Charlotte took out a red pill, stuffed it into his mouth, swallowed it whole, and his muscles bulged noticeably. His strength began increasing at a terrifying rate. What? Natasha felt the change in physique. Charlotte, what did you take? How did you get so much stronger? A 2 to 3-fold increase in strength, terrifying. A magical little pill that makes me permanently tougher and allows me to grow and shrink at will. No side effects. Charlotte Venom let out a comfortable roar to the sky, his size instantly expanding to 6 meters. Before the gigantic Venom, the 2 monsters, the Abomination and the Hulk, seemed like children. Looking at Charlotte Venom's imposing figure, Natasha felt a bit annoyed. So, why didn't you just take out this little pill earlier when I was fighting? Well. Charlotte was caught off guard, too caught up in showing off and forgetting about that. Hearing him try to explain, it's like this. Only boys can take this little pill. Girls can't. Boys can take it, but girls can't. Natasha rolled her eyes. The little pill girls can't take is clearly blue. The one he just took was red. Who was he trying to fool? And, tougher, grow and shrink. Natasha froze, then suddenly snapped back to reality. Was now really the time to be thinking about what kind of little pill to take? You almost sidetracked me. Quickly, be honest, what did you take to suddenly become so strong? It's a bit hard to explain. Can we talk about it later? Charlotte said helplessly. This stuff's effects were too potent. Even taking it behind Black Widow's back would be noticed. He could only try to gloss over it for now. It wouldn't be too late to explain clearly once their synchronization reached 50%. Fine. Smartly, Natasha didn't press further, shifting her attention back to the Abomination and the green fatty. Then, Mr. Symbiote, please teach these 2 blockheads a good lesson for me. Okay. Boom. The 6-meter-tall giant Venom forcefully pushed off with his feet, executing the Navy's 6 powers, Soru. With a sonic boom, he instantly appeared beside the green fatty and the Abomination. He raised a fist wrapped in armament hockey plus Conqueror's hockey and punched toward the green fatty. The abomination was being ground into the dirt by the Berserk Hulk. Faced with the green fatty at full rage buff, he had no strength left to resist. In his blurry vision, a massive black silhouette suddenly appeared, making his heart sink even further. Boom! A giant fist, wrapped in dual hockey and 2 to 3 times larger than the Hulk's head, slammed violently into the side of the Hulk's face. Extreme speed plus power, hundreds of tons of force striking down caused the air to explode and the ground to tremble. The Hulk's head snapped to the side, teeth and blood bursting from its mouth, with varying degrees of damage to its skull and neck. Under the sudden heavy blow, its consciousness began to fade. Since Charlotte had punched from above, the green fatty, after taking the hit, collapsed weakly to the side. Next was the abomination. Charlotte, Venom, raised both fists high, stared blankly at the abomination, and smashed down with great force. No. No. Looking up at the descending giant fist, the abomination's eyes filled with panic. If this punch landed, would he die? He would definitely die, right? They weren't even in the same weight class. Facing the threat of death, the abomination, no. Emil Bronsky, his mind obsessed with power, finally regained clarity. He finally understood the fact that, neither his nor the Hulk's power was invincible. Boom! The two fists smashed down, shaking the ground. The abomination felt as if a steamroller had passed over his head and body. His skin split, and bones in his body broke. Boom! Boom! 2 more consecutive punches smashed down, forcibly shattering the abomination's consciousness. But Charlotte, Venom, wasn't done with them yet. With one hand, he scooped up the abomination embedded in the ground, with the other, he grabbed the recovering Hulk. Like a child smashing toy trains together, he took the green fatty and the abomination and smashed their faces into each other for an intimate meeting. Once, twice. With each collision, the ground shook, a testament to the immense force of the impacts. After the third and final collision, the green fatty and the abomination were unrecognizable, green blood streaming down their faces. Ew. Charlotte, Venom tossed them aside disdainfully. That's about enough. Call someone to clean this up. Let me notify Director Fury first. He has some ideas about the Hulk, Natasha replied. In the Avengers Initiative, there were files on the Hulk and Bruce Banner. If the Hulk was a candidate, they had to notify Nick Fury to come and snatch him before the military could take the Hulk away. Boom. Just as the battle ended, something suddenly exploded amidst the ruins. Immediately following that, a girl's cry for help rang out. Help! Someone save me! This was the voice of Betty, Bruce Banner's girlfriend and General Ross's daughter. Huh. Charlotte, Venom, looked towards the direction of the voice. Just as he was about to move, a blue blur flashed before his eyes. Seeing that blur, Charlotte, Venom paused, lowered his raised foot, and took no further action. What's wrong? Weren't you going to save her? Natasha asked, puzzled. She's already been saved, Charlotte replied. Yes, that's right. That blue blur was none other than Superman. In a way that did not interfere with human choice, he saved most of the civilians who had nearly perished in this senseless disaster. For this world, Superman is a true hero. It's a shame some people don't appreciate him. Before even dealing with external threats, they're already plotting against a kind-hearted hero who cares for the people. Recalling Superman's eventual death, it truly fits that saying, good people always have guns pointed at them. Let's go. Charlotte, Venom, shrank back to his normal size. With one hand pulling the green giant and the other pulling Abomination, he walked out of the ruins. Once out of the battlefield, he threw the green giant and Abomination down in front of General Ross. General Ross looked at the unconscious Hulk and Abomination. His worried expression vanished, replaced by fanaticism. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the surrounding soldiers to encircle them. He immediately issued an order to leave. Thank you for your contribution to the nation and its people. The military will handle the rest. You may leave now. Heh heh. Charlotte, Venom, sneered. Truly a representative of the hawkish faction. Even now, he hasn't given up on the idea of using the Hulk to create super soldiers. Using Venom's original voice, he said, you can take that monster with the bone spikes. But Hulk stays. Our people will be here shortly to handle it. No. General Ross's expression turned resolute, almost obsessive, his gaze revealing hostility. Hulk must be handed over to the military for processing. You have no right to interfere in military affairs. Charlotte, let me talk to him. Natasha suggested. I'll handle it. Charlotte rejected Black Widow and walked straight up to General Ross, looking down at him from a height. General Ross, you should know you don't represent the military. Also, look at all this destruction you've caused. You should think about how to keep your position first before discussing this matter. Facing Venom's face, General Ross showed no fear. But after hearing these words, his stubbornness crumbled. He was the one primarily responsible for causing this disaster. When the higher-ups investigate, not only will his political enemies seize the opportunity to attack, but the public won't let him off either. A general. Even if he manages to keep his rank, he'll be sidelined by those people. Furthermore, the other party is also an official entity, a special organization specifically dealing with superhumans. If they want to take the Hulk, he has no right to refuse. HMPH. General Ross snorted indignantly, forced to compromise. His face stiff, he turned and gave orders to his subordinates. His subordinates understood. Soon, several soldiers moved Bruce Banner, who had reverted to human form and was lying on top of Abomination, placing him at Charlotte Venom's feet. Look, it's that Venom agent who saved thousands of children. Venom agent defeated the monster. That's amazing. Venom agent and Superman saved us. They are heroes. 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 After the Life Foundation incident, the name Venom agent had been deliberately spread on a large scale by S.H.I.E.L.D. It was normal for someone to recognize him. Hearing the word, hero, was genuinely awkward. But, it felt pretty good inside. After all, being praised is better than being cursed. How does it feel to be seen as a hero by the public? Natasha asked with a smile. She remembered a certain symbiote once said he didn't want to become a hero. Looking at the results now, he says he doesn't want to, but his actions say otherwise. Charlotte shrugged, it's alright. Are you being Tsunere? Natasha's tone became amused. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she asked, by the way, they also shouted Superman's name. Did Superman come here too? He already left. Just, when you asked that question, Charlotte replied. When Superman left, his superhuman senses detected Charlotte observing him with Kanbunshoku Haki. He nodded with a smile as if in greeting, then flew off to another city. Deed done, robes brushed, name and body hidden deep. Charlotte couldn't help but recall that line of poetry. Sigh. Black Widow sighed regretfully, what a shame I couldn't meet Superman. Huh. Sensing something off in her tone, Charlotte asked, my little Black Widow, you're not a fan of Superman, are you? I used to be. Now. Huh. Natasha stopped suspiciously, her expression full of teasing. I think I smell something sour. Charlotte. Work. Ha ha ha, alright Charlotte, don't make that face with your, well, that face. Black Widow was amused by Charlotte's reaction. Don't worry. I used to be a fan of his, but from today on, I'm only a fan of Venom Agent. That's more like it. Charlotte was quite satisfied with this answer. Coming back to the present, General Ross had reunited with his daughter Betty. Father and daughter were talking while embracing. But they hadn't spoken more than a few sentences when Betty spotted Bruce Banner at Venom's feet. She instantly let go of her father, General Ross, and threw herself over Banner, holding him and wailing in distress. Look at old Ross's heartbroken face. Tisk tisk. Serves him right. Bored, Charlotte waved at the surrounding crowd, who were still cheering for him, eliciting an even louder response. Not long after, a Quinjet landed. Senior Agent Phil Coulson arrived with a team of agents to take Bruce Banner to S.H.I.E.L.D. Wow. The moment he saw Venom Agent, Coulson's face registered disbelief, his eyes flickering with a hint of admiration. He was an unapologetic superhero fanboy. It had nothing to do with looks, he just loved superheroes. Besides, he also knew Venom Agent was Natasha. Truly astonishing, Coulson said, suppressing his curiosity. He first presented his credentials to General Ross. General Ross glanced at them and impatiently tossed them back, saying, keep a close eye on this fool. Don't let him escape again, or else. Coulson acted as if he hadn't heard, waving his hand to signal the agent team to take Banner away. Who are you? What do you want? Let go of Banner. Betty clung tightly to Banner, not allowing anyone near. This time, no one is taking him away from me. Not unless I'm dead. Ma'am, Coulson stepped forward to explain, I understand how you feel, but letting us take Dr. Banner is the best choice. We will provide him with medical assistance immediately. And, I can promise that once he recovers, we will absolutely not perform any experiments on him. I don't believe you. You're all liars. Betty was in an unstable state. Trying to reason with her or discuss promises now. Because Betty was General Ross's daughter, Coulson didn't let his men use force. He looked towards General Ross. However, General Ross paid him no mind, deliberately wanting to make S.H.I.E.L.D. look bad. He purposely averted his gaze and pretended to be busy directing his soldiers. Let me handle this. Charlotte Venom crouched down, his terrifying face less than 20 centimeters from Betty's. Betty was startled, regaining some of her senses. Ma'am, I'll give you two choices. 1. Let us take him. 2. Charlotte Venom licked his lips in a brutal manner. Choose to refuse, and then I will crush his skull right in front of you. Ha ha. Betty. Coulson. General Ross. Black Widow. Such terrifying words, paired with that horrifying face, were absolutely perfect. This hero was scarier than a villain. Betty trembled slightly in fear and made a concession. I can let you take him, but I'm coming along. Only then can I be at ease. Otherwise, I'll die together with Banner. Okay. Charlotte Venom stood up. The rest is up to you. Thank you. Coulson smiled and thanked him, helping to lift Banner. Ma'am, we agree to your request. Please come with us. Only then did Betty relent. Holding Banner's hand, she followed them onto the Quinjet. We're leaving too. Say hello to Egghead for me. Charlotte switched to Venom armor mode. Without waiting for Coulson's reply, he activated the thrusters and shot into the sky. Watching the fiery trail across the sky, Coulson sighed regretfully. He had wanted to secretly get a photo together. Back at the luxurious villa, Charlotte returned to Black Widow's body and yawned, seemingly unintentionally. I think I'm a bit tired. Ha ha. Natasha let out a knowing laugh. A symbiote can get sleepy. Yeah, right. He clearly just wants to continue what we were doing before we left. Well, though, I am actually a bit tired. Mainly, that kind of beautiful dream is a bit addictive. She couldn't help but think about the man in her dreams. Natasha drank a glass of water and returned to the bedroom, undressing as she walked. Tired. Then let's sleep. Let's test how comfortable our new bed is. Flopping onto the bed, Natasha kicked off her shoes, slowly removed her thigh highs, and tossed them aside, feeling somewhat impatient. Start the hypnosis. Sigh. Charlotte looked at the thigh highs by the bed with some regret. Activating his hypnosis skill, he quickly helped Natasha fall into a dream. After Black Widow fell asleep, he boldly branched out the symbiote tissue and, in a special way, put back on the stockings Black Widow had taken off. Seeing the beautiful scenery restored to its original state, Charlotte was satisfied and opened the sign in task. Holy crap, there's such a move. This is too outrageous. In the dream, Black Widow and the man reunited again. For some reason, her tongue seemed to have developed a canker sore, causing unbearable pain, forcing her to ask the man to help apply medicine. After applying some ointment, the wound felt somewhat cold, which was much more comfortable. This continued until the next morning when the two were awakened by their phones. Natasha opened her eyes sleepily, picked up her phone, and glanced at the contact name. Tony Stark. What is this playboy up to now? She pressed the answer button, but before she could ask, Pepper Potts' anxious voice came through. Miss Natasha, hurry and save Tony. Tony is dying. Charlotte. Black Widow. Charlotte. Black Widow. Upon hearing Pepper's plea for help, the two paused, and the same thought surfaced in both their minds. Tony Stark is going to die again. Didn't he just get cured of palladium poisoning and have the shrapnel removed from his chest? How can this playboy's life be so full of disasters? Miss Potts, don't worry, tell me slowly. First, tell me what happened. Natasha asked. While asking, she sprang into action, getting out of bed, getting dressed, and preparing to head to Stark Tower. Whether for public or private reasons, Tony Stark was a crucial figure. He absolutely could not be allowed to die like this. In her haste, she noticed a few holes torn in her stockings while putting on clothes. She was very puzzled. She distinctly remembered taking them off yesterday. How could they? Black Widow didn't have time to think further. Pepper on the other end had managed to calm down slightly and began explaining the sequence of events. The situation was urgent, so she roughly pulled off the damaged stockings, threw them into the trash can, found a set of casual clothes from her suitcase, and put them on. Phew. Charlotte let out a breath of relief. Luckily, she was almost discovered. Tony Stark's injury this time was perfectly timed, saving his brother from dire straits. A good brother. As for whether Tony would die, Charlotte didn't take it too seriously. The son of destiny of the sacred timeline, how could he just die? From Pepper, she learned that the incident unfolded like this. Tony Stark was invited to Monaco, Europe, to attend a gathering of the wealthy. They were watching an F1 Formula Racing exhibition match offline. Tony, fully recovered, got carried away and insisted on participating as a racer, leading to a situation identical to the plot of Iron Man 2 Feet. The villain Whiplash appeared, disguised as a staff member, boarded the track, and attacked Tony's race car. Normally, the next part of the plot should have been Tony using the portable armor to easily defeat Whiplash and emerge unscathed. However, the portable armor needed major modification due to energy issues, and Tony Stark had been too preoccupied with Pepper Potts these past 2 days to focus on remodeling the suit. Thinking that this trip was full of wealthy people and should be very safe, he hadn't brought any other armors along. The result was this situation. Without armor protection, Tony Stark was no match for Whiplash and was slashed across the chest by Whiplash's energy whip. An energy whip could neatly slice open a race car. The result of such a strike on him can be imagined. If Whiplash's equipment hadn't malfunctioned midway, Tony Stark would surely have been dismembered on the spot. Tony Stark was rescued and sent to the ICU of the best local hospital. Before losing consciousness, he desperately told Pepper Potts 2 names: Natasha. Charlotte. Natasha. Charlotte. Tony Stark was calling for help. He knew that injuries of this severity were beyond the power of ordinary medical means, only Mr. Symbiote could save him. And so, Pepper immediately called. I beg you, Miss Natasha. Hurry and save Tony. No. No, no. Tony, don't die. Tony, you can't die. During the time it took to speak, Tony Stark's heart rate flatlined. Dead. From Pepper's tone of voice, it wasn't hard to tell Tony Stark's current condition. Charlotte. Black Widow. Dead. Did he really just die? Holy crap. Black Widow froze mid-shoe tying, asking helplessly, Cha. Charlotte, can he still be saved? Hurry and ask for the location clearly. If he hasn't completely passed, it should be fine. Charlotte was exasperated. The mobile tycoon plan hadn't even started. How could the employee die? Couldn't that idiot Tony just stay home and fool around with Pepper after recovering? Why did he have to go to some party? It was likely that one of the resurrection senzu beans he just acquired would have to be used up before it was even warmed up. No one could replace the importance of Tony Stark. His future required the existence of Iron Man. Okay. Black Widow quickly asked for the address and ran out after putting on her shoes. Pepper knew that Black Widow had previously healed the gash on Tony Stark's chest, so now all hope rested on her. She sobbed out the address. Okay, I know. Wait for me at the hospital entrance. Black Widow ran outside. The symbiote tissue rapidly formed the Venom armor on her body, and under Charlotte's control, the rocket thrusters were fully activated. Boom. A sound of explosion echoed, and in the next instant, the Venom armor was already thousands of meters in the sky. Europe, Monaco, a certain hospital. A group of wealthy people gathered in front of the hospital, suppressing their smiles while feigning sadness, advising Pepper to accept her loss. Pepper had no mind to pay attention to them. She anxiously stared at the sky, awaiting the arrival of the last hope. The wealthy people finished their perfunctory visit and left one after another. They were very anxious right now. Tony Stark's death would certainly cause turmoil in Stark Industries, and the occurrence of this disaster was incredibly appealing to them. Boom. The Venom armor descended from the sky, landing smoothly in front of Pepper. The symbiote tissue rapidly retracted into the body. Black Widow, controlled by Charlotte, wore a mask and shouted anxiously, Quick! Take me to Tony Stark. Okay. Pepper nodded heavily and rushed into the hospital at the fastest pace of her life. By the time they reached the ward, Tony Stark's body was already being wheeled out by several doctors. Justin Hammer, who was guarding the door to watch the spectacle, couldn't help but let out a laugh upon seeing the white sheet covering the body. Before Stark Industries withdrew from the military industry, his Hammer Industries had always been suppressed and unable to raise its head. Now that Tony Stark was dead, the opportunity for him and Hammer Industries to rise had finally arrived. Feigning sadness. No, no, no. There was no need for that. He wished he could break out into a song right then and there to celebrate. What are you doing? Pepper, who had rushed over, saw Tony being wheeled out, rushed forward crying to stop them, and held onto the bedside. Stop. All of you, stop. Miss, please accept your loss. Mr. Stark is gone. With the extent of his injuries, even if God came, it would be useless, the nurse advised. Right, right. Justin Hammer stepped forward. The most important thing now is to preserve the body properly and send it to the freezer quickly. Hearing this, Pepper exploded with profanity, walked up to Justin Hammer, slapped him across the face, and followed up with a low kick. Oh my god. Justin Hammer never expected Pepper to be so violent. He clutched his groin, writhing on the ground in pain. After dealing with the bothersome pest, Pepper turned and said to the doctors and nurses, "You can leave now. I want to spend a moment alone with Tony." They had to respect the wishes of the deceased's family. They nodded, released the hospital bed, and consciously left. Charlotte Natasha walked over and lifted the white sheet covering Tony Stark. Good heavens, he was completely cold. If he had just died, there might have been a chance, but now that he was cold and stiff, his soul was probably already taken by death, making recovery through conventional means impossible. There was no other way besides the Senzu bean. If it weren't for future developments, he truly didn't want to use these 3 life-saving Senzu beans. Once Tony Stark was resurrected, he must be made to bleed heavily. Charlotte Natasha looked at the surveillance camera in the hallway, unleashed her Conqueror's Haki, and destroyed the camera head with a targeted blast. She took out a resurrection Senzu bean from the system space and fed it. He was about to feed it to Tony Stark's mouth, but then he looked at Tony Stark's split-open chest. With a casual toss, he threw it directly into Tony Stark's stomach through the crack. "What did you throw into his body?" Natasha asked curiously. Charlotte's expression was bitter, feeling extremely heartbroken, and he sighed, "Nothing, just watch, a miracle is about to happen." Natasha was confused, a miracle. The next moment, the Senzu bean melted inside Tony Stark, and his broken flesh regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flesh and bone grew back like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. My god. How is this possible? Natasha and Pepper stared wide-eyed, watching Tony Stark's rapidly repairing corpse, questioning their very existence. A miracle. It was a divine sign. In the blink of an eye, the body repair was complete, and the soul was pulled back to reality. Tony Stark suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and gasped for air. He stared blankly at his surroundings, and with a thud, he swallowed his saliva heavily. He was still shaken. Tony. Seeing her lover revived, Pepper burst into tears and threw herself forward, hugging him tightly. "Don't leave me again." Woo woo woo. A series of question marks appeared above Tony Stark's head. After half a minute of calming down, he finally came to his senses. He looked towards Charlotte Natasha beside him and let out a long sigh of relief. "I think I just saw the end of everything. A skull lady told me that I shouldn't die at this time. Everything feels like a dream. I really can't believe I died once, and it's even more unimaginable that you have the ability to resurrect the dead." Saying that, Tony Stark patted Pepper's shoulder. "Potts, you get up first." "What's wrong, Tony?" Pepper asked, confused, loosening her hands and stepping back. "It's nothing." Tony Stark, fully revived, jumped off the hospital bed and stared intently at Charlotte Natasha, opening his arms and walking over. "Brother, to show my sincere gratitude, let's have a hug." Natasha. Get lost. Charlotte cursed disdainfully. This fool, the first thing he does after resurrection is try to take advantage of him. Was his Black Widow someone that just anyone could hug? Don't. If we don't hug, my heart won't be at ease. After all, you gave me a second life. Tony Stark insisted. Fine. Charlotte directly reverted to his Venom true form, mischievously opening his arms. "You want a hug? Go ahead. Thank you." Unlike last time, upon seeing Venom again, Tony Stark felt no fear. He rushed forward and gave Charlotte Venom a heartfelt bear hug. Charlotte Venom. Holy crap. He's serious. Tony Stark hugged Charlotte Venom, his expression quite content, so comfortable. "I knew you would save me. Get out. Get out. Get out." Charlotte Venom pushed Tony Stark away with disgust. "Stay away from me. I seriously suspect that this near-death experience has caused a psychological distortion in you." No. Tony Stark looked into Charlotte Venom's eyes and sighed. "This time was too shocking, buddy. You can't imagine what it feels like to truly die once. Fortunately, I have a friend like you." Friend. Ha. Charlotte Venom let out 2 cold laughs. "You should be worshipping me like a father right now. Do you know how heartbroken I was? That was a medicine capable of resurrecting souls. Do you know how precious that thing is? Thinking about signing in on Black Widow day after day just to possibly get another resurrection Senzu bean." Charlotte thought about it. Why? When he really thought about it, did he feel a little excited and expectant? "I know, of course I know. Tony Stark sat back on the hospital bed and said sincerely, "From now on, what is mine is yours. If you need anything, just say the word. Of course, you don't need to treat me like a father. We are brothers, aren't we? Mine is yours." Hearing this, Charlotte Venom looked towards Pepper beside him, as if guided by a ghost. Tony Stark. Pepper. Natasha. Add one more condition. Tony Stark quickly shielded Pepper behind him, girlfriend excluded. Pepper leaned fearfully behind Tony, trying to hide herself, terrified of being targeted. Mind domain. Black Widow was furious, and her tone was strange. "I didn't expect you to have such thoughts, alright Charlotte." "What thoughts?" Charlotte quickly played dumb. "I don't know what you're talking about." HMPH. Black Widow snorted lightly and stopped talking. To be honest, Charlotte really had no interest in Pepper. First, her looks didn't appeal to him. Second, he and Tony were brothers. Charlotte controlled the symbiote to retract, continuing to show himself in Black Widow's appearance. "I can't be bothered to joke with you. Let's talk about serious business. After this incident passes, an egghead will definitely come looking for you. My lovely host is that egghead's subordinate. No matter what he says, do not expose our phone business. At least until it goes public, they cannot know." Egghead. Tony Stark paused in confusion, thought for a moment, and then nodded. "Yeah, I know. Anything else? Here's another little toy for you." Charlotte Natasha took out a small piece of silver metal from the system space and tossed it to Tony Stark. "This is a piece of shapeshifting metal. Its technology will be a great help to your armor." As he spoke, he used his thoughts to control the shapeshifting metal to switch forms. Tony Stark watched the shapeshifting metal in his hand turn into a toy car, then a metal figurine, and then a dagger, his eyes shining with green light. He had the look of someone who had opened up a new world. This stuff was much harder than nanotechnology. Once mastered, the armor's energy reserves, weapon reserves, and size control would no longer be a problem. "Brother." Tony Stark excitedly looked up and raised his hands again. "Thank you. I don't know what words to use to express my thanks. Let's have another hug." "Get lost." Charlotte Natasha cursed irritably. "He's getting greedy." The shapeshifting metal was obtained through his hard work signing in yesterday. It wasn't of much use to him, but Tony Stark was good in that area. He took this opportunity to help him increase his strength a bit, so he wouldn't be beaten to death by others later. Previously, Tony Stark was extremely wary of Charlotte, even checking Natasha's movements after Charlotte left. An alien, why would he need so much money? The result? Buying houses, buying luxury goods, buying. A completely normal human lifestyle. However, this did not dispel Tony Stark's suspicion, instead, it made his doubts heavier. In the end, it was due to his appearance. The symbiote looked too ugly. If he had an American handsome face like Superman, he wouldn't be so suspicious. But after this incident, Tony Stark completely trusted Charlotte. He saved him from death's hands, even this life was given by Charlotte. There was nothing more to say. A life and death bond. As long as Charlotte didn't do anything extremely anti-human, even if he went off to be a bad guy, opposing capital, he would absolutely acknowledge him as a brother. Sigh. Tony Stark sighed deeply, filled with emotion. "Although I've said it many times, I still want to say. Buddy, this time really. I really don't know how to thank you. How about some more Stark Industries shares? Or, should we renegotiate the business ratio for our trade? No need. My lovely host just bought a house. Just help me renovate it, install some appliances with artificial intelligence, and give me a dozen rare luxury sports cars of various types," Charlotte Natasha replied listlessly. The foundation for acquiring capital had been laid, maintaining the status quo was enough. Greed would invite backlash. This backlash was not from Tony Stark, but from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the World Security Council, Hydra. No problem. Tony Stark agreed without hesitation. He strongly disliked owing favors, and now he was entirely focused on finding a way to repay him. Unfortunately, the favor owed this time was too great, a life whose value could not be measured. "I'll contact you when I get back. I'll personally design it and guarantee that I will create the safest defense system in the world for Miss Natasha." Okay. After finishing the conversation, Charlotte's consciousness retreated into the symbiote's mind domain, returning control of the body to Black Widow. Black Widow was slightly startled. As consciousness shifted, her aura changed from sharp back to subtly charming. Charlotte stuck his head out from behind Black Widow and asked, stay here and play for a while, or go home. Either is fine with me, but I might not have time to play, Natasha shrugged with a light laugh. Tony Stark and Pepper looked at Natasha, then at Charlotte's head, and inexplicably felt that the relationship between these two wasn't quite right. It seemed a bit like theirs. Buzz. Buzz. A few seconds after speaking, Black Widow's phone rang again. Calling at a time like this, there was no need to guess who it was. Egghead, Nick Fury. Pardon me, I need to take a call. Black Widow glanced at the caller ID, politely notified Tony and Pepper, and walked out while answering. Sir, is something wrong? Agent Natasha, you should know that Tony Stark has had an accident, right? Nick Fury's tone was icy. Tony Stark was an important candidate for the Avengers. Furthermore, he had an important matter waiting for Tony Stark to complete. He sent Natasha to Tony Stark's side with the added mission of protection. As a high-ranking agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he believed Natasha bore an undeniable responsibility for this incident. Hee, blame me, do you? Black Widow chuckled, sensing Nick Fury's anger, but she didn't take it seriously, saying lazily, who asked someone to suddenly call us yesterday to teach two radiated mutant monsters a lesson? Tisk tisk, fighting two at once consumed too much stamina. The fact was indeed so. Sleeping wasn't just for doing intimate things with her dream man. After fighting that battle, her body was indescribably exhausted, and her subconscious told her she needed sleep to recover. Nick Fury. He had just received the news and was angry, momentarily forgetting about that matter. The strength of Abomination was unclear, but being able to fight the Hulk one-on-one without falling behind meant he was definitely hard to deal with. Venom agent fought them one-on-two, not only winning but capturing them alive. Thinking about it, one could tell a lot of effort was spent in the fight. Did he misjudge Natasha? Nick Fury fell silent for a moment. He was the director, apologizing was out of the question. He was just about to ask how Tony Stark was doing when he heard Black Widow slowly reply, "Oh, I forgot to mention, Mr. Charlotte and I have already arrived in Monaco and healed the injuries Tony Stark sustained. You can come see him directly." Huh? What did you say? Upon hearing this, Nick Fury shot up from his seat. In fact, his side had already received news that Tony Stark had died. Judging by the live footage, such a severe injury basically meant a death sentence. He was saved. Tony Stark was saved by Charlotte. Is the healing ability of the symbiote magic? Agent Natasha. Learning this good news, Nick Fury's tone of voice changed to one of happiness. End the mission early. Help me schedule a meeting with Tony Stark. This, perhaps you should do it yourself. I'm not very suitable for a direct confrontation. Natasha replied calmly. For a girl like her, the calmer she appeared on the surface, the more turbulent she was internally. Charlotte sensed Natasha's emotions. A bit wronged. Tired. Tisk tisk. If Black Widow's personality felt wronged, it would definitely accelerate her break with S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps this was just the beginning. Fine. When he returns to New York, I will contact him personally. You can listen in from the side then. Nick Fury made no further demands. Thinking about his tone toward Natasha just now, he felt a tiny bit of guilt. His heart wasn't bad, but years in the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had made his thinking increasingly resemble that of a cold machine. To put it plainly, he had no feelings. Agent Natasha, thank you for your hard work these past 2 days. Based on your performance during this period, I plan to upgrade your agent rank. Congratulations, you are now a level 9 agent. Natasha's demeanor remained calm. Charlotte had created a high-quality material life for her, and she had no intention of pursuing power. The agent rank meant nothing to her now. Hearing this, Nick Fury fell silent. How could this old fox not understand Natasha's meaning? Of course, Natasha also intended for Nick Fury to understand. This was like giving him a preemptive shot. If something truly happened later, she hoped this director would show some leniency. Let's leave it at that, Natasha. You and Tony Stark return to New York together. I will wait for you both at Stark Tower. Nick Fury finished speaking and proactively cut the communication. By calling her by her name without adding the title agent, the meaning he conveyed was very clear. Natasha looked at the phone in her hand and murmured distractedly, I don't even know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. New York, Stark Tower. Top floor. Returning on a private jet. Tony Stark looked strangely at Nick Fury sitting in his seat. An image of an egghead flashed in his mind. Wow, Charlotte's description was truly vivid. Looking at this big dark head, it resembled an egg more than an egg. Sorry, sir, they forcibly hacked into my system. The apologetic voice of the artificial intelligence Jarvis came through. Tony Stark waved his hand dismissively and turned back to Natasha. Charlotte, brother, is this the egghead gentleman you mentioned? Upon hearing the words, egghead, Nick Fury's face darkened further. Without even thinking, he knew Natasha wouldn't joke about this, it must have been Charlotte who said it. Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Mr. Stark. My name is Nick Fury, affiliated with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, or SHIELD for short. I am the current director. The information about our organization is on the desk, come over and look for yourself. Homeland what SHIELD? Forget it, the name sounded very official. As long as it wasn't some backwoods organization, there shouldn't be any major issues. Tony Stark shrugged, walked over confidently, skillfully sat by the desk, picked up the file standing on the desk, and opened it to read. When he learned that his father, Howard Stark, was one of the founders of SHIELD, his joking expression instantly turned serious. Slap. He closed the file, threw it on the desk, and got straight to the point. I don't care what relationship my old man had with your agency. I only care about one thing. What do you want from me? Are you interested in my Iron Man armor? No. Nick Fury clasped his hands on the desk, looking at Tony Stark with a scrutinizing gaze, and replied, we are interested in you as a person. Saying this, he shifted his focus and looked toward Natasha, who had gone to sit on the nearby sofa. Natasha and Charlotte are also outstanding agents under SHIELD. Their codename is Venom Agent. You must have seen the news yesterday evening, right? Those two captured the Hulk and another monster mutated by gamma rays. Ah. Tony Stark looked at Natasha, Charlotte, in surprise. Wow, you actually beat that green fatty. Incredible healing ability combined with astonishing combat power. This brotherhood was truly worth it. And then, Tony Stark's gaze returned to Nick Fury, a playful smile on his face. What does that have to do with me? Charlotte said the mobile phone business must be kept secret from Egghead, which meant Charlotte's relationship with SHIELD was not harmonious. Then there was no need to show him any courtesy. Nick Fury. Wasn't Charlotte supposed to have a good relationship with him? Looking at his reaction, that's it. Nick Fury pushed the file back in front of Tony Stark, turned to the last page. I hope you read all the information on it seriously. Not interested. Tony Stark looked directly into Nick Fury's eyes, his attitude firm, not glancing at the file at all. Facing this unyielding playboy, Nick Fury was helpless. This was vastly different from what he had imagined. He looked toward Natasha, Charlotte, for help. You two, aren't you going to say something? Tony Stark also looked over. This implied that if they spoke, he would comply. Natasha was helpless. They were just there to observe. What did it have to do with them? However, since the director insisted, it would be rude of her not to say anything. Look at it, just look at it. Natasha said perfunctorily. Okay. Tony Stark picked up the file without another word and flipped to the last page. Avengers Initiative. A righteous organization specifically established to combat alien invasions and superpowered crime. Tentative members: Venom Agent, Iron Man, Hulk. Slap. Seeing the name Hulk, Tony Stark closed the file and threw it away impatiently. I can tell you responsibly, I'm not interested. You can leave now. Nick Fury. Nick Fury looked complexly toward Natasha again. Natasha shrugged at him. Director, no matter what, I don't have that much influence to restrict Mr. Stark's personal freedom, do I? Besides, Charlotte is close to him, but I have no relationship with him. Using gratitude to coerce others into doing things they don't want to do, this kind of repaying kindness with demands, they would never do it. With the situation having progressed this far, Nick Fury removed his arm that had been calmly resting on the table. He understood that the idea of directly recruiting Iron Man had fallen through. Tony Stark was a harder nut to crack than expected. They still had to follow the original plan, step by step. Alright, then let's leave it at that. Nick Fury stepped away from the chairman's seat and pointed to a pile of miscellaneous items placed near the door. Those are things your father left for you. He said, these things will help you greatly, and might even save your life. Save his life. Father. Tony Stark inexplicably recalled Charlotte's words, you have to worship me like a father. Was this a coincidence? This discussion was very unpleasant. I hope the next time we meet, we can talk properly. Keep this file for now. If you change your mind, you can call my cell phone using the number recorded on it. Goodbye. Nick Fury walked out with a dark expression, step by step, seething with anger. He felt suffocated with every step he took. No seeing you out. Tony Stark chuckled, sitting on the table. Nick Fury left, and Natasha also had to go. As she was about to leave, she smiled at Tony Stark and asked, "Are you sure you won't see us out?" "See you out. Absolutely." Tony Stark hurriedly caught up with a warm smile. Outside the main door, he waved and said, "Brother, come hang out again next time." "Oh, right. That egghead gentleman doesn't need to come. He's not welcome here." Egghead, walking ahead, heard this and stumbled, nearly falling over. Behind him, Natasha suppressed a laugh. She held back her giggles all the way, feeling much better. Charlotte was also quite satisfied with the outcome. As expected of his brother, his skill at messing with people's minds was first rate. They boarded the private elevator. Nick Fury's expression had still not recovered. He said, "Agent Natasha, you have a new mission. This is an emergency." "Emergency mission? Tell me about it." Black Widow was in a good mood and interested in hearing anything. The City of Sin, Gotham City, Batman, the boss of Wayne Enterprises, Bruce Wayne. Nick Fury said expressionlessly. Batman. Surprise flashed in Black Widow's eyes. "He's on your list too, right?" Nick Fury. "No. I need you to confirm his identity, and then bring him back." "Isn't Batman Gotham's hero? Why capture him?" Natasha asked, confused. Nick Fury glanced at Natasha and said, "His actions are abnormal. We strongly suspect he has a mental illness. This illness will not only harm him but also constantly hurt civilians. That Batman has a rule never to kill. He won't take the life of a single criminal, no matter how heinous their crimes." I know that. He's quite the opposite of our Iron Man," Black Widow nodded. "Batman never kills. Iron Man wiped out a bunch of terrorists as soon as he debuted." Nick Fury continued, "He locks up all the criminals he captures in Arkham Asylum deep in the suburbs of Gotham City. These criminals frequently escape and cause crimes of varying sizes, and then Batman captures them again. It's been repeating for who knows how many cycles. What you're saying reminds me of Batman's supposed nemesis, the Joker." Natasha chimed in, her expression turning cold. "That lunatic has killed so many innocent people. I heard he escaped again recently." Ding. The elevator doors opened. Nick Fury and Black Widow stepped out, one on each side, walking and talking. Gotham City's laws have no death penalty, which tacitly encourages crime. Batman calls himself the Dark Knight, an upholder of the law. But his actions are more like a children's game between a hero and villains. Think about it. Batman has existed in this world for so many years and has never killed a single criminal. Is that possible? Is that normal? We have reason to suspect he is not normal. Or, he has some unspeakable connection with those criminals. Then what does that have to do with Bruce Wayne? Oh, right. Halfway through asking, Black Widow suddenly realized, Barton and I analyzed this privately. There is a 70% chance that Bruce Wayne is Batman. With this second identity, the situation was indeed too bizarre. So you want to capture him and forcibly give him a mental examination? Natasha asked half-jokingly. No, the real reason is. Nick Fury paused, walked out of Stark Tower, and looked deeply toward the azure sky. He is planning to kill Superman. Black Widow. Charlotte. To humanity, Superman was like a god. Having the courage to challenge a god was admirable, but killing the god among men, a lunatic. Natasha could not imagine how Batman, with his human body, could use any method to defeat Superman, let alone kill him. If Superman wanted to deal with Batman, he could casually drop a pebble from the atmosphere, and the fight would be over. How could Batman kill Superman? The only advantage she could think of for Batman was one thing. Superman's inherent kindness. She needed to act quickly, making sure to capture him for a psychological evaluation before Batman made his move. Superman was diligently protecting Earth and humanity. Even those corrupt officials hadn't thought of moving against Superman, so why was a Gotham Knight picking a fight? Relying on the fact that Superman wouldn't go for the kill. Looking back at Nick Fury's expression of longing, she thought, oh my god, maybe more than one person has gone crazy. Agent Natasha, what I'm about to say is absolutely classified. You didn't have the clearance before, but now. I can responsibly tell you. As Nick Fury spoke, a hint of pride subtly showed through his dark face. We do possess a weapon capable of harming Superman. A mineral called kryptonite. According to investigations, it should be fragments from the explosion of Superman's home planet, Krypton. Once Superman comes into contact with kryptonite, he enters a weakened state, roughly equivalent to a normal person. Recently, we found out, someone sold some kryptonite to Bruce Wayne. Kryptonite, which reduces Superman's power, combined with Superman's kindness not to kill, made Natasha freeze. Mastering these two weaknesses, as long as the plan was executed properly, the probability of successfully slaying a god was terrifyingly high. Now, she truly didn't know who to worry about. Meanwhile, Charlotte's mood was quite complex at this moment. If he were in human form, his expression would probably be one hand pinching the bridge of his nose, frowning deeply. From a god's eye view, the Batman in the movie universe wanting to take on Superman was purely an RZ behavior. Why say that? 1. He acted without fully investigating. If he had checked Superman's daily life before acting, the subsequent events wouldn't have happened. 2. Batman definitely has a problem, severe anxiety disorder. 3. The battle completely exploited Superman's kindness. In the end, he won and still looked down on Superman. If Superman were an irredeemable villain, doing this would be understandable, but Superman is the hero who guards the Earth. Furthermore, he doesn't kill criminals, but he's ready to go for the kill against Superman. Nick Fury's suspicion that Batman was colluding with Gotham's criminals was not entirely unfounded. I will go to Gotham as soon as possible to investigate the situation clearly, Natasha said seriously. Walking to the parking spot by the roadside, Nick Fury opened his car door and took out a folder with a special encryption device. Inside is detailed information about Gotham City. Besides capturing Batman, I also want to give you some secret missions. Of course, accepting those missions is entirely up to you. Natasha unlocked the encrypted file with her fingerprint while asking, "Can you give me a hint first?" Nick Fury looked at Natasha meaningfully and replied, "Gotham City has the title of City of Sin. The evil there doesn't entirely come from those lunatics and criminals. To make Gotham better, you either need to reform the entire city, or have a thorough cleansing." Black Widow. Charlotte. To say such a thing, one could tell he had enormous backing. The trouble with a merged world was precisely this. There were too many unknowns, but it was because of these unknowns that this world became increasingly exciting. Fine, Charlotte would rather live a dull life than live an exciting one. Why did it have to be the DC merged world instead of the original 1100th world? Interesting. Natasha flipped through the documents, which recorded the founding histories of Gotham's four major families and the current power division in Gotham. The underground world of Gotham City was currently ruled by Penguin. The situation was relatively stable, and the crime rate was smooth. This guy valued profit in his life. He wouldn't suddenly go mad like the Joker. Because Gotham's underground forces were too complex, someone needed to control the situation. Batman didn't throw Penguin into the asylum. He just hung Penguin on a lamppost every so often as a warning, reminding him, "Don't do anything too outrageous in this city." The data showed, Penguin was very obedient, knew his limits, and it had been a week since he was last hung on a lamppost overnight. Ha! Gotham City at dusk, a certain street. Black Widow slowly drove the Dodge Tomahawk, looking around at the people and buildings, idly wandering. She had two things to do here. 1. Capture Batman and confirm Batman's identity. 2. Look for an opportunity to reform Gotham. The first task was easy. She didn't need to actively investigate Batman's identity. She just needed to cause some minor trouble at night to lure Batman out. Once Batman appeared, she was confident she could capture the little dark bat using Charlotte's power. At that time, if she took off that bat mask, his identity would be revealed, wouldn't it? The second task was a bit more complicated. It was interesting, but it might provoke retaliation from Gotham's four major families. They wouldn't dare move against S.H.I.E.L.D. or Nick Fury, so they would only target the mission executor. "Charlotte, how do you think we should change this city of sin?" Black Widow asked worriedly. Charlotte had a bold idea. "Do you really want me to say it? Tell me. Tell me." Black Widow blinked, urging him on. She was very curious how an alien like Charlotte viewed the problems of the human world. "Fine." Charlotte directly replied, "My understanding is, to dye white cloth red with blood and make it a flag to flutter in the wind." Hearing this, Black Widow was instantly stunned. Recalling Charlotte's words, she almost fell off the Dodge Tomahawk. She wasn't stupid, she immediately thought of a certain eastern country. Forget it, forget it." Black Widow snapped back to reality, her smile looking uglier than a cry. "If we dared to play like that, we'd become wanted fugitives by the entire nation the next second." Charlotte. While chatting, Charlotte suddenly noticed a woman on the street wearing thigh-high stockings paired with OL attire. That face looked familiar from somewhere. Charlotte thought hard and suddenly remembered the woman's identity. Catwoman, Selina Kyle. Wow, I didn't expect the Catwoman from the merged world to be the Anne Hathaway version. I remember a photo of Catwoman riding a bat bike, showing off her perfect figure. Except for her mouth being a bit big, she was almost a perfect woman. But still not as good as Black Widow. Regardless of what others think, as far as Charlotte is concerned, Black Widow is the best ever. Huh, wait a minute. Why is this woman walking over here? Selina Kyle swung her bag, exuding the aura of a modern city beauty. She appeared gentle and calm on the surface, but it was all a disguise. It wasn't hard to see her true nature from the fiery look in her eyes. She stared intently at the dodged tomahawk between Black Widow's legs, her gaze like an obsessed fan meeting a beautiful woman. Her throat moved up and down as she swallowed hard. Besides money and jewelry, Selina Kyle's favorite things were motorcycle-type bikes. The Dodge Tomahawk held a status in her heart similar to Black Widow's in Charlotte's heart. It was a pity that the bike was already out of production, you couldn't buy one even with money. Most were collected by wealthy enthusiasts who loved motorcycles. She never expected her luck to be this good. In the short time she spent looking for a fat pig, she actually encountered the best thing. Okay, that's enough for today. First, go say hello to this beautiful victim. On the other side, normally, when Black Widow was being stared at, her powerful intuition would allow her to find the source of the gaze immediately. Not so much now. The destructive power of a motorcycle plus a beautiful woman was too great. Almost everyone around, male or female, was looking at her. It was normal for her not to notice Selina Kyle. Hi. Hello there, beautiful lady. Selina Kyle walked up beside Black Widow, walking alongside the Dodge Tomahawk and asking warmly, "It seems you're in trouble. Are you lost?" Who was Natasha? A top agent. Just from a greeting, she could tell the other party meant no good. She glanced over and saw Selina Kyle's appearance and figure, and her eyes lit up. Whether male or female, it is human nature to admire beauty. When approached by such a beauty, most people instinctively lower their guard. Black Widow was not most people, so she did not lower her guard completely. Hey, if she couldn't even handle a little beauty from Gotham City, how could she talk about subverting Gotham? How did you know I was lost? Black Widow asked with a light laugh. It's simple. You are so beautiful, if you were a local, I would have definitely seen you before. Also. Selina Kyle suppressed her excitement, taking an appreciative look at the Dodge Tomahawk. Other than Batman, no local would ride such a high-profile bike on the streets of Gotham. Praise from a beauty carries more weight than praise from an ordinary person. That line, "You are so beautiful," was very effective on Black Widow, who smiled and replied, "All right, but you are also very beautiful, stunningly so." The interaction between the two beauties was quite warm. Thought domain. Charlotte sized up Selina Kyle, tutting, "That face, those legs, that skin, those measurements, truly a rare temptress." He kind of wanted to see what she looked like in the Catwoman suit. Charlotte, you said you can judge good or bad by smelling human scent. What does this lovely little beauty smell like? Black Widow asked via mental communication. Intriguing, Charlotte replied aloud. What? Black Widow paused, starting to doubt if she had heard correctly. Nothing. The scent is mixed. A little sweet, a little sour, and a little bitter. Her nature isn't bad, just a bit. Charlotte savored Selina Kyle's scent. Human complexity made it hard for him to describe. I don't quite understand. In human terms, this girl, just like you, has many stories attached to her. Like me. Black Widow thought for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. As expected of the City of Sin, she bumped into an extraordinary woman just by chance. Interesting. Before capturing Batman, let's see what this girl really wants to do. With the intention of playing around, Black Widow chatted more animatedly with Selina. When she learned that Black Widow was a shareholder of Stark Industries, Selina linked arms with Black Widow, calling her, Sister Na, sweetly. It is worth mentioning, Charlotte was currently connected to Black Widow. Selina hugging Black Widow was equivalent to hugging him. By the end of their conversation, Selina proactively offered to be Black Widow's guide. Black Widow agreed and gave an address. That was the wealthy district of Gotham. Before arriving, Charlotte, dissatisfied with the shabby room arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D., had specifically asked Tony Stark to arrange accommodation. With just one word, his good brother directly acquired a house worth tens of millions of US dollars in the wealthy district and transferred it under Natasha's name. When they arrived at the address and looked at the house before them, both Black Widow and Selina were stunned. Charlotte also exclaimed, "Good brother, for life." A super large hillside villa, backed by green mountains and facing the sea. The garden was as big as a village, and the supporting facilities were only missing a soccer field. How extravagant capitalists could be was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In comparison, Black Widow felt that the property she bought on the outskirts of Manhattan was simply beneath notice. When it came to material things, women were always fickle. She fell in love with this place in 1 second. Ah, Charlotte, Black Widow sighed. Don't let Tony renovate the Manhattan place, just renovate this one. I agree. Charlotte nodded in approval. He swept the surrounding environment and internal facilities with his Kanbunshoku hockey. They even had an indoor basketball court, an outdoor tennis court, and a medium-sized soccer field surrounded by a rubber track in the house. This house was decorated according to Tony's preferences. It was clear he really liked ball sports. Charlotte also liked balls, but definitely not basketballs. Those kinds of balls allowed for extremely fast hand speed, suitable for practicing Tai Chi. It seemed his good brother hadn't told the whole truth. The value of this villa couldn't possibly be just tens of millions. Oh, that couldn't be said either. After all, his net worth was what it was. For Tony Stark, 90 million and 10 million made no difference. The renovation could be discussed later. Black Widow walked to the door, inserted the specific key, and then entered the password to unlock it. Once the main door unlocked, the villa's power supply activated automatically, and a mechanical female voice sounded out. Welcome home, Miss Natasha. I am your artificial intelligence butler. You can call me by my name, Friday. Also, Friday uses a specific database stored within the villa. Mr. Tony Stark uploaded your data and set you as the sole highest authority user upon activation. After this system is officially launched, Mr. Tony Stark can no longer call upon or retrieve any data. Tisk tisk. Listening to Friday's introduction, Charlotte clicked his tongue, unable to help but exclaim internally. As expected of his good brother, sensible. Wow. Selina Kyle gasped, looking around the interior of the villa like a country girl seeing the world for the first time. In the past, when robbing rich people, she had dealt with quite a few anti-theft devices in their houses. Unfortunately, since she was Catwoman, all anti-theft measures were useless against her. But a house with an AI butler. She had never even seen one, let alone tried to steal from it. Selina Kyle knew how formidable artificial intelligence was. It was like having a pair of eyes that never rested, constantly observing everything in the entire room. Stealing the way she used to would definitely not work. Her mind worked quickly. Since she couldn't steal, then. A wicked smile flashed across her exquisitely beautiful face. If there's no opportunity, then create one. She would make her move today. Natasha didn't notice the change in Selina Kyle's expression, but Charlotte saw it clearly. Interesting. Maybe today there would be a chance to play with a little kitten. Buzz. Buzz. Just as she was about to go inside, Black Widow's phone rang again. Black Widow and Charlotte were truly symbiotic. They instinctively frowned at the ringing sound, filled with displeasure. The constant trivial matters at S.H.I.E.L.D. were quite frustrating to them. She took out her phone to look. Ah. It was good brother Tony. That's fine then. She answered the call. Ms. Natasha, how is the house I prepared for you? That's a new house I just finished decorating early this year. Are you satisfied? Mr. Stark, I can only describe it in 2 words. Perfect, Black Widow replied with a smile, not sparing any praise. That's good. I'm happy as long as you two are happy. Tony's tone was very relieved. Alright, I have to get back to work. Tell my good brother for me that what he gave me is fantastic. I need to quickly integrate that technology into my armor. Okay, go be busy. See you next time, Black Widow said with a smile. Goodbye. After polite farewells, Tony immediately hung up the phone. Oh my god. Was that a call from Tony Stark, the boss of Stark Industries? Selina Kyle put on an extremely shocked expression. He's the recently famous Iron Man. Nothing to be surprised about, Black Widow said, slowly driving the Dodge Tomahawk inside. Let's go in and sit for a while. Okay. Selina Kyle nodded in agreement and followed Black Widow into the small courtyard inside the villa. Black Widow parked the Dodge Tomahawk by the side of the path in the courtyard, habitually leaving the key in the ignition. Her action of getting out of the car directly made the Catwoman's eyes light up. Opportunity. Thought domain. Charlotte smiled knowingly when he saw this scene. No wonder this little cat was targeting Black Widow, it turned out to be for this toy bike. Judging by Black Widow's casual manner, she probably hadn't noticed the Catwoman's intentions. Charlotte didn't remind her. If he warned her now, where would the fun of playing with the cat be later? Sister Natasha, are you on very good terms with Mr. Stark? I didn't expect him to personally arrange your accommodation, Selina Kyle asked excitedly, transforming into an admirer. The form of address had subtly changed from Miss or Ms. Toesister. My relationship with him isn't that great, but my friend has a very good relationship with him. They are very good brothers, Black Widow said, leisurely admiring the surrounding European-style furnishings, her eyes full of enjoyment. A friend. Don't tell me he's your boyfriend. Selina Kyle teased, continuing to close the distance between herself and Black Widow. Boyfriend. Black Widow. Charlotte. Both of them were momentarily stunned by the address. Charlotte somewhat looked forward to Black Widow's answer. However, he really didn't hope Black Widow would answer with, yes. Because he clearly knew their relationship hadn't reached that stage, an immediate affirmative answer would show carelessness, like making a joke. He didn't like joking about feelings. If she said no and explained their relationship, a serious answer would instead indicate that Black Widow cared more about their feelings for each other. Ah, crap. It's only been a few days, what kind of feelings are there? Black Widow valued feelings greatly, viewing the important people in her life as family, which could be described as repaying kindness with kindness. Not exactly. That little fool is pursuing me. If it weren't for the fact that I have no intention of dating right now, I might have accepted him, Black Widow replied naturally. The answer was neither too heavy nor too light. Although Charlotte was satisfied, he still wanted to act tough, questioning her, that narcissistic young lady, am I pursuing you? I don't recall doing so. If I say I am, then I am, Black Widow said triumphantly. Charlotte. Fine, fine, you win. When women get unreasonable, they are truly adorable. If she hadn't known Black Widow was a shareholder of Stark Industries, Catwoman would have suspected Black Widow was a bad woman looking for a sugar daddy. Now, it was nothing but envy. They must be a rich young lady and a rich young master. That's good too. That way, stealing wouldn't cause any guilt. Of course, if she knew Black Widow's true past, she wouldn't have any thoughts about her, no matter how much she loved motorcycles. She would even become a true confidant of Black Widow. As evening approached, Black Widow, to express her thanks, specifically invited Selina Kyle to stay for dinner. The villa had dedicated servants who came regularly to maintain it. Despite being empty for half a year, the interior was still spotless. Moreover, food could be delivered with just one phone call. Eating high-end delicacies and drinking fine wine, Selina Kyle enjoyed herself, yet her heart felt increasingly uneasy. Natasha asked her many questions. Regarding work, she lied that her former boss wanted to take advantage of her, and when she refused, she was continuously ostracized by that guy, leading her to angrily quit. Natasha then asked if she needed help finding a job, saying that as long as she had the ability, other things weren't an issue. How could Selina Kyle accept that? Her identity as a thief was registered in the police department's database, and the accumulated cases were enough for several centuries in prison. A company of Stark Industries' caliber could easily dig up her background with just a photo and a name. Besides, who was she? Catwoman. A righteous thief who robbed the rich to help the poor. Working a job was impossible. It was impossible in this lifetime to contribute to a capitalist. She appreciated the sentiment but politely declined Black Widow's kindness by saying she wanted to strive for things herself without relying on others' help. Perhaps because both had experienced a dark period in their childhood, even under disguise, their hearts were mutually drawn to each other, so their conversation grew increasingly warm. Because of this familiarity, and Natasha's enthusiastic kindness, Selina Kyle found it hard to strike. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After downing a glass of red wine, Selina Kyle put down the cup and sobered up. She was Catwoman, a thief. How could she become a real friend with such a rich young lady? Shaking off the unrealistic idea, she hardened her resolve internally. Steal. At worst, after succeeding, she would leave the vehicle and take a bit more US dollars from her private stash to donate to those in need, effectively making it seem like this woman donated the vehicle. Speaking of which, the accumulated items Catwoman had stolen were enough to make her a super billionaire, no problem. But she was a righteous thief who robbed the rich to help the poor. Most of the wealth stolen from the rich was donated to orphanages and the desperately poor, resulting in her savings being only a little over $100,000 after stealing for so many years. A little over $100,000 seemed like a lot, but compared to the wealth she had stolen, it was heaven and earth. Why was Black Widow so warm? Because as they interacted, she sensed an extremely similar aura from Selina Kyle. She wanted to lift the veil from Selina Kyle, see the girl's true side, and then try to make a friend. Both beauties had their little schemes. Thought domain. Seeing how well they were getting along, Charlotte had a strange illusion. He felt that if he paid, and invited Black Widow and Catwoman to go shopping at high-end stores, they would become great sisters after a materialistic shopping spree. I think I've eaten enough, Selina Kyle said, covering her bulging stomach and smiling. Thank you, Miss Natasha. For someone unemployed like me, a feast like this is rare. This high-end Western meal was easily worth several thousand US dollars. Unless someone treated her, she wouldn't spend thousands of dollars on a single meal, even if beaten to death. Black Widow tidied up the tableware simply, her pretty face beaming with a warm smile, and replied, "It's nothing. I don't have many friends in Gotham City. As long as I'm staying here, you can come over every day." Facing that incredibly beautiful face, Selina Kyle felt a bit guilty. She couldn't handle this kindness and needed to act quickly and leave this place soon. Sure. Wait, my stomach feels a little uncomfortable. I'll just go to the restroom first, we can chat later. Selina Kyle pretended to be desperate to go, stood up, and hurried out of the dining room. Because the villa was so vast, it took a walk to even get to the restroom. This girl is interesting. Charlotte, what do you think? Black Widow asked with a smile. Charlotte also smiled. Indeed interesting. It's just unknown whether she would maintain this gentleness after this little thief stole her beloved vehicle. Oh, the little thief cat has started moving. Selina Kyle jumped out of the window and quickly ran toward the location where the Dodge Tomahawk was parked in the courtyard. Her steps were like a nimble cat, she made no sound while running. Arriving in the courtyard, she locked onto her target at a glance. Sorry, Sister Natasha. Selina Kyle pushed the Dodge Tomahawk outward with a feeling of guilt. The steel behemoth weighing over half a ton would be difficult even for a strong man to push, yet she did it with ease. After pushing the vehicle out of the gate, she looked back at the villa with a complex expression. Got in the car, started up, stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Vroom. Vroom vroom. When the roar of the Dodge Tomahawk's engine echoed back into the villa, Black Widow was stunned. She immediately recognized the sound of her beloved vehicle. Her gentle demeanor vanished instantly. Frowning, she quickly ran towards the restroom. She didn't go in, there was a note stuck to the door. It read, "Dear Sister Natasha, thank you for your contribution to public welfare. Your kindness and gentleness make me deeply ashamed. I am a cat running in the dark night. I hope we never meet again. One last reminder, please don't trust anyone in Gotham City. I am the best example. Sincerely, Selina." Black Widow. A cat in the dark night. Catwoman. Black Widow was furious. A top agent had actually been tricked by a thief. It wasn't entirely her fault though. She knew Selina Kyle had ulterior motives, but she never expected the motive was her beloved vehicle. Why steal something valuable? She had to steal her car. The material life she currently enjoyed was all given to her by Charlotte. As for the Dodge Tomahawk, it was bought with a considerable amount of effort using her shield connections, accumulated from her salary over a long period. Things she earned through her own hard work held a different status in her heart compared to things given by others. That was her effort, holding special meaning. The most infuriating part was, she had actually considered befriending this female thief. In the end, her kindness was misplaced. Black Widow stomped her foot, and symbiote tissue rapidly spread out from her body, the Venom armor attaching itself. I will let her know the consequences of messing with me. Perhaps consumed by anger, she overlooked Charlotte's terrifying perception, focusing solely on capturing Catwoman to torture her severely. Whoosh. Flying out of the villa in the Venom armor, she quickly locked onto the silver behemoth speeding down the highway using the armor's built-in information search. A dimly lit suburb on the side of the highway. A green-haired girl with an electronic lock around her neck was walking haltingly down the dimly lit street. Gunshots occasionally sounded behind her. She struggled onto the highway, intending to escape to the dense woods on the other side. On the highway, the Dodge Tomahawk sped toward her at 250 kilometers per hour. Boom. 250 kilometers per hour, 64 meters per second. The Dodge Tomahawk already lacked stability, and at such an exaggerated speed, emergency braking was impossible. Many times, disaster arrives with such perfect timing. Selina Kyle never expected someone to be walking on the roads of Gotham in the middle of the night. Staggering along, without missing a step, she appeared precisely in her path. If only she had taken 2 more steps or walked 2 steps slower, both would have been safe. No choice, hit her. In the instant before impact, Selina Kyle thought of many things. She closed her eyes in self-reproach. If she hit her, the bike would likely be fine, but the girl probably wouldn't be found in one piece. Boom. A massive crash echoed through the quiet night sky. An unexpected scene unfolded. The girl who appeared on the road fell to the ground but wasn't seriously injured, she had merely fainted. In contrast, Selina Kyle, riding the Dodge Tomahawk, was flung into the air, bike and all. The night sky. The Venom armor, rushing at full speed, happened to witness this scene. Watching his beloved vehicle and the thief being blasted away by a strange energy fluctuation on the road, Black Widow immediately had one thought: save them. The speed isn't enough. Given the height and speed at which the Dodge Tomahawk flew, Selina Kyle would be crushed into a pancake upon landing. Unfortunately, the burst speed of the Venom armor mode wasn't fast enough to achieve instantaneous movement like the Rokushiki technique. Soru, shave. Let me do it. Charlotte sensed Black Widow's intense desire and responded immediately, switching back to the regular Venom form. He exerted his legs to the fullest, simultaneously using the Navy 6 styles techniques: Geppo, Moonwalk, Andasuru, Shave. Boom. A deafening sonic boom reverberated in the night sky. Charlotte, Venom, reached Selina Kyle's side just before the Dodge Tomahawk landed. Without a biological field, he couldn't save both the person and the vehicle like Superman could, so he followed Black Widow's intent and saved the person first. The symbiote tissue extended from his chest, enveloping the stunned Selina Kyle. The Geppo plus Soru combination technique activated again, accompanied by a sonic boom, and his figure flashed, instantly returning to the ground. Boom. Shortly after landing, an explosion sounded behind him. This was followed by Black Widow's heartbreak. Sensing Black Widow's abnormal emotional shift, Charlotte paused. Was she feeling heartache? Strange, why would she feel heartache? It couldn't be heartache for Catwoman, so that only leaves. Wait, that Dodge Tomahawk wasn't a mission item given by S.H.I.E.L.D., but something Black Widow bought with her own money. Judging by the emotional fluctuation, this could basically be confirmed. Don't be sad, just repair it. It's still a perfect silver beast. Charlotte quickly consoled her. Repair my foot. Judging by the intensity of that explosion, the entire thing is totaled at best. Repairing it means replacing every single part. It's better to just buy a new one. Ordinary repair techniques won't work, but with a bit of black technology, fixing it shouldn't be difficult. Can it really be fixed? Black Widow's voice carried a hint of grievance. It sounded like a child whose favorite toy had been snatched away by a neighborhood brat. Charlotte felt a pang of heartache hearing that. If he had known it was so precious, he never would have let Catwoman act so recklessly. He continued to comfort her. For times like this, you should call on my good brother. You know his abilities, it will probably just take a little time. Once his good brother, Tony Stark, fully mastered the shape-shifting metal technology, let alone repairing it, upgrading it into an Autobot, would be a small matter. First, soothe Black Widow's feelings, and then give her a surprise later. Being able to create Iron Man armor that surpassed the era, Tony Stark's mastery of mechanics was beyond doubt. Thinking that her beloved vehicle could be saved, Black Widow's mood improved slightly. She took a deep breath and sighed, I hope he can fix it. Charlotte, Venom's chest opened, and the culprit, Catwoman, tumbled out. Black Widow grabbed her upper body. What should we do with this woman? Black Widow, still angry, coldly stared at the unconscious face. Take her back. Investigate her identity clearly, and then punish her severely. Okay, leave it to me. Charlotte, Venom threw Catwoman onto his back, splitting out several arm-like symbiote tendrils from his chest to his thighs, firmly locking her in place. Hiss. One had to admit, Catwoman's figure was terrifying. Her waist was as thin as a roadside utility pole, and where there needed to be flesh, it was perfectly placed. Her thighs seemed only as thick as an adult man's arm. This figure paired with her face made Cat Demon a more fitting description. HMPH. What's the use of being beautiful? If she dares to anger Black Widow, this little cat will soon learn what the misery of tentacles is. Wait. Black Widow calmed down and suddenly remembered the situation before the crash, shouting urgently, I almost forgot, there was another girl on the road. Charlotte, hurry up and check on her. Yes. Charlotte had only focused on comforting Black Widow and forgot this crucial detail. He leapt up and jumped toward the location where the Dodge Tomahawk crashed. The fluctuation that blasted the Dodge Tomahawk away earlier, the system analysis in armor mode had concluded it was a strange magnetic fluctuation. A girl in a world of mutants, possessing magnetic-type superpowers, being hunted. Combining these clues, the other party's identity was already quite obvious. With a thud, he landed heavily next to the girl. Seeing the short green hair stained with mud and sand, it was indeed her, Polaris, Lorna Dane. The iron collar this girl is wearing around her neck is a power inhibitor used by Sentinel services to restrain mutant criminals. Black Widow asked strangely, is she a fugitive? No, she isn't. Charlotte, Venom, shook his head in denial, picked up the fallen Polaris with one hand, placed her on his other side, and locked her onto his body in the same way he restrained Catwoman. Her taste is very sweet. A criminal wouldn't have this kind of sweetness. Perhaps. Black Widow mused thoughtfully. She knew some confidential information about Sentinel services. Besides imprisoning mutant criminals, they secretly cooperated with certain capitalists to research mutant genes and develop weapons specifically designed against mutants. Except for certain hawks, the higher-ups turned a blind eye to these matters. It was strange. There were so many people with superpowers in this world, yet these people insisted on targeting mutants. Mutants weren't exactly easy to bully, were they? Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots interrupted Black Widow's thoughts. Several gunmen in suits and ties were chasing them from the shadows of the suburbs. Under the cover of night, they couldn't clearly see Venom's appearance, only the silhouette of a large man. They kept firing while charging forward. Hurry! Take down this idiot blocking the way. The gunmen raised their pistols and unleashed a barrage toward Charlotte Venom. The bullets struck Charlotte Venom's body but caused no damage, bouncing off one by one. When the gunmen rushed close and finally saw Venom's appearance, they froze collectively, cold sweat pouring uncontrollably. Charlotte Venom licked his tongue. Who did you say you were going to take down just now? Run. Gotham's petty thugs are definitely the most dangerous profession in society. In a world filled with superheroes and supervillains, thugs without powers are merely cannon fodder even with guns. They are constantly afraid of accidentally provoking some hero or villain and dying without even knowing how they died, so they pay close attention to these rankings. Venom Agent had made headlines twice after the symbiote invasion and the Hulk rampage. Coupled with SHIELD's covert promotion and the U.S. government's official endorsement, his name and image were renowned throughout the entire U.S. Newspapers even gave him a Japanese-style title. The most terrifying style, the most special power, the ultimate hero, Venom Agent. However, the appearance of the regular Venom form was too terrifying. Those huge teeth and the tongue hanging out were enough to scare anyone away even in daylight, let alone at night. When the gunmen saw Venom, the first thing they thought of wasn't a hero, but a man-eating black monster. The 2 shaggy heads resting on his shoulders were proof. If they didn't flee quickly, they would be next. Charlotte Venom didn't pursue them and asked, the smell emanating from these guys is foul. Do you want to switch to meat? Black Widow remembered that Charlotte had said the symbiote feeds on human brains. The thought of Charlotte biting off a human head instantly made her feel nauseous. However, this wasn't entirely unacceptable. The reason she couldn't accept it before was because she wasn't familiar with Charlotte, and their relationship wasn't close enough. Now that Charlotte had helped her so much, she wouldn't just accept favors without reciprocating. Feelings are mutual. For Charlotte's sake, she was willing to endure a little. Isn't it just eating human brains? It'll be over in the blink of an eye. Charlotte, you seem to have misunderstood something. Charlotte Venom looked at the gunman who had already run 100 meters away and explained, I mean, do you want to kill them? Ah. Black Widow was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, not eat them. I never eat human brains, nor do I like to, Charlotte replied somewhat blankly. Although his body was a symbiote, his soul was a genuinely normal human. He wouldn't allow his physiological needs and thoughts to lean towards the symbiote in any way. Even if he starved to death, he wouldn't eat human brains. Because if he ate them, he would become a true symbiote and could never return to being human. This was his bottom line. However, he hadn't expected that his words would strike a chord deep within Black Widow's heart, causing her to fall into contemplation unconsciously. Ding. Synchronization plus 3%. Hearing the system prompt, Charlotte was dumbfounded. Had he done anything? How did the synchronization suddenly increase so much? A moment later, Black Widow asked with a light chuckle, "Did you choose not to eat brains for my sake, Charlotte?" Her tone of voice contained a strange emotion. Was this, moved? Oh, so that's what it was. Charlotte suddenly realized. Black Widow mistakenly thought that he was enduring his physiological needs and insisting on not eating human brains for her sake, so as not to make things difficult for her. And she was touched by this persistence, which she believed was for her. In fact, no, that was the truth. He indeed didn't eat human brains because of Black Widow. As for how to answer at a time like this, he certainly couldn't admit it. This goodwill needed to accumulate before it could transform into love. The correct way to answer. Hey, Charlotte, Venom snorted lightly, pretending to be indifferent, "You're overthinking it. I just purely don't like to eat them, it's not for you." Then, he forcefully changed the subject. "Forget it, they've run far away, and I'm too lazy to chase them. Let's deal with these two girls on my back first." Without waiting for Black Widow's reply, Charlotte, Venom finished speaking, then directly jumped into the air, using moonwalk plus shave to rush towards home at full speed. Wasn't this anxious demeanor a self-incrimination? HMPH. Black Widow also snorted lightly. A warmth arose deep within her, warming her entire inner world. She enjoyed this feeling, so she didn't press further, continuing to maintain this comfortable state. Half-mountain villa. Back in the living room, Charlotte, Venom gently placed Polaris on the sofa. Catwoman, who had sat in Black Widow, was casually thrown onto the cold floor, then Charlotte retreated back into Black Widow's body. Black Widow checked the condition of Polaris and Catwoman. The former had no gunshot wounds, the reason for her coma was prolonged malnutrition and overexertion. The latter. She was probably concussed by the impact. With this girl's physical fitness, she would recover quickly. Since there were no major problems, she could just wait to be punished. Friday, can you look up this girl's information? Black Widow asked, pointing at Catwoman on the floor. Please wait, madam, Friday replied. The subject's appearance has been recorded. Invading the Gotham City Police Department database. Invasion complete. Black Widow. Charlotte. Holy crap, as expected of the artificial intelligence invented by Tony Stark, it's so smooth, it just invades the police department's database whenever it wants. Through facial comparison, the subject's identity has been found. Madam, her name is Selina Kyle, a famous female cat burglar. The police department database records hundreds of major theft incidents. And Friday read out Selina Kyle's information in detail. Catwoman. Black Widow was a little surprised. On her first day in Gotham, she ran into the famous Catwoman. Her luck was truly good. Catwoman's reputation was quite good in her impression. Although she committed many crimes, most of the stolen money was donated to people in need. However, that wasn't a reason to steal her car. No matter how much she robbed the rich to help the poor, she shouldn't have robbed her. Black Widow didn't easily forgive Selina Kyle just because she knew her identity as Catwoman. To prevent this beautiful woman, who could escape prison at the age of 9, from fleeing after waking up, she angrily found a rope specifically for agents. With agile movements, she quickly tied Catwoman with an inescapable knot. Charlotte looked at the final result and was completely dumbfounded. It was actually the legendary turtle binding technique. Perfect figure plus black silk uniform plus turtle binding technique. Oh my goodness, Black Widow is too professional. Loved it, loved it. Charlotte, lend a hand. After tying her up, Black Widow stood up and wiped away sweat that wasn't there from her forehead. She let out a soft breath of fragrance, admiring the artwork she had created with her own hands. Even she had to admit that this female cat burglar had an incredibly good figure. Even as a woman, she felt a stir in her heart. Help. Help with what? Charlotte became excited. Could it be him? Black Widow sensed Charlotte's emotional change. That peculiar excitement was back again. She looked at Catwoman lying on the floor, then felt Charlotte's emotions. Could this guy have some unique fetish? Forget it, Charlotte didn't eat human brains for her sake, so what's wrong with having a unique fetish? As long as he didn't act recklessly towards innocent people. Black Widow calmly said, this cat burglar named Catwoman is good at escaping. I'm not entirely at ease just tying her with a rope. Can I borrow a bit of your body for a while? Charlotte. This question, she really needed his help, not him helping her by giving him benefits. Every part of the symbiote's body tissue is equivalent to a human arm. Even if it is cut off from the main body, this arm is still connected to the main body. It's like switching from manual control to remote control. To separate a bit of his body and place it on Catwoman, from another perspective, means holding Catwoman with his hand. This kind of help could only be described with 4 words. Couldn't ask for more. No, he had to act a little reserved. It wouldn't be good to arouse Black Widow's suspicion. Okay. Charlotte responded indifferently. He controlled his body, extending a symbiote tentacle from behind Black Widow, reaching above Catwoman, and differentiating a piece of tissue that dropped onto Catwoman's body. This separated tissue, controlled by his soul and consciousness, swam over Catwoman's body like a fish, transforming into 2 locks that bound Catwoman's wrists and ankles. This separated tissue, controlled by his soul and consciousness, swam over Catwoman's body like a fish, transforming into 2 locks that bound Catwoman's wrists and ankles. Black Widow nodded in satisfaction, then turned her gaze to Polaris on the sofa. Friday, please check her information again. Yes, madam. Friday scanned Polaris's appearance, accessed the U.S. population database through the Gotham City Police Department's authority, and quickly cross-referenced the information. Madam, her name is Lorna Dane. She is a mutant with the ability to control magnetism. According to the data obtained, she once abused her abilities to kill 6 innocent humans and was captured by Sentinel Services, then sentenced to life imprisonment. Hearing the answer, Black Widow frowned. Recalling what Charlotte said, a sweet-smelling good person couldn't be a criminal. She believed Charlotte wouldn't be wrong, so it must be Sentinel Services doing. Recalling what Charlotte said, a sweet-smelling good person couldn't be a criminal. She believed Charlotte wouldn't be wrong, so it must be Sentinel Services doing. How long was she imprisoned? Black Widow asked. Madam, without specific data, I cannot determine. However, approximately 1 year has passed since the day she was captured, Friday replied. Black Widow asked about the duration of imprisonment. Friday found no information about Lorna Dane's escape from prison. Under normal circumstances, she should be serving her sentence at Sentinel Services. Her appearance here indicated that she had escaped. Without knowing when she escaped, and without time data, no matter how advanced Friday was, it couldn't calculate the duration of her imprisonment. But that was enough. Black Widow found many suspicious details based on Friday's words. Friday, I need a computer, Black Widow said. Okay. Friday replied. As soon as the words fell, countless rays of light projected from the ceiling, outlining a holographic laptop. Wow. ×2. Looking at the projected computer in front of them, Black Widow and Charlotte's eyes lit up. Both of them couldn't help but marvel at Tony Stark's brilliance once again. Let's see what a level 9 agent's clearance can uncover. Black Widow rubbed her hands in anticipation. She quickly typed on the projected keyboard, logging into the SHIELD information database using the holographic computer, and successfully entered after inputting the command. In this world, SHIELD's authority was above that of Sentinel Services, allowing it to directly collect internal information from Sentinel Services. Unfortunately, the information that could be seen was mostly modified and useless. So, Black Widow didn't plan to access it through her clearance but intended to hack into Sentinel Services database through SHIELD. SHIELD's supercomputer could break through Jarvis's firewall, what was a mere Sentinel Services. The hack was quickly successful, and she rapidly typed in the name, Lorna Dane. Lines of confidential data appeared before her eyes. No way. She's Magneto's daughter. The leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. What is this? Black Widow quickly read the subsequent information, growing more annoyed with each line. Lorna Dane's alleged murder was a fabrication, a tactic used during their violent capture of Lorna Dane, which caused her powers to spiral out of control. The deceased were not innocent civilians, but 6 unscrupulous mercenaries. Also, Sentinel Services had drawn blood from Lorna Dane multiple times, but the database had no record of what they did with the extracted blood. Recently, someone purchased Lorna Dane from Sentinel Services at a high price. The buyer was a man named Bane. The key point is, Bane is from Gotham. Bane. The tool in The Dark Knight Rises. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat, like Gordon's. Black Widow was previously troubled searching for a way to subvert Gotham, and now it's delivered right to them. Recalling the plot of Rises. Under Bane's call, Gotham citizens took up arms, dragged out rich person after rich person, and reset Gotham's resources. Doesn't that have a certain flavor to it? If Bane's true goal wasn't to detonate a nuclear bomb and blow up the entire Gotham, it might have actually succeeded. After all, in the movie, Batman didn't say the Gotham citizens' resistance was bad, he was just focused on stopping the bomb. If they seized that opportunity to truly guide the citizens and reset Gotham's order, the probability of success wouldn't be low. Unfortunately, this would make Gotham defy the entire US. This idea is interesting, but to actually do it, it depends on whether Nick Fury's backing is strong enough. Of course, for something like this, Captain Marvel alone certainly isn't enough. Charlotte was pondering what he should do. Should he give up this opportunity and follow the plot? Or should he push Gotham and create a different kind of spectacle for this world? On the other side, Black Widow angrily closed the page. It can now be determined that Polaris, Lorna Dane, escaped from the buyer. Alas, I never expected Sentinel services to be so corrupted by capital. They're even engaging in human trafficking. Black Widow didn't think much more about it. As an agent, she couldn't control this kind of darkness tacitly approved by those above. Sighing, she picked up the unconscious Polaris, Lorna Dane, and headed towards the bathroom. This girl is too dirty. Her hair smells musty, she needs a wash first. She couldn't control the darkness of Sentinel services, but she could help the helpless girl in front of her. Entering the bathroom, she ran hot water and took off Polaris's prison uniform. Charlotte had been quite looking forward to what would happen next, but when he saw the pale skin of Polaris, covered in bruises, whip marks, knife wounds, and countless other injuries, his heart, like Black Widow's, was filled with nothing but distress and anger. It's estimated that if Magneto knew his daughter was treated this way, he would most likely use it as an excuse to reignite the war between the Brotherhood of Mutants and humanity. Cursing Sentinel services in her heart again, Black Widow picked up the showerhead and carefully adjusted the water temperature with her hand. Once the temperature was set, she first rinsed Polaris's dirty hair. Black Widow patiently worked, rinsing with water and gently removing the clumps of mud matted in her hair. Her hair color is natural, she's truly a magical girl. Charlotte, lend me a hand. Receiving no response after calling out, Black Widow sensed something was amiss, her expression puzzled, and she stopped her actions, raising her voice a few octaves. Lot. Huh. Hearing the voice, Charlotte snapped out of his daze, bewildered, and asked, "What's wrong?" He couldn't be blamed for being distracted just now. Catwoman, who was tied up in the living room, had suddenly woken up and was trying hard to escape. Heh, offending Black Widow and still wanting to leave. He immediately controlled his detached arm to give Catwoman a taste of his power, making her exclaim, "Oh yeah. Oh my god," leaving her with no strength to escape. "I can't manage alone, help me lift this girl," Black Widow said. Hearing this, Charlotte was stunned, then hesitantly looked at Polaris's gradually clean, beautiful face, and said, "This isn't quite appropriate, is it?" What's not appropriate? Black Widow was extremely puzzled. Charlotte said earnestly, "There's an old saying in the ancient Eastern country, men and women should not touch each other intimately." Black Widow rolled her eyes. "Alright, stop with the nonsense. If I ask for help, help quickly. Don't play coy after getting a good deal. Okay, you said it." Since the official wife had spoken, there was nothing more to say. Charlotte's head emerged from behind Black Widow, and several tentacle-like symbiote tissues extended from his side. Slowly and gently, he lifted Polaris's uncovered delicate body. Despite the gentle movement, Polaris still trembled slightly after being lifted, and weakly opened her eyes. She saw the most beautiful person in the world smiling at her. Is this a dream? She tried hard to shift her gaze to the side. When she saw that big black head, more terrifying than an alien, baring its teeth at her, her heart jolted, and she fainted on the spot. Charlotte PFF'd. Black Widow couldn't help but burst into heartless laughter at such a comical scene. Ha ha ha. Charlotte, did you see that? She fainted because of you. Ha ha ha. Charlotte. If his current mood could be described with an image. A chibi Venom squats in the shadow, with a dim street lamp above his head, holding a small twig, gloomily drawing circles on the ground. He's become introverted. Alright, I won't laugh at you anymore. When she wakes up and knows you saved her, she'll thank you properly. Hurry up and get to work, PFFT. Black Widow saw Charlotte's aggrieved look and couldn't hold back her laughter at the end of her sentence. Darn it, you're still laughing. Charlotte said exasperatedly. Sorry, I'll stop right away. Black Widow took a deep breath, finally stifling her laughter, and continued to wash Polaris's hair. It took 10 minutes just to clean her hair, and then it was her body. This scarred body would be difficult for most people to handle, but fortunately, Black Widow was not most people. She wiped her little by little with a towel soaked in warm water. The process was quite captivating. Although Charlotte was watching, his mood was quite peaceful. Seeing Polaris's injuries, he felt very distressed and had no other thoughts. Black Widow, if this girl's scent turns foul in the future, will humans suffer the consequences of their own actions? Charlotte asked. Black Widow was stunned for a moment, then replied helplessly, the villains who harmed her probably won't, the most likely to be hurt are innocent passers-by. So, humans also eat people, and in a way more terrifying than you symbiotes. Is that so? Charlotte paused, then smiled, looking at Polaris's sleeping face, and said meaningfully, I'm somewhat looking forward to those guys coming to our door. At this, Black Widow didn't respond. She was thinking about how to handle this matter. After all, she is Magneto's youngest daughter, the impact is too great, and S.H.I.E.L.D., without sufficient benefits, they might not help. How to handle it will likely depend on how firm Charlotte's attitude is. To retain this powerful aid, director Nick Fury will most likely invest some capital. More than 10 minutes later, most of the dirt on Polaris's body was wiped away. Black Widow looked at the girl's skin, which was so white that even she envied it, wondering whether to put her in a bath with special medicated water, or... Well, she should ask Mr. Symbiote first. My dear Mr. Symbiote, what do you think of this girl's skin? Black Widow asked with a smile. She exuded the aura of an old fox from head to toe. Charlotte immediately understood Black Widow's meaning. Darn it, he just looked a few more times. This jealous woman is really, more and more likable. He turned his head to look at Polaris, then back at Black Widow, and seriously commented, it's average. I don't like very white skin. Your skin is just right for my preference. The answer was perfect, but unfortunately, Black Widow didn't mean that. Save it, what are you thinking? Black Widow said directly, laughing wryly. Such a beautiful girl has so many injuries on her body, don't you find it awkward? Haven't you thought about helping her recover? The method you used to help Tony Stark with palladium poisoning could be used on her, right? Oh, you mean that? Charlotte suddenly understood, then regretfully shook his head, not really. That method requires consuming my tissue. Her injuries aren't severe enough for that. However, there's a second way. Black Widow eagerly pressed, what method? Well, let me tell you a story I found online. Charlotte spoke profoundly, the story takes place in a beautiful world. That world gradually became a dead land due to several unexpected disasters. Until a black creator god appeared, bringing a glimmer of hope to that world. The creator god flew over the highest peaks of that world, traversed jungles, passed through numerous dangers, and finally arrived at the very center of the world. He radiated divine power, continuing to wander through the various places in the world destroyed by disaster. The story ends with the creator god's continuous efforts, and that world restored its former beauty. Black Widow. What? Black Widow was full of questions. What kind of third-rate story was this? Charlotte, what in the world are you talking about? Cough cough. Charlotte lightly coughed twice, stepping back from Black Widow's line of sight, and said, what I'm talking about isn't important, what's important is. She has already recovered. She was covered in wounds just seconds ago, how did she heal in the time it took to tell a short story? How did you do it? Black Widow asked curiously. This, haha. Charlotte gave a couple of dry laughs and replied evasively, it's not easy to describe, probably something like that story just now. He would never say even if it killed him. Just now, he had attached himself to Polaris's skin like a leech and used his own self-healing ability to repair the injured areas on her body. If he said it, he was afraid Black Widow would look at him with disdain all day. Anyway, it's fine as long as she's healed. Give her a bath, change her clothes, and then send her to the bedroom for a good sleep. After some mental rest, she'll be fine tomorrow. All right. Black Widow nodded suspiciously. While reflecting on the story from earlier, she picked up Polaris and placed her into the bathtub filled with warm water. The water in the bathtub didn't lose its temperature as time passed. As expected of a villa furnished by Tony Stark, even the bathtub had a built-in heat retention function, taking the word luxury to the extreme. After putting her in, Black Widow's eyes lit up. She remained silent for a moment, then shook her head with a smile, not saying more on the matter. Strange, why did she feel a bit uneasy for some reason? Time continued to pass in the quiet atmosphere. After soaking for over 10 minutes, Black Widow had Charlotte help lift Polaris out. She picked up a dry towel to quickly wipe away the water and changed her into the clean clothes she had brought. Charlotte's heart remained steady throughout the process, which made the unease in Black Widow's heart vanish. She even felt a tiny bit smug. HMPH, it seems this little symbiote only reacts to her. Smart of him. Thump. Thump. He hadn't reacted before, but once Polaris was dressed, Charlotte started. Carrying Polaris, Black Widow was about to head to the bedroom when she looked down at her chest in confusion. This uncontrollable heartbeat was Charlotte. Black Widow's call made Charlotte so embarrassed he wanted to bury himself in Black Widow's chest and never come out. He tried to quibble, if I said, it's because I saw her wearing your clothes, would you believe me? Oh. Black Widow gave a half smile. Is that so? Charlotte Chibi Venom nodded frantically. Absolutely. All right. Black Widow gave a playful smile, shrugged, and walked out freely. In that case, once I'm done with that female thief, I'll take a bath too. Consider it a reward for you. Oh. Hearing this, Charlotte instantly perked up. If you're talking about this, I'm wide awake. Let's go. Living room. Catwoman's mouth was sealed by a strange black substance. Because of the turtle tie binding, her hands and feet were tied together, making her unable to move an inch. She could only wriggle on the ground like a bug. The high heels beneath her silk-stockinged legs had vanished. A small black hand was at the sole of her foot, sometimes scratching the arch, sometimes moving up and down. It suddenly climbed up her leg and then slowly slid back down. She could feel it but couldn't see who it was, which terrified Catwoman. From the moment Black Widow carried Polaris into the bathroom until she came out after the bath, she kept writhing on the ground until she was exhausted, slumped powerlessly like limp mud. Is this retribution? If she had known it would be like this, she shouldn't have been greedy and provoked that beautiful woman. The car was gone, and she was still tied up. She didn't know what would happen. No. It has already happened, and this is just the beginning. Black Widow came out of the bathroom carrying Polaris and passed by Catwoman. She glanced at the awakened Catwoman. Seeing her panting heavily, she didn't suspect much, a disdainful smile flashing across her pretty face. Oh, you're awake. Good. Good. Since you're awake, you'd better think carefully about what to do in a bit. My car has turned into a pile of scrap metal, so don't expect me to let you go. Mentioning the car, Black Widow paused for a moment and quickened her pace. She almost forgot, the car was still burning on the road. She would have SHIELD personnel come to clean up first. Once this mission was finished, she would send it to Tony Stark for repairs. Arriving at the bedroom, she placed Polaris steadily on the bed and thoughtfully covered her with a blanket. From Charlotte's perspective, Black Widow was like a gentle wife and mother. When he turned back into a human in the future, he would definitely change that, like, too, is. Thinking of children, Charlotte suddenly felt a bit troubled. Symbiotes reproduce romantical and give birth to themselves. Recalling the plot of Venom 2, Carnage, he might end up giving birth to a few filial sons, before turning back into a human. Lying in the warm bed, Polaris seemed to feel the comfort, a faint smile appearing on her beautiful face. Looking at Polaris's smiling face, Black Widow smiled from the bottom of her heart and turned to walk out. The moment she stepped out of the room, her smile vanished, and her eyes revealed a fierce intensity. If she was a gentle mother just now, she was now a Valkyrie enraged by a bratty kid. Next, it's time to deal with that stinking cat. Buzz. Buzz. The call came at just the right time. Just as Black Widow was about to look for ropes and a small whip, the phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. It was Nick Fury again. The only one who would call at this hour is that egghead. Black Widow didn't dawdle, answered, and asked directly, hello, what is it? On the other end of the line, Nick Fury was choked up by her forceful tone. After 3 seconds, he said in a deep voice, Agent Natasha, the plan has changed. The World Security Council has intervened. Alexander Pierce demands that once Batman is captured, he be sent to them. Their attitude is very firm. I suspect they know something we don't. For example, that Batman's true identity is Bruce Wayne. Hearing this, Black Widow realized the seriousness of the situation and asked, and then? What are you trying to say? Those people in the council have been too abnormal lately. Some of their actions and working styles are very similar to that organization. Nick Fury said almost explicitly, Agent Natasha, do you understand what I'm saying? After listening to Nick Fury, Black Widow couldn't help but recall several terrifying images. With a grave expression, she said, cut off one head, and two more shall take its place. Hydra. Yes. Nick Fury nodded. Oh boy. Within the mental realm. Charlotte was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that because of him, the butterfly effect, along with the many changes in the merged world, Nick Fury would realize Hydra's infiltration ahead of time. If there were Hydra members in the World Security Council, then SHIELD must have already fallen as well. Combined with the fact that SHIELD's secret missions were often leaked to the World Security Council, it was clear how deep Hydra's infiltration went. Charlotte poked his head out from behind Black Widow and asked, pretending not to know, what is Hydra? Black Widow looked at Charlotte and explained briefly, you can think of it as an evil organization opposed to SHIELD. They used to do terrible things, but later, because they couldn't compete with SHIELD, they gradually faded away. Oh, I see. Charlotte pretended to understand again and said, so, you suspect they've moved behind the scenes, but you're not entirely sure yet, right? Charlotte paused, taking the opportunity to set a trap. I have an idea. Want to hear it? What's the idea? Black Widow and Nick Fury asked simultaneously. They were very curious about what kind of useful idea an alien could come up with. Charlotte smiled and said 4 words, entrapment operation. Entrapment operation. With those few words, the two super agents, Black Widow and Nick Fury, immediately thought of a detailed plan. And they thought of the same target. Doesn't the World Security Council want Batman? Fine. Then let's use Batman as the bait. It's a good idea. We need a new plan. What do you think? Director my lord. Black Widow smiled charmingly, radiating an indescribable confidence. Nick Fury naturally agreed. Yes, let's discuss it now. Of course, Mr. Charlotte can participate as well. And so, the 3 schemers teamed up to dig a deep pit for Hydra. Very well, we'll proceed according to this plan. After finalizing the specific plan, Nick Fury said, Agent Natasha, stay in Gotham for now. Since the mission to capture Batman isn't urgent, think more or try to figure out how to complete mission 2. Okay. Black Widow said lazily. Director my lord, don't forget to send someone to retrieve my car. Even if it's turned into scrap metal, I want to see it when I get back. I'll have someone do it. Contact me if anything comes up. Perhaps he had something urgent to attend to. After saying that, Nick Fury hung up the phone. Without the egghead's voice, the world finally returned to peace. Regrettably, after all this tossing and turning, most of Black Widow's anger had worn off. She had previously thought about finding a rope to hang Catwoman up and teaching her a lesson with a small whip. Now, she certainly wasn't as passionate about it. Charlotte felt deeply regretful that he wouldn't see Catwoman suffer. Although he had enjoyed his fill of the black silk stockings, it was only that much. Forget it, let it be. Instead of bullying a Catwoman, it's better to save energy for when the sign in mission refreshes. However, Charlotte, who had already given up, didn't know that Black Widow's true thought now was. I'm too lazy to go find ropes and whips, I'll just use Charlotte instead. The symbiote tissue can be hard or soft at will, it couldn't be more handy for my lord to use. The living room. Catwoman lay on the floor resting for a while, recovering some of her strength. Watching Black Widow walk toward her, she hurriedly twisted her body, pleading for mercy with tearful, pitiful eyes. The symbiote tissue gagging her mouth jumped back onto Black Widow, and the remaining piece crawled out from inside her torn black stockings. Seeing those two, deadly, black substances quickly sink into Black Widow's skin, Catwoman's aggrieved expression turned into terror. Please. I beg of you, spare me. Black Widow smiled and squatted down, reaching out a small hand to tilt Catwoman's chin up. Then how should we settle the bill for my car? I'll compensate you for the original price, or, send me to prison. I'm willing to go to jail. Catwoman didn't want to go through that again, she'd rather go to jail than face Black Widow. Honestly, it really was comfortable, and it really was stimulating. That thing seemed to have a life of its own, wandering all over her body with a hint of coolness. That was an effect fingers could never achieve. It was a bit intoxicating. Somewhat addictive. So, Catwoman wasn't afraid of mutants, nor was she particularly afraid of Black Widow, she was afraid of becoming addicted to that strange sensation. Jail. Black Widow chuckled. The smile looked like an angel's, but in Catwoman's eyes, it was more terrifying than a demon's. Do you mean Arkham Asylum? No. No way. Absolutely not. At the mention of Arkham Asylum, Catwoman was truly terrified. Her gaze turned dull, and her whole body trembled slightly. There were too many lunatics in that place, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it hell on earth. She had barely managed to escape the last time she was in there, and she never wanted to return for the rest of her life. Natasha, I can pay double compensation. Just don't send me there, please. I beg you. Hee hee. Black Widow maintained her smile, unmoved. She pointed to the ceiling and asked, do you think I'm short on money? Catwoman froze. In her desperation, she had forgotten about this. Someone who could afford a multi-million-dollar hillside villa, whose boyfriend was best friends with Tony Stark, and who was herself a shareholder of Stark Industries, such a person lacked for nothing, least of all money. There was no escaping this ordeal. Catwoman steeled herself and gritted her teeth. Her expression became resolute as she said indignantly, do whatever you want, just please stop playing with me. Oh. Her shout amused Black Widow. She blinked and looked at Catwoman in surprise. A thief like you is acting tough now. Why didn't you think about this when you were stealing? I just looked you up, Selina Kyle, the famous righteous thief, Catwoman. A righteous thief. Hee hee. Seeing is believing. I haven't treated you poorly, yet you stole my car the first time we met. It seems Catwoman isn't as chivalrous as the legends say. Catwoman seemed to have been hit where it hurt by Black Widow's words. She screamed at the top of her lungs, I said. Stop playing with me. Fine, as you wish. Black Widow stopped talking, stood up, and took 2 steps back. Charlotte, do me a favor. Charlotte was lying in the VIP seat, enjoying the show, when he was suddenly asked for help. He was very surprised. What could he possibly help with in this situation? Go ahead. Charlotte responded. Black Widow raised a hand. Help me hang her up, and then transform into a whip for me. Charlotte. Huh. Come again. What? You can do that. Charlotte was stumped by Black Widow. He thought she had given up, but he never expected her to take such an angle. Regarding this kind of help, he really wanted to say. However, if he said it, he would definitely be looked down upon. Black Widow did as Catwoman wished, and Charlotte did as Black Widow wished. A long tentacle split off from behind Black Widow, grabbed the knot on Catwoman's back, and lifted her up entirely. Then, a slender whip about 4 meters long extended from Black Widow's hand. Selina Kyle wasn't a fool. Even if she hadn't experienced it, she'd seen enough to know what was coming. She was terrified, but for some reason, there was also a tiny bit of anticipation. Why was this happening? Was it because of that thing earlier? Seeing that Catwoman wasn't afraid but was lost in thought, Black Widow raised an eyebrow and lashed out with the whip. Crack! The sound of the whip cracking exploded beside her, making Catwoman jump. Oh my god! Oh my god! After screaming, she realized the whip hadn't hit her. Looking back, she saw Black Widow watching her with a beaming smile. Scared already? How boring. The joke's over. Black Widow retracted the whip and smiled. My dear Mr. Symbiote, why don't you give this little kitten a lesson? Me? Well, since you put it that way. Along with Charlotte's voice, the symbiote tissue spread out from Black Widow's body and transformed into the standard Venom form right in front of Catwoman. Charlotte Venom opened his terrifyingly large mouth and used a tentacle to bring Catwoman in front of him. His tongue, like a snake's, flicked past her face. You look delicious. At first glance, Venom's large face was indeed terrifying. Catwoman's delicate body shuddered violently, and she almost fainted on the spot. But once she processed it, looking at Charlotte's Venom's terrifying face again, she was no longer afraid. Instead, she was excited. She shouted excitedly, "Oh my god, you're actually Venom Agent. I can't believe it. You're actually Venom Agent. Do you know? I'm your fan. You were just added to the superhero popularity rankings yesterday, and I spent $30,000 to get into the top 10 of your fan contributors. Please, for the sake of me being your fan, spare me this time. Don't worry, I will definitely pay the compensation I owe. Charlotte. Black Widow. A fan. Superhero popularity rankings. Venom Agent made the list that quickly. Charlotte and Black Widow were slightly puzzled. Too much had happened in the last 2 days, they hadn't had time to pay attention to such trivial matters. Being able to make the list so quickly was likely SHIELD's doing. But that was fine, it was what they wanted anyway. Charlotte's Venom's chest opened, revealing Black Widow's face. She smiled and said, "Since you're our fan, then Yes. Yes. Catwoman thought Black Widow was going to let her go. She stared with wide, watery eyes, nodding frantically with anticipation. Hey! Seeing her lack of remorse, Black Widow snorted coldly and leaned her head back, the symbiote tissue covering her face once more. Then go a bit easier on her. What? The answer she received was completely different from what she had imagined. Catwoman was dumbfounded. She didn't know what Venom agent would do to her, but she knew it wouldn't be pleasant. However, now that she recognized his identity, there might still be a way to save herself. Wait. Venom agent, aren't you a superhero? A righteous superhero can't do such things, it goes against the title of justice and hero. Even if I'm a bad person or a criminal, you can't torture or humiliate me. Aren't you afraid I'll expose your true face? Moral kidnapping. Well, not entirely. Carrying the names of hero and justice, one indeed shouldn't torture or humiliate the other party, even if they are a criminal or a bad person. Unfortunately, Charlotte didn't fall for that. On the contrary, he quite disliked being kidnapped or threatened. You don't seem to understand one thing, miss. Charlotte. Venom suddenly grabbed Catwoman's leg, his body rapidly growing larger as he spoke. Do you think you'll get out of here alive? Hearing this, Catwoman was either terrified by Charlotte's, Venom's, sudden growth or felt a threat to her life. Her originally rosy cheeks were now pale. Charlotte's, Venom's, next words pushed her further into a pit of despair. Even if you escaped, what use would it be? As he spoke, Charlotte's, Venom's, face drew closer again, pulling the terrifying atmosphere to its peak. Do you think they'll believe a career thief like you, or a renowned hero like me? Please, tell me, Miss Catwoman. Catwoman had been a thief for most of her life, and now she had only one dream. To erase everything from her past, change her identity, change her life, and live like a normal person. These words fell into her ears, each one piercing her heart, more cruel than killing her directly. Even Black Widow was stunned after hearing this. The little Catwoman's eyes filled with tears. She looked at Charlotte, Venom, with resentment, her pretty face full of grievance and helplessness, but she didn't speak to refute him. Because it was the truth, a truth that no amount of refutation could change. Black Widow felt Catwoman's despair, and her anger dissipated. That sense of helplessness made her feel a bit soft-hearted. Forget it, Charlotte, you. Chomp. Before Black Widow could finish, Charlotte, Venom, opened his bloody maw and swallowed Catwoman's entire upper body in one bite. Black Widow. What's going on? Mental realm. Black Widow was completely dumbfounded. Char. Charlotte ate her. You. She was so shocked she couldn't even speak clearly. Pop. 3 seconds later, like pulling a suction cup off glass, Charlotte pulled Catwoman out of his mouth and nonchalantly placed her on the sofa. Catwoman had already fainted from fright and lay quietly on the sofa, motionless. The ropes on her body were gone, and, also. Pa. Charlotte, Venom, spat out a complete OL top from his mouth. Just as he was about to shrink, he suddenly felt something stuck in his teeth. He flicked his teeth with his tongue, and another piece of OO flew out of his mouth. After savoring it for a moment, his body returned to its normal size. Alright, punishment over. What do you think, Black Widow? This will definitely leave her with a terrifying memory she'll never forget, Charlotte said with a smile. His tone was quite proud. Yes, she won't be able to forget. Black Widow's smile hid a string of curses. I won't forget it either, and I remember it even more clearly than she does. Promise me, Charlotte, that unless you plan on eating someone, never do that kind of thing again. Charlotte, Venom, scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't expect to scare Black Widow as well, but no worries, he would soothe her wounded heart later until the broken parts were healed. By the way, Black Widow, I took a serious taste just now and got some interesting information, Charlotte, Venom, said, changing the subject. How so? Black Widow needed to think about something else to calm her racing heart, so she simply followed Charlotte's lead. Charlotte, Venom, replied, this girl's heart is very complex. She desperately craves redemption, longing to end her life as a thief and live a normal life with the person who saves her. This longing is almost pathological. If it's not satisfied, she'll likely choose to fall into darkness. So, you want me to redeem her? Black Widow asked. Regarding this question, Charlotte really wanted to say, no need for you, I'll do it myself. I guarantee I'll give her a new life in a week. Of course, he only thought it. If he said it out loud, Black Widow would likely send Catwoman away overnight. To be precise, what she needs is us, Charlotte, Venom, replied. A perfect answer. No need to state his thoughts explicitly, just including himself was enough. A witty rogue. Black Widow didn't give an answer, silently falling into deep thought. She had almost fallen herself once, but fortunately, she met Hawkeye, who pulled her back onto the right track from a misguided life. Those who have walked in the rain often want to hold an umbrella for others. Catwoman was young, and what she did was rob the rich to help the poor, not commit heinous crimes. She deserved and should be redeemed. Seeing that Black Widow was moved, Charlotte Venom seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Better do it while she's still sweet. Once she turns rotten, nothing you say will matter. And so, Black Widow sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, sipping a chocolate milkshake, facing the now awake and haggard-looking Catwoman. That's the situation. I'll be staying here for a while. If you agree, you'll stay and take care of my daily life. If not, then don't blame me for being heartless. Feel free to run. I'll just sit here and won't stop you. But once you escape, you'll find that every police station in the US will have issued a warrant for your arrest. There will also be a $10 million bounty on your head, dead or alive, with your photo and name attached. $10 million, a fortune most people couldn't earn in a lifetime. Once that bounty was out, the entire US underworld would absolutely go wild. No, not just them, even ordinary citizens in the US. Police would be tempted. She would become public enemy number one. These words were incredibly terrifying. Black Widow currently had the influence and power to make it happen. Would she do it? Of course not. She only said it to scare Catwoman and force her to stay. Catwoman was tired of her life as a thief and wouldn't put herself in such a dangerous position again. Her small face turned deathly pale as she asked timidly, "Is it true? If I just take care of you for a month, our grievances will be wiped clean." Black Widow nodded with a smile. Looking at Black Widow's nonchalant expression, Catwoman asked hesitantly, "Then what if a month passes and you go back on your word? What should I do?" She wanted a promise, even if it was just verbal. "I won't. I'm a woman of my word. Who knows, after a month, we might even have a chance to become friends," Black Widow replied with a laugh. Friends. Within the mental realm. Hearing this, Charlotte smacked his lips and shook his head. He felt that, friends, couldn't describe their relationship, sisters, would be more appropriate. Those who know, know. Fine, I agree to stay here and take care of you. Catwoman had no other choice but to stay, yet she still had her own little stubbornness. "I won't run away, but you must promise me one thing. You can't restrict me from going out during my free time." Black Widow nodded as if it were a matter of course and replied, "Of course not. After all, you'll be the one handling chores like grocery shopping, cooking, and buying daily necessities. Setting that aside, I won't restrict your personal freedom. But listen closely. During this month, you are not allowed to go out and steal anything else. If I find out you've stolen something, well, I won't repeat what I said earlier. I hope you think carefully before you act." "No problem." Catwoman agreed immediately. After going through this, she was in no mood to steal anyway. This was the perfect chance to wash her hands of it all. Furthermore, she was a smart woman. She calculated that she might be able to use this to connect with the Venom agent and clear her record as a thief. Black Widow's words, "We might even have a chance to become friends," gave her great hope. Very good. Now let's talk about something else. Black Widow put down her empty cup and asked with interest, "How did you become a fan of the Venom agent? Charlotte and I, this weird duo, have only just appeared, right?" Hearing this question, Catwoman looked at Black Widow seriously, her gaze carrying a hint of hidden gratitude. "Some of those 1,000 children you rescued came from an orphanage. Every month, I donate money to them and bring them gifts. Do you know? When they surround me and call me, Big Sister, it's the warmest moment of my life. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for saving those angels. That's why I like you guys." Black Widow. Charlotte. Why say this now? Catwoman was smart, and Black Widow and Charlotte weren't stupid either. They could hear the intent behind her words. Who would fall for this? Good people would. Catwoman knew Black Widow was a good person. By saying this, she hoped to gain some sympathy and increase the chances of her hope coming true. Black Widow knew this, but she chose to pretend she didn't. As the saying goes, judge a person by their actions, not their intentions. The little Catwoman had indeed done good deeds, and she deserved some reward. It's not like she could sympathize with those capitalists, right? "I'll punish you for a month for stealing the car. As for your future life, depending on your performance during this time, maybe everything will turn out for the better. Having said that, Black Widow stood up and stretched lazily. I'm going to sleep. See you tomorrow. Without giving Catwoman a chance to speak, she yawned and turned to walk away. Watching Black Widow walk up the stairs until her figure vanished, Catwoman slumped down, staring at the ceiling and then glancing at the magnificent furnishings around her. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After a moment, she picked up the scattered OL uniform from the floor and put it on. Upstairs, master bedroom. Charlotte felt incredibly depressed. What happened to the bath? She actually cheated the feelings of such a cute and innocent symbiote. Liar. My dear host, don't you think you've forgotten something? Charlotte hinted frantically. Have I? Black Widow shrugged, shed her clothes, and threw herself onto the comfortable large bed. I'll owe you for now. Let's talk tomorrow. I'm a bit tired and need hypnosis to fall asleep. Hurry, hurry. Fine. Charlotte was helpless. Who told him he liked to pamper people? Like a mother singing a lullaby to her child, he activated a god-tier hypnosis on Black Widow. Slowly, very slowly, Black Widow's body softened. In her deep sleep, a faint smile hung on the corners of her mouth, making her look exceptionally happy. Ding. Sign in task has been refreshed. Content. XXXXX. Charlotte. Huh. Uh-huh. Glancing at the task content, he had no thoughts other than a single, holy crap. It seemed he was truly going to go further and further down this path. Sometimes, especially when Black Widow was asleep, Charlotte felt that having a symbiote's body wasn't a bad thing. To complete the task, he first took control of Black Widow's dream. Actually, the man in Black Widow's dream was Charlotte. Even without a human body, his soul could still do it. And then the symbiote's body would provide feedback to reality. Otherwise, how could Black Widow be so radiant in both body and spirit every morning? After arranging the dream and dawdling for a few minutes, he began his move. Huh. Charlotte was stunned. He discovered to his surprise that Black Widow's missing uterus had actually grown back. Black Widow had always felt that without a uterus, she wasn't a complete woman. Now, Black Widow was whole. He was truly happy for her. Now there was hope for children in the future. He just had to wait to unlock human mode later. Russell. Charlotte was just about to continue when a strange sound suddenly came from the door. He whipped his head around. A terrified Catwoman appeared in his sight, tiptoeing backward. Oh. The moment he saw Catwoman, Charlotte's mental world came to a standstill, and he thought of many things in an instant. Don't ask why. With the symbiote's super strong perception and extreme Kanbunshoku haki, he couldn't sense someone approaching. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.